Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Karaoke stream. Prepare your ear holes. Movie and TV watch-along stream. Definitely not infringing copyright. Definitely. Bonus gorilla stream. Watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, the dinosaurs will go extinct again.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
Plus, why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
I'd like to talk to you about our special financing options.
YouTube channel memberships starting at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
All streams scheduled in Eastern Time, God's favorite time zone.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Always streaming horizontal, never vertical. Just the way you like it.
Quit changing the subject.
Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the things, have the fun.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library.
Greetings, brohams, what the dillio. Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Hail to the chat. Welcome in, Luciano. Anyone else who's currently watching, welcome in. If you're lurking, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. Please consider a comment on the VOD. It does help with the algorithm. Like, subscribe, notification bell, follow on Twitter. Do the things. Have the fun, win the game. Woo! I'm sneezing. I mean, not this second, but just like a moment ago. In fact, hold on, I need to mute this. Oh, God. I don't know if I've got a cold or if it's allergies, chat. I'm going to lean towards allergies. I'm going to lean towards allergies just because, you know, spring is in the air or whatnot. When it's not wrestling with winter. I swear, so the area I am in, temperatures were really warm, really warm for several days. And then suddenly last night we got down to freezing again. So I don't know, but you know, stuff like that, it's playing hell with the health. And with the throat. Yowzers. But welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Anyone who's lurking, welcome. If you are... What I was saying? Oh, I was going to say, I hope you're all having a good Wednesday. My head's just not in it. Between a little bit of a cold and I don't know what it is. Maybe it's better I'm saying this right now while I've got a bit lighter audience because people haven't piled in here yet. This has been... This has kind of been ever since Saturday night. It's been the start, so I guess that would be Sunday morning. It's been just sort of a rough week. Yeah, oh, I love that. I need to repost that too. Thank you for sending that to me, Luciano, where it nailed the sunglasses perfectly. I didn't see it until later, or I would have used it for the screenshot I always post for the end of stream. I didn't get an alert for whatever reason. Twitter and the DM alerts is really kind of a mess anymore. ever since they started making changes to the DMs there, where I guess, I don't know, some sort of the verification thing. Ever since they started making changes, it is so rare that I get any alerts. I'm kind of at a point now where I just am getting in the habit, or trying to get in the habit of, every time I log in or when I go back to it after a while, just opening up my DMs to see if there's anything. Ever since Twitter tried to make DMs a chat, it effed everything up. Yeah, no kidding, Luciano, it did. That was what did it. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I don't get it, but I don't understand a lot of stuff, because I saw just recently too that Twitter is like bringing back, or trying to bring back, some sort of a chat feature, which will allow viewers to like directly chat with, beyond like the chat on screen, allow viewers to directly DM creators. And I don't want to seem like I'm behind, you know, in an ivory tower with fences all around, but I don't really like that, because I try to be careful with you know, who, like, when it comes to Twitter and Discord, I try to be careful who I have on my friends list, because I don't want to, I try to be careful with familiarity. I always try to be careful with familiarity, unless I actually am a friend, etc., or you've been a longtime viewer, or a mutual, etc., mod, and whatnot. So that just, I don't know, I don't like it. I don't like it. That's all I can say with the Twitter, with the YouTube thing. Elon overshooting. He wanted to use Twitter to make his own Telegram. Yeah, I don't even, you know, it's funny you mentioned that, Luciano. I don't hear much about Telegram these days. There was a whole period where Telegram was all in the news, and it feels like it was that period when it was before Elon took over Twitter, when Twitter was censoring people right and left, that Telegram started really becoming a thing, because since there was no, you know, Twitter censoring people, so be sure to, you know, get on my Telegram list so I can send you the blah, 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 blah. Yeah, yeah. Elon, he overshoots a lot, but I am going to say I do applaud it, because I do feel like at least he's trying to advance things, you know? I feel like he's trying to make it bigger and better. So I can respect that. Much like Instagram has become the new Tinder. I know, I need to get on there. I mean, no, that's not what I meant, chat. No, that is not what I meant. I promise. Maybe I promise. I don't know. I'm coming up on another birthday and I'm still single. Oh God, that was depressing. Oh wow, that was wow. Okay. Welcome in, Twin Opinion. Welcome in. What a heck of a moment to come in with, huh? Welcome in. I hope you are having a good Wednesday. I don't know about you. The weather's tearing me apart. This constant going from warm to cold to warm to cold. I applaud Elon, though, for trying to make it bigger and better, but I think I think the mistake Elon's making is shooting too far for it to be all with one service. If Elon Musk wants his own Telegram, start a separate thing. Don't put it into Twitter. Let Twitter X whatever be its own thing. Just like with the videos and stuff, and with the live videos. I don't really want that on Twitter. If Elon was to create his own video platform or buy one, I would think that'd be awesome. But, yeah, I don't want it all on Twitter. Twin, do you have a single aunt we can introduce to Matt? Oh, God. I do actually. Oh, dear. Oh, man, it's spiraling already. You know, I started off, this is making me feel better. Thank you. Thank you, both of you, and anyone else who's watching. I know we're kind of getting a slow start today, and that's okay. You know, this has been a hard weekend. It isn't just birthday. I mean, birthday, I said yesterday, I'm always with birthdays. I'm one of the weird ones. I'm one of the weird ones who usually doesn't like it. I've tried to change myself and use streaming sort of to force myself to be happier. But for whatever, it doesn't even have to do with birthday. This week, for me, has really been just kind of a disaster. It all started Saturday night going into Sunday morning, and it's just been spiraling. And every day I wake up and it's like it's going to be a good day, and it starts off briefly good, and then it just implodes, including today. So I'm really hopeful. I'm really, really hopeful that by the time we get to, you know, I mean, I'd love tomorrow, but, you know, especially Friday, Saturday, I'm really hopeful that it's all going to be super happy again, because, yeah, Can I pull back the veil just a little bit and say something that no VTuber, no streamer should probably admit? Earlier today, and it may not sound in my voice right now, earlier today, just with, and I'm not going to go into the things that are going on because so much of it's of a personal nature, but earlier today, I was in such a bad place that I had typed up an indefinite hiatus announcement. Not a graduation, but an indefinite hiatus announcement, because I just was mentally in a place where I felt like I don't know how I'm going to go forward. Because most of the time, my answer's always been, when in doubt, just stream. Just keep streaming. Just keep streaming. Just stream. You can work through it. And today, I really felt like I'd actually just hit a limit. And it wasn't even entirely stream. I mean, it's stuff outside of streaming, but it just was. It was one of those things, and I'm glad I didn't do it. And I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad you're here, and anyone else who shows up tonight, I'm glad you're here, and thank you so much to everyone who does believe in me and who does spend the time here. I really do appreciate it. Flash Viewer, welcome in, welcome in. Odd timing. Boy, I feel like everyone's such odd timing. I'm in the middle of some sort of a weirdness thing that's like, oh God, what's he talking about now? But welcome in, Flash Viewer, welcome in Omegs, and welcome in, Jennifer. I hope you're all doing well. Glad you're here too. Yeah, and with that stuff you've DM'd me about too, Luciano, you know, hang in there. I'm sure it'll all work out for you and everything. And I know, Jennifer, with your appointments, I'm sure it'll all work out. So yeah, boy, we're all in this together, I guess. I could be better. I'm sorry to hear that, Jennifer. Honestly, Jennifer, you and me both. But yeah, I'll just hang in there, keeping you in my prayers, and everyone else here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you spending time with us, Matt. Thank you, Flash. Yeah, this has just been, damn, it's been a week. I don't know how else to put it. I'm laughing about it, but it's, yeah, you know, and I'm not gonna, and that's not gonna be this stream. I'm not gonna sit on that, but yeah. Oh goodness. But welcome in. What were we talking about even? Oh, we were talking about Twitter overreaching. Just talking about the DMs not working on Twitter that well. Well, they work, but you don't get a lot of the alerts with DMs, so it's kind of a mess. In fact, boy, I think there are still a number of people this past Christmas I sent to a bunch of people who I'm mutual with, to some, mostly to VTubers and to my moderators. Over Christmas, I sent some Christmas and New Year's things over Twitter in the DMs. There are a number that I never got any sort of acknowledgement back, and I think it is a safe bet. Not a lot, but a few. It is a safe bet they never even saw them, because it's just such a, because the DM alerts are such a mess, and maybe by the time they saw there was a message, it was probably like, oh well, I'm not familiar with the alternative. If they force my hands, I'll go back and understood. Yeah, understood, Luciano. I feel for you. This, yeah, we were for those of you wondering what it is, it has to do with all this global ID stuff. Oh, excuse me. My voice just really cracked there. Oh, I do have a cold or allergies or something right now. I know I say I have a cold a lot, but this change in weather is, yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, it has to do with this global ID stuff and this age verification stuff in a lot of countries that are really forcing people's hands and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And even here in the United States, obviously that's where I am. It's becoming more of an issue here too. Not to the same extent, but still an issue. And it's one of those things where the idea of everyone wants to protect the kids, but the idea that this is protecting the kids is bogus. It has nothing to do with protecting kids. You're never going to change my mind on that, because the only people it's affecting are the adults. It's not protecting kids. What the best thing you could do right now, you want to protect kids from harmful stuff on the internet. The answer to that's you know, it's called parenting. I know, strange word, right? This is not a political channel, but it's called parenting. And parents parents need to know what their kids are up to. That doesn't mean, you know, spying on them all the time and making life miserable, but parents should know what the kids are up to and what the kids are looking at and things like that. And no amount of age verification junk is ever going to get past that. In fact, Luciano, with what you just posted there, seriously, you think kids aren't going to be doing, you know, something like that? They'll be sailing the high seas and finding what they want, you know, unless there's a person there to stop. Now, I know that every family situation is different, and not every parent can be constantly monitoring their kids. I mean, you can't do a 24/7 thing, but still, yeah, regulation and this global and this age verification stuff is not the answer. And we've already had too many cases. One is too many, but there have been already cases of, because of this age verification feeding in to the facial recognition stuff, and you've had a few cases already of people being arrested for crimes they didn't commit because the facial verification system was wrong. There was some woman, older woman, I forget, I think it was the UK, that was like arrested, and she was in jail for, I don't know if it was a few months or what, until they finally admitted, oops, we goofed. It's crazy, ain't it? What a time to be alive, chat. We finally have, we finally got the robots, we finally got Skynet, and we got Minority Report. Oh dear. That's why I love the 90s, when kids started to disappear. Instead of prohibiting children from going out at night, we just put an ad. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Don't forget Idiocracy. Yo, that's one that, you know what? Yeah, Luciano, it's funny you bring up Idiocracy. I saw something the other day about one of these chief AI scientist developers who has become 100%, I guess he says, convinced that we are living in a simulation, and the entity that is running the simulation is getting ready now to flip the switch off because we're becoming too smart. And I'm thinking the whole time, we are not becoming too smart. Did you not see? Yeah, Idiocracy is a documentary on our future. We are not becoming too smart for them to flip the switch on the simulation. If we're living in a simulation, we ain't anywhere near, you know, that level. We're going downhill. If anything, the switch is going to get flipped because the simulation failed. Because the humanity experiment has failed. If you're a Bible believer like me, I make it clear I'm a Christian. If you're a Bible believing Christian like me, you know, you might be thinking, God, if anything, God's looking at this and looking at the way we've spiraled after getting, you know, the knowledge of good and evil and the way we're going, you know, down to idiocracy level, and probably just sitting there saying, you know, you see what happens? You see what happened? I told you not to eat that. I told you not to eat the fruit. I told you not to eat the fruit. See what happens? You see what happens now? You ate the fruit. Now you got age verification software. Yeah. You ate the fruit, and now you got AI slop in the NVIDIA cards. It's all, you know what? It's all Eve's fault. No, it's not. It's Adam's fault because he went along with it. Adam, you talk about the king of the simps. Okay, you know what? We're gonna make this a religious discussion. You want to talk the king of the simps? You got Almighty God tells him, don't eat the fruit. You got, he then passes the word along to Eve, don't eat the fruit. Eve eats the fruit. Eve tells Adam, ooh, you gotta eat this, you gotta eat this. Adam knows that, you know, God said don't do it. And he's like, you know, but lady says I should. The female of the species says I should. So there you go. The world's first simp. Change my mind. All right, what do we got? Actually, the TikTok generation is the first generation to have lower IQ scores than the previous generation in history. Thank you for saying IQ. I'm writing it down. I want to do an IQ test or two on stream someday. There, and I mention that on stream and then I forget it. There, boom, written down right under the movie list, and a new slide I got to do also. Time, robot balls, time for the jumbo probes. No, not the probes. Brain rot, literally rotting brains. Oh, no doubt. God saw humanity and cringed away. God, I told you not to eat the devil fruit. Now you can't swim and got age verification. Yep. Oh boy, what do we got? Here we go. To be fair, that snake was persuasive, and they didn't know what scams are. Yeah, it was. There you go. It was the very first. The snake, Satan was the very first. Was the very first AI slop ad. Stop. Pay attention. This is important. What if I told you? Legit. Boy. I'm gonna tell you the one simple life hack that will change your entire existence. If you don't stop what you're doing right now and eat this fruit that I'm going to disclose at the end of this video, you'll be missing out. Seriously, change my mind. I want to sell you a horse insurance policy. Went the next scam and... Yep, went the next scam, and then they learned. Indeed. Yeah, that's Wild Luciano. That is Wild Luciano. I bet he's offended on the infringement of his brain. That could be. Man, yeah, devil back there. Hey, man, what about me? What the hell, man? What the hell? Oh, my gosh. Oh, speaking of AI slop. That whole deal with the NVIDIA cards, the DLSS 5, which I guess it's dynamic lighting something 5. The AI generated thing to make all your games beautified. Well, first of all, I love the fact that some gaming journos were complaining because it made people look too pretty. But leaving that aside, I'll tell you the thing which came out about it today that I thought was really interesting. I guess a lot of the games that were shown in it as being, and we'll put this in air quotes, upgraded, unquote, by the process, this new, it's a process on NVIDIA cards. It's a switch you flip that it uses like a generative AI to supposedly make your games look better, but it's completely changing the look and the art direction, and in some cases, you know, ruining them, giving them cross eyes. But apparently, the game companies like Ubisoft and Capcom didn't know anything about this until NVIDIA dropped the demos. They didn't even know this was being done, and their products were, I guess, the guinea pigs. Didn't even know it. And that makes me wonder if that isn't some sort of a product violation or something. Because that seems like, I mean, call me old school, but that seems like that's kind of one of those big in a world where YouTube will bonk me, you know, for putting 5 seconds of Charles Bronson on a stream, my entire stream my VOD will be blocked globally. You would think NVIDIA using a bunch of games to test, to show demos of their product without informing the game makers, the publishers, you would think that was a no-no. Unless I misread the article, you would think that is a no-no. But who am I? Oh boy. So how many people did I drive off with the random let's yell about the devil making Adam do it? It certainly infringes copyright. I would think so. I would think so. Oh boy. Yeah. What else was I going to mention today? I don't know. Let me see if there was anything. I know there was something interesting with Blu-ray news today. There was something interesting in the Blu-ray news, I thought. No, it wasn't that. I'm scrolling through some of this. Criterion made their June announcements. The things that I think that kind of grabbed at me. I guess there's going to be a 4K, now a 4K copy and a 4K restoration of the 1988 Hairspray. And also of Charade, 1963. I'm a big fan of Charade. If you've never seen Charade, that's another one someday down the road I'd love to stream. Charade is one of those movies that you kind of hear mentioned always with, you know, old movies. But damned if it wasn't good. It's a good movie. It sort of has become one of those ones that I've repurchased multiple times over the years. Going from one of the Criterion DVDs to the Criterion Blu-ray, and I don't know if I'd pick up the 4K. It's going to depend on or the remastered Blu-ray from the 4K. It's going to depend on how it looks. I really don't care about the 4K copy itself because 4K just screws everything up. Well, it doesn't screw everything up, but it screws up a lot. It makes a lot of times the HDR, the colors are just, it makes them not accurate. And there are a lot of people that will argue that the colors are more accurate to the film, but everything I read is always to the contrary, that reds are popping too much, or there's oversaturation, and you would think there wouldn't be issues with grain, but there's problems with grain. There are problems with grain resolution. It's like it can't handle, it's got higher resolution, and yet it can't handle grain. I don't get it. It's similar to the cinema editing the movie without the director's permission. Yeah. Or without the studio. I'd say, Luciano, more without the studio's permission than without the director's permission. But yeah, because directors, as far as director's permission goes, 9 times out of 10, they don't have final cut. More than 9 times out of 10, they don't have final cut, so it wouldn't matter anyway. There are very few directors out there who get final cut. Maybe it's changed, but in years past, they didn't. Like, I mean, a great example is, I always go back to it because I don't like the movie anyway, but there was a movie from Tony Scott called Revenge. And before he unalived himself a few years back. Before he did that, about 10 years ago maybe, they put out a DVD and a Blu-ray of the director's cut of Revenge, and it's like 90 minutes long. The version which went to theaters, which I guess it was produced by Kevin Costner, who you know, long-winded when it comes to movies. His producer's cut where he had actual final cut, so that's the one that went to theaters, was 40 minutes longer. It's 130 minutes. It's an insane difference in length from the director's cut, which is a lot shorter. Which is interesting in itself, you know, because everyone always assumes... Man, I'm going in a tangent, aren't I? Everyone always assumes director's cuts are longer. That is not true. There are quite a few cases where director's cut, not a ton. Usually they are longer. But there are cases where director's cuts are shorter than the theatrical cuts or the producer cuts. What are some other good examples? I hate using Alien. I hate using Ridley Scott's Alien. Because he originally, I think he had final cut with the version that came out in 1979. And so the version, then there's the version they call the director's cut. It's more like a director's recut. It adds a bunch of stuff, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't like the transforming the crew into eggs scene. Spoiler alert. But it's a minute shorter than the theatrical cut, and I think it hurt it. Because to me, the theatrical cut built tension a lot better. I thought it built tension a lot better. Oh, in Roman law, the director is the owner of the copyright. Might be different in the U.S. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely different here, Luciano. It's always, the final, depending on how it's negotiated in the contract, it starts with basically the studio, the owning studio, and works its way from there. From the studio, then maybe the producer will have in their contract that they have final cut, and then maybe the director will have in their contract that they have final cut. Yeah, no, here in the States, no, that's one reason you get. That's why you wind up with so many movies, Luciano, here in the States where you have the director's cut. Because yeah, there are a ton of cases. Welcome in, Nick Gamer. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good Wednesday. I keep having to look at the calendar. I keep forgetting what day it is. Oh, God. Let me take a quick hydration break, and then I'm going to go back to this copyright thing. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. In fact, that's kind of interesting within Roman law, because I'm thinking Italy. That's such an interesting case always with Dawn of the Dead, the original Dawn of the Dead, which, God, I wish I would have kept my DVD. I sold my DVD because for like $100 because I thought it was going to be getting a good Blu-ray release, and it's tied up in rights hell. But Dawn of the Dead, the original, basically you had the U.S. theatrical cut was the director's cut, but then the European theatrical cut was Dario, our director / producer, because he was producer on it, Dario Argento's producer's cut. So overseas, you had this Dario Argento cut almost everywhere, except places where it was censored, like Japan. And in the U.S., you had the director's cut. And they're different vibes, too. The Dario Argento cut is much more like an action movie. And then there's another version, too. There's a version out there that's called the director's cut, and it's not. It's a really long version of the movie. It's actually the Cannes Film Festival preview cut, but because it was longer, they just dubbed it the director's cut. Oh yeah, that's something that used to happen too, as far as the idea of director's cuts. There was this whole period, specifically, I say specifically, it probably extended into VHS, but it was mostly on DVD. It was one company. Well, it was probably more than one, but I'm going to focus like a laser on one company, Anchor Bay Entertainment, who Anchor Bay used to be the equivalent of like Arrow is now, or not Criterion. They were never Criterion, but like Arrow or Shout Factory. Anytime with one exception, anytime that they released an extended version, that they came across like an extended version until they finally wised up, whenever they had an extended version of a movie to release on a DVD, they would dub it the director's cut. They would always release it, and almost always as a limited edition too. So they'd put out a standard edition with the theatrical cut, and then they'd have a double disc with the theatrical cut plus the director's cut. And there are a lot of occasions they were not director's cut. Their first edition of Dawn of the Dead, they called that Cannes Film Festival version the director's cut. I guess it was the first director's cut before he cut it down himself. There was, what's another example? Supergirl. The 1984 Supergirl movie. They released a DVD set that was it was 2 discs. Disc 1 was the international cut. And disc 2, they called the director's cut. It wasn't. What disc 2 actually was it was an extended television cut that never got broadcast. So the audio on it was mono only. And it censored a couple of swear words. And it was censoring swear words because it was actually a TV cut. It was a TV cut, but Anchor Bay just thought, oh, it's longer, it must be a director's cut. And the reason that was a longer TV cut, there was this whole period too. Man, I'm jumping tangent to tangent. Chat, if you want me to stop jumping tangents, just say so. We'll get to the tier list momentarily. This is why I will not get past but like 1 letter probably. For those of you voting in the poll, I already see 3 letters and 5 letters max is leading. Sag, don't censor my profanity. No, and Megs, it created a problem with what it created a problem because in one of those in one of the censorships, it made it where the scene didn't make sense. So there's this scene where Faye Dunaway's character says something to not Peter O'Toole, but Peter Cook's character, who Peter Cook played this like teacher who was into witchcraft, who was trying to get in with Faye Dunaway and trying to convince her that she couldn't make it without him. And at this point she had all these magical powers. And she said something to him like, Nigel, if I had a face like yours, I wouldn't be talking. I wouldn't be letting myself be seen in public. Something like that. And then he suddenly says, there's nothing wrong with my face. And he starts to look in a mirror and it cuts away in the TV cut. So you never see what he's looking at. In the theatrical cut, it stays on his face longer. So you can see he's now covered with like zits. He's got like a really bad complexion suddenly. And it's at the same moment that he says, that bitch. And of course they cut it out. They cut out the B word for the TV cut. So that scene doesn't even make sense. And yet this is supposed to be the director's cut. And the audio commentary on the set is only on the international cut. And there's another swear word section, which is part of a joke. And the director's basically laughing about it and loving the line. And yet it's not in the television cut. I mean, it's not in that extended director's cut, which again, if he's laughing about it, why wouldn't it be in the director's cut? It's not in the director's cut because it's not a director's cut. Yeah, so I really wish, Megs, I wish Anchor Bay would have done what they should have done, which was, since they had the director there to do audio commentary, they basically should have asked him, hey, do you want any of this footage added back in and to create a director's cut? Because there's a good chance he might have wanted it all. Or they should have just spliced it together with the theatrical cut and released it as just an extended cut, which is what they did with Halloween. There's another weird one. Okay, so Anchor Bay, one of the first DVDs they released, chat, was they did this limited edition set, which I still have, and to me it's still the standard bearer Halloween set in terms of the color. The color on this DVD is the best looking of the Halloweens, better than the than any of the Blu-rays or the 4K, in my opinion. And I don't think I'm alone in that. But their original limited edition, Disc 1 was the theatrical cut. Disc 2, they had labeled as the television cut. It is not the television cut. What it is it is a hybrid cut. It is the theatrical cut with the extra footage from the television cut of Halloween spliced into it. Now, later on, Anchor Bay, after everyone, cried foul, they went back and they sort of corrected it. They reissued it as a single disc as Halloween, the extended version. And as for the extended version, I personally don't like it as well. The added footage was stuff that was shot specifically for the TV cut. Boy, here's another weird situation for you. I'm jumping tangent to tangent today, aren't I? Halloween, the TV cut, chat. So what happened with that was about the time Halloween 2 was being made, when Halloween 2 was being made, they wanted to put Halloween on TV. But the TV censors were ordering some stuff cut from it. And Halloween is not a long movie. They ordered so much cut that it could not fill a 2-hour block. It was shy of a 2-hour block by, I don't know, let's just say 7 minutes. Or more. Let's say 5 to 7 minutes, somewhere in there. So, John Carpenter writes like 4 additional scenes for the movie based on what was going to happen in Halloween 2, where they added the whole sister dynamic to it. Spoiler alert, I'm not really spoiling, but I'm adding sister into it, which wasn't part of the original movie. But he wrote these additional scenes, and he shot them himself while they were shooting Halloween 2, and so they spliced them into the movie for the TV cut. And that's one reason why the TV cut of Halloween can exist in widescreen. It can exist in widescreen because all those additional scenes were shot CinemaScope. It's not like they shot them 4:3. Now, they might have been framed sort of with 4:3 in mind, but they were still shot widescreen. Because I remember this was sort of a point of contention. There were people who were at first yelling that it can't be the TV cut because it's widescreen. Well, no, it can't be the TV cut because it was a hybrid cut on DVD. But the widescreen not perfect sense. You can be a purist about it. You could be a purist about it, but it still makes sense because it was shot that way. I mean, if you're going to go that purist of a cut, then you might as well say the same thing about things like Superman the movie. Superman the movie is another one. They made... so let me circle this back to Supergirl, because Superman makes sense. Why was there a longer version for TV? Well, the reason is a lot of times when movies would come to TV, if it was a big movie, they would want to make it into a big event. So instead of being like a 2-hour or a 2-hour, with commercials, let's say it would fill a 2.5-hour block, they'd want it to be like 3 hours, or maybe even make it a 2-night miniseries if it was long enough. So in the case of like Supergirl, the Salkinds would pour any additional footage they had into it. Superman the movie, there is an extended cut. There are 3 cuts of Superman the movie. Superman the movie from 1978, you've got the theatrical cut, which is my preferred version. You've got an expanded edition, which is sort of a director's cut. The director, Richard Donner, came back and added some footage back in, which I don't like most of the footage. There's like one scene that I kind of dig. And then there was the version that was shown on TV, where the Salkinds added back in every single frickin' deleted scene they had so that this thing would be able to be shown by ABC. I think it was ABC at the time. As a 2-night miniseries. They took Superman the movie, which is about a 3-hour movie, and they extended it enough so that it could be 2 2-hour movies on TV. so it could be a 2-night miniseries event. And the stuff they added back in, most of it is really, really bad. I mean, there's some really bad shots. That's like, oh God, I'm really glad they cut this. Like, of buildings shaking and they look like they're made of rubber. They're just some really bad, some effect shots that didn't turn out. There's one thing in the TV cut of Superman that should have wound up in the theatrical cut and should have wound up in the expanded cut, but at the time they made the expanded cut, apparently it couldn't be located. And that is, there's a scene of Superman flying in front of a missile just to like sort of emphasize the fact that he can fly faster than these missiles he's chasing. But then because of their guidance system, it just whips around him. It's just programmed to dodge anything that gets in its way. And that was a scene that you know, years later the producers, even the producers were like, we should have left that in the theatrical cut. Why didn't we do it? And then it was thought that the scene was lost until they found a widescreen print of the TV cut. Which, by the way, if you ever pick up there is a Blu-ray of the TV cut. It's from Warner Archive. I think they got marked as extended edition or 3-hour or 3.5-hour extended edition. I don't know. It's a long version. The one thing to say about it is the audio for the opening and closing credits. The opening and closing. Oh, God. Brain is turning off already. The opening and closing credits, the music is botched. And I mean, this is classic John Williams music, and they botched it. Warner Brothers wanted to, for whatever reason, for the TV cuts, they thought, wouldn't it be cool if we put in an alternate take of the music? And in the process, they accidentally put the what should have been a closing theme for the opening and an opening for the closing, and then they tried to edit it and force it to fit the credits, and so you could just hear it speed up, slow down, cut in, cut out. It's a disaster, and they will not go back and fix it, which is unfortunate. They just figure, oh well, you don't like it, skip it. It's the opening to Superman. You don't skip it. It's long and it's beautiful, and the music, yeah, whatever. How long have I been yapping? Well, quite a while. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. One's in chat if you're ready for me to go on and get to the tier list. I think that's a sign. If anyone's even still here. The yapping happened. Oh no. Real quick, before I do that though, I do need to check one thing with my stream. I noticed something weird with oh, okay, I do have it right. Good. All right. I was afraid I'd put it as I was afraid I'd not put this as gaming. One's okay. You got it. Let's go to the where's the browsing room? I mean, they're all the same room. I've just got a different bit of the TV, the computer screen on. Okay. Door transition. Let me turn that down a little. Yeah, I'm putting the Bossa Nova music back. Well, maybe not. Maybe we'll go the 80s music. Let me see. Yeah, I'll go back to the 80s music. That's more fitting for Nintendo, I guess. Oh, man. Thank you, Luciano. Thank you. I think I've driven everyone away tonight. Oh, well. What can you do? All right, chat. So last time, and I'm going to post a full version of this online probably tonight even. Last time I just showed this little segment in a thing. This time I'm going to export it all in case anyone wants to take a look at it and post it on the YouTube and the Twitter. Man, if I can remember my words. Depending on how far we get. But last time, chat, we only made it through the letter C. I put Castlevania 3 as my first S tier title. 1 and 2 there. There are a lot of games in A tier because there are some good A tier. B tier and C tier and everything. Did I leave or did I finally move? Yeah, I moved Gilligan to C. I'm glad I did that. Were there any others I felt like I needed to move here? No, because I do think these are all pretty solid. Well, I keep debating on Dino Riki. I keep debating on Dino Riki. I keep debating on it. But it's better than 8 Eyes. Or maybe 8 Eyes I gave too high. No, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. Okay, so chat. Last time, for those of you still with us, last time we, let me change this just a okay. Yeah, last time we finished with the C's, and I don't know, the last one we did was Cybernoid. Cybernoid has good ratings on Moby Games. Speaking of which, let me open the Moby Games real quick. Ignore the fetish.com. That was for a poll. I always say that just because I don't want to get everyone thinking I'm icky. Ooh, Jersey Mike. Eustace? Okay, for the record, chat, I live in Florida. I don't even know where Eustace is. I've heard the name. So if you're thinking about tracking me down in Eustace, I don't know quite where it is. Thank you, Google. Thank you for, doxing my, or trying to dox me. All right, so we're starting with the D's. Starting with the D. Oh, no. That opened it for a joke, didn't it? No. Hydration break again. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate, chat. And we're starting with Darkwing Duck. Man, my throat is yicky. I'm going to open this up real quick. I got this ready here. The Moby Games. NES and Game Boy. Darkwing Duck, yeah, this is pretty 7.7. Darkwing Duck is it's a Capcom Disney game. It is a Capcom Disney game, and honestly, it's a Capcom Disney game that could have been it's practically a Mega Man. It plays like Mega Man in a lot of ways. You got a few different weapons to choose from. Going through the level, boss fights. You can hang from stuff a lot of times, like hooks, which is interesting. One of the weapons you can get also isn't a weapon. Well, it's a weapon, but it's also like a, there are arrows you can jump on. Let me see if there's a screenshot of those. No. Oh, and I forgot, you can block shots. Okay, that's not quite like Mega Man, because you can block shots, a lot of them, with your cape like that. It's like bulletproof. My complaint about this one is my complaint about a lot of these is it feels short. There are a lot of people who say this is a really difficult one. I don't think the difficulty on Darkwing Duck is... It was never super... It was never... Yeah, I never thought it was over the top. If I was going to complain anything else, I would have liked more secrets. Or like a good end versus a mediocre end. I don't remember there ever being anything like that. You pick your level and then yeah, I don't remember anything like that. Hello. Where'd it go? Oh. Man, it took my stuff out of, Oh, no. I don't want to... No. Hold on here. Ah! Tier King. Okay. There. Oh, boy. All right, I gotta turn this off for a second, chat. I screwed myself up. Just a moment. Where is it? Where's my capture? Turn that off. Okay. For some reason, it, okay. Update. Okay. Cancel. All right, click here to upload, show all fun. All right, there they are. Hold on. It took my stuff out of alphabetical order for some reason. I don't know what happened there. Like right before I was going to grab Darkwing. I'd like to keep doing these in alphabetical because it helps me keep, maybe I should have done it all numeric. I don't know. All right. Okay. Turning it back on and boom, there we are. All right. So Darkwing Duck chat. I think this is an A. I'd like to scroll up further. I think this is an A tier. Again, this is an A tier. It's right up there with Chippendale. In fact, I think it's better than Chippendale in some ways, but close enough. It's not S tier. It's right up there, though. Dash Galaxy and the Alien Asylum. For those of you who don't know Dash Galaxy, that was the first game I ever streamed, and I went back and did it for my anniversary, and it's not the best. It's not the best, you know? But it's one of these games that 4.8, yeah, it's not the best. Dash Galaxy is one of these games that I don't know, there's just some... I've got a weird nostalgia for this one. It's not a great game. You have these, this is basically the map screen, and you have to push blocks around, and these pipes lead to levels, and this is the elevator, and you're trying to get back to you're on this giant alien spaceship, which has all these different worlds, it seems, in it, which all look, you know, the same, and you're trying to find get back to your spaceship. And and then you've got these platforming stages, which are just, they're kind of mediocre. They are mediocre. It's just not it's not a good game, and yet I like it. It's not a good game, and yet I like it. I can't explain that. You know, it's one of those things. And this list is subjective, chat. So, because it's subjective, I'm putting this as a C. I'm putting Dash Galaxy as a C. Deadly Towers. So Deadly Towers. I'm going to open up the screenshots. I haven't played this a lot. I have never played Deadly Towers a lot. It's an older release from Broderbund. Part of their adventure series. It does not have game save or passwords that I know of. Oh, it's from Irem. I did not know it was an Irem game. Oh, wait. Licensed from Lennar. No, it's by Lennar. Well, no, it even says in the U.S. Okay, so Broderbund released it, but it was... Irem made this crap? Really? Huh. So it looks and feels, as you can see, you look at this and it screams RPG, doesn't it? Action RPG. And here's your gameplay screen. Screen. Starting the game. That's you. I guess that's something you blew up. Little creatures, bats and slimes. You throw knives and stuff at things. And you make your way through the towers. From what it's isometric also, which for an early game is kind of interesting, but hit detection on this one's pretty bad, chat. Hit detection on this one is pretty bad. I went on too many tangents earlier, didn't I? I'm really feeling that now, chat. I went on too many tangents earlier. Like more than usual. I just went, that was a very, very lucid YAAAP. No such thing as too many tangents. Bless you, Omegs. I appreciate it. I do feel like I went in too many different directions, though. I appreciate it, but I do really feel like I went a little bit too all over the place. I don't know. Everything just seemed like it was leading to another thing. Deadly Towers ain't great. There's nothing I could say to really defend this one. It's not an F, but it's a D. It's just not fun. It's just not... It's not the worst, but it's just not... Yeah. As long as it leads to more YAAAP, bless you, Omegs. I appreciate it. Ooh. We got an interesting one. We got one that Nintendo would never have allowed to be released. This is an unlicensed from a company that did not make many good games. But they have like one really good one to their credit. It's from HES, Home Entertainment Suppliers, and American Game Cartridges. And they don't even have a copy of one of the covers here, unfortunately. Well, there's the cartridge. This is Death Race, roughly inspired by the movie Death Race 2000. My copy's in better, cleaner shape than this one. You basically have your car, you soup it up. Able to outrun and outgun your helpless victims. The Kilroy earns its name with many bloodied front grills. You basically, the whole goal is it's capture the flag by offing civilians. Now, the cover art depicts it as zombies, but it is inspired by Death Race, so they are not zombies. They're just people. Let me get past that. Look, come on, show me some real screenshots. Show me some real screenshots. Okay. We just start. Rookie said traveling across America. So you're basically on just this. Yeah, these are the people. Visually, it's not great. So you got people, car. And eventually a helicopter will fly down to try to attack you and stop you. But the goal is capture the flag, get to the exit, take as many people as you can. Take down as many people as you can. Like there's a helicopter. And I've never gotten to this part. I guess this is a between level part where you're on the road. I've never really played that part. Oh no, it's just the status screen. I thought this was actually part of the game. No, that's just a status screen. Okay. Yeah, but there's the flag. So it's capture the flag while killing civilians. I mean, this is one of those games that if it had been licensed, I don't know what it would have turned into. It couldn't have even been called Death Race, probably. That said, is it any good? I wonder, what did they rate it on Moby Games? Or did they even? Where's the overview? NA critics, who are the critics here? Questicle, Ultimate NES Guide. Really? Ultimate NES Guide gave it 20. See, and I was thinking it's one of those things that it's awesome because it's neat. It's interesting. It's like, wow, they actually made a game like this on NES, even if it's not licensed, but that doesn't make it good. And I'm putting it D because I think it's boring. Hydration break again. I'm sorry, chat. Got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. Defender 2. Do y'all need screenshots of this? I'll open it anyway. Defender 2, aka Stargate. It's literally just the old Atari game. The Atari and Midway arcade game. Death Race was GTA before GTA. Yeah, on NES, except not stealing cars, but definitely mowing down everyone and everything. If you've never seen the original Death Race 2000 movie, I've never seen the remake with Jason Statham, but the original was David Carradine, and Sylvester Stallone has a small part because it was when he was first starting out. It's a dystopian future where the biggest sport in the United States is death race, where they basically it's just population control, and they score points based on how many people they kill. And there's even a scene in the original movie where the nursing home is like wheeling people out into the street just so that they can help their favorite racers get more points. It's an awful, awful concept. So the NES version of Defender does absolutely nothing to show off the NES hardware. Defender 2, excuse me. It's just Defender. It's the old Atari game Defender. Rescue the people being kidnapped by UFOs. And don't get killed. The end. I'm going to probably tick off Atari purists because I have never liked Defender. I have never, ever rescued GameSlop. Reskin of GameSlop. Yeah, and Defender. Welcome in, Sammy. Welcome in. Yeah, I guess we never changed. Yeah, Defender and Defender 2. In arcades even, there's no difference between them except the whole retitling of Stargate for some versions, because the only difference between Defender and Defender 2 is there are these little warp zones you can go into to warp across the map. The Stargates. Before Stargate was, a TV series. Well, welcome in, Sammy. Hope you are having a good Wednesday. Defender 2, I never liked Defender. I never liked it originally. I've got it on one of my Atari things. I've got it in some Midway collections. I've never enjoyed it. So it's not F tier, but to me it's D. Because it's Defender I was never a fan, number one, and number two, you put it on NES and I don't care. Atari 7800, I'd probably be more deferential. If this was Atari 7800, I'd probably be more deferential. I'd be saying, it's not showing off what the hardware can do, but, it's Atari. Atari's gonna Atari. But this was NES. No. There are some Atari arcade games that made it to NES that I do find interesting. Well, Dig Dug eventually. Well, that's coming up, Dig Dug 2. That wasn't ever on Atari, I don't think. I'll have to look that up. I don't know if it was. I've played Activision's Defender clone. Chopper Command via Activision Anthology. Really? Okay. I've never played Chopper Command. Oh, wait. I might have. Because I've got one of those Activision anthologies, but I don't remember it very well. I don't remember it. Was it a Defender clone? Good to know. Dig Dug's so good. Yeah, that's one where I wish I had the original. I'll talk about when we get to it. We'll get to it momentarily. I thought it was a fun little distraction. Yeah, that one I might enjoy more. For whatever reason, I've never liked Defender. Speaking of Defender of the Crown. So Defender of the Crown was an Amiga thing. I say an Amiga thing because that's where it kind of became popular. 86. It was on a lot of stuff. As you could see, it was on a lot of stuff, including a Game Boy Advance version. There were CD-ROM versions. 7.3, I think that's a bit pushing it. But Defender of the Crown on NES. It's somewhere, it doesn't have game save, I don't think. It's somewhere between like an RPG and a point and click. It's a point and click, somewhere in between, Sammy. Let me see if I can explain. So, it's sort of a strategy game. Okay, it's Cinemaware, and Cinemaware just like to throw everything into a blender. So it's part strategy game, part action game, a little bit of an RPG game, and some point-and-click controls. So it doesn't really know what it was. Cinemaware, they did... Gosh, what else did they do? They did one I've never played, Rocket Ranger, not to be confused with the Rocketeer. Gosh, what... I can't remember a lot of the things they did, but they were all... They always like to throw a bunch of styles into a blender and have them, like, be partially point-and-click. And for the Amiga audience, I guess they did pretty well. So yeah, you pick your, you choose your character from a list. A mix of genres sounds like a Rareware game. Oh yeah. Kinda, sorta, but this one, this a bit more clunky. This is a bit more clunky. So you choose your character and it'll say where they're weak and strong, jousting, swordplay, leadership. So it's like an RPG at this point. Feels like you're playing pirates. It's got some decent looking cutscene graphics for the time. Okay. There's what they're starting with, whatever. Then you have to make your pick. You could do tournaments or conquests. You could go raiding. Again, it feels like something that should have game save, and yet it doesn't. Buy army, because it's like a strategy game at that point, or pass. So, and then when you see pass, it's like it plays, you know, board game style. It's such a weird game. It's like the whole focus on it is just the cut. No passwords that I know of on the NES. I don't think so, no. Now, the PC version might have had game... The computer versions, like Amiga and whatnot, might have had game saving. And then jousting, which I could never get to... Or the tournament, jousting, and I could never do anything there. Okay, read map, whatever. Territory owned by... Okay. Yippee. Yeah, it's just almost all cutscenes. It's just almost all graphic. Nice castle. Let's capture it. Okay, so here's where you go capturing. This is where swordplay comes in, because now you got an action sequence and it's just like a fencing thing. The retreat, you flee like a cowardly cur, scattering pebbles in your wake as you scurry away from the enemy. Yeah. Oh. Hey, baby. How you doing? Hi, I'm Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Wait, what? So apparently you can rescue her, and I don't know, do you get married? I don't know. Because it starts adding her to the block, so maybe. Okay, yeah, you and your new bride. There we go, you could get married. How long's the game length? That's a good question. Let's look up how long to beat. Come on. Okay, Defender of the Crown. My guess is probably just a few hours. Also, it's quite good pixel art. Yeah, no, it looks good. There you go, 1986. Main story, 1.5 hours if you want to play through everything. And this is for the generic PC version and everything, so they probably lumped the NES in there. Main an extra 7 hours. So NES, let's just say 3 hours. 3 hours, I would say. There are remakes. Yeah, there's the Amiga CD. Oh, no, that's Defender of the Crown, too. Okay. The Legend Returns. Okay, so there's a modernized sequel that came out. 2007 also. Heroes Live Forever. All right, they tried to make it come back. I guess no. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it. I'm going to level with you. Again, this is subjective. I don't enjoy playing this game. I do not enjoy playing it. I've tried. I wanted to love Defender of the Crown. It was released, Konami published it, but I just can't stand playing it. I just find myself bored to tears. And I like a good RPG. Oh no, why are we getting nothing but bad ones now? Oh, here we go. Once upon a time, Lucasfilm made a very bad game. Hydration break if you gotta drink. Take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. So Lucas thought this was gonna be a thing. There's a television pilot that aired on I guess Fox back in the day in like the 90s. And no one cared. It was like a parody superhero thing, and no one cared. Let me back this up. Many argue similar with OG Wii, the NES is filled with lots of shovelware. Yeah, not to Atari levels, yeah, but yeah. I don't know if I'd consider it shovelware, Defender of the Crown, but there's definitely a lot of oof. There's plenty of oof, and it ain't all LJN. But in defense of like Defender of the Crown, you look at the rating here on Moby Games, and it had like a 7 point something. So it has an audience. There are people who love that game. It just ain't me. It just ain't me. Defender of the Crown, though, yeah. That time Lucasfilm made a bad game. So that's a superhero thing. I don't like this art. I just don't like the color palette. Newest Defender vows to meet mechanical menace. It's an action game, yeah, and it's one where you've got like multiple characters and you have to go around the city on a map screen, sort of. So you pick your player, Jet Headstrong. There's their how much I guess they got for their superpower and health. There's the I guess someone picked the dog, playing as a super dog. Wow. Yeah. And you go up and down the streets to the different places where the stuff is happening. Like here where the robots are attacking. It just doesn't look good even. For Lucasfilm, I expect things to look better, you know? Chapter 1, Crime in the Streets. Your goal, destroy all robots in the streets, collect interior items, destroy the blimp, and collect supercharger. Press start to play. Something else to mention about this one. I remember reading somewhere that it is bugged in that they accidentally put the level that they made a mistake where they accidentally put the level that was supposed to be chapter 1 as chapter 2 and chapter 2 as chapter 1, and as a result it starts off way too difficult. Oh, DLSS 5, one of these old games, then you can have it look better. I said last night, Omegs, DLSS 5, what it reminds me of is with these old games through emulators. Do you remember and chat, you might remember, if you do emulation, you probably have seen it. The filter called Super Eagle, which I don't know why anyone would use Super Eagle, but it was this filter to like round all the pixels to give everything a more round look so it wouldn't look blocky. That's what that DLSS 5 makes me think of. It makes me think of, it's modern day Super Eagle. What's DLSS 5? Sorry, I live under it. No, you're good. So DLSS 5, and you can look this up. It is a feature now that NVIDIA is integrating and pushing, and it's basically generative AI, dynamic lighting, something, generative AI for your games. So it'll take whatever game you're playing, a modern game more like, let's say, the new Resident Evil, and it will generative AI try to make it look even better. And the result is it makes it look like AI. It takes away whatever the look of the game was and just makes it look like AI. Yeah, and they're acting like it's, you know, ooh, this is amazing. And everyone else is like, wow, this is slop. And then you got some people out there who are clutching their pearls, and these are the ones I especially laugh at. You're making the characters look too beautiful. Well, now that's just stupid. It's an AI feature that comes with the NVIDIA graphics cards. Yeah, we're not going to give you any more RAM. We're not going to give you any more DRAM or VRAM because you know that's worth its weight in platinum. But we're going to give you this AI feature, and we're probably and no one. I'm just waiting for the day that you can't turn it off. But the problem is, too, it's half busted. I've seen some screenshots of people tried testing it with the Oblivion remaster, and it made characters look like they got like fish eyes now, looking to the left side and to the right. It just like can't handle the textures in Oblivion remaster, which is hilarious. But yeah, it's. Oh, excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. Or allergies, one of the two. I think it might be allergies because the way it's spring and the weather is going crazy. And I went for a walk today trying to clear my head. Not clear my head of the congestion of, you know, other stuff. But yeah, DLSS5, probably springtime allergies. Yeah, and the weather's been crazy where I'm at. It was 90 the other day, and last night it got down to like 16. It's just playing hell with me. Not that I left at 16 in my house. That would be stupid. Well, I mean, unless you don't have a choice, in which case, you know, Godspeed. What was I saying? Yeah, DLSS5. It isn't being met with much praise. Yeah, so, oh, and there's Jet Headstrong. Boy, I love this. Headstrong is really cool. He has a strong head. Yeah, isn't this great? Look at this. He's the same color as their background, so you can't even see him. LucasArts, why didn't you draw a black border around him? This game just does not look good, and I'm telling you firsthand, it does not play well. That's insane. This game does not play well. Lucas, and again, I'm stealing a quote because I remember I saw that with a review of this where it said that one time LucasArts made a bad game. Damn, he blends in the scenery. Yeah, how did they think it was a good idea with this color? I think the truth, in my opinion, Omegs, I think they already knew this was dead I think they already knew it was dead on arrival. I think they already knew the cartoon was going to be dead. And so they didn't care, and they were already committed, and they just had to finish it. The blending, yeah. Yeah. And I'm not a fan of LucasArts' Star Wars games on NES too, but better than this crap. Yeah, so there's the map screen. So you follow the map, you go to where the enemies are. And I guess you grocery shop. What did they give the overview here? 5.8, that is damn generous. That is damn generous. You know what? I'm putting in F. I'm putting it in F. To me, this is right there with Conan. I have tried playing this game. And I have tried to have fun. I have tried to convince myself, because it's Lucas, that maybe I'm doing it wrong, and I'm not doing it wrong. They did it wrong. So we still only have one S tier. I'd argue Freakazoid and the Tick are best super pure parodies. Oh, without a doubt. I don't know if their single episode of Defenders of Dynatron City came out before it was broadcast before or after the Tick. I don't know. I just know Lucas, they broadcast the one episode, and that was it. Oh, that's something I didn't mention today. Yo, so I don't know if any of y'all have been following the stuff with Disney since Iger stepped down. I guess today there was a shareholder meeting. Because I saw from one of the insiders of it, someone on Twitter the handle's Geeky Sparkle. She's part of the group Clownfish TV. I guess she was going over all the amendments and stuff that they were asking their shareholders to vote against and that they were voting against. And one of the amendments that had been proposed was for going forward Disney's entertainment to be politically neutral. And Disney themselves encouraged shareholders to vote no. And the shareholders voted no. The shareholders voted to politicize it more. That's, oh, good. That's just what you know, the actual viewers have wanted with Disney, was more of that. That was just reminding me because of LucasArts, Lucas and Disney, you know. Because I was remembering with that, I know that there was a, I don't know why, that just, yeah, makes no sense to me. None of the, every single one of the amendments, I don't remember what the other two were. There were 3 total. And all 3 of them, the board, I guess, encouraged shareholders to vote no, and they did. And all 3 of them, or at least a couple of them, should have been yeses. It shouldn't have been, there should have been no question on the yes of them. And apparently the whole, from what I saw, so much of the meeting was them just trying to talk about all the great things Iger did. And everything that they would say about him, it was all in the past. They were like going back to all the money that was made with Marvel and Pixar when they first started. Do these people hate money? Actually, Luciano? Okay, the shareholder... Here's my opinion on this, Luciano. I think most of the shareholders just are like average Joe, and they aren't paying attention. I think they are just... They see that the board recommends that they vote no, and they vote no, and they don't actually read it for themselves. That is my guess on that. As for Disney hating money, they're... I've seen some stuff over the years with Hollywood and in different trades, and especially like with news organizations too, where they've pretty much made it clear. They have actually said in some cases there has been like polling of which do you think is more important, making money or promoting your agenda, and they've said promoting the agenda. So the answer, Luciano, is yeah. They think it's more important to get whatever the message is out there than it is to be profitable. They don't know their own job, probably. Yeah, and shareholders, shareholders, they want to make money with their shares, but they just probably are blindly assuming that the board is looking out for their best interests. So the board obviously isn't going to recommend things that's going to cost them more. I don't understand it. To me, it's just willfully blind, willful ignorance. That's all I can guess. But on that subject, that just reminded me, though, because of Defenders of Dynatron City. I remember when Lucas made his... when Lucas sold Lucasfilm to... and all of it to Disney. And I didn't realize that Disney paid less for Lucasfilm than they did for Pixar and than they did for Marvel. I'm kind of shocked at that. I didn't realize that they paid the least for Lucasfilm. Because to me that was I thought that was more of a golden goose, but in my mind. But well, all of them were golden geese. They killed all the geese. They killed all the golden geese. But Disney with I was remembering Lucas when the deal was first made. Part of the deal was that they allowed him to make some animated movie that they were going to foot the bill for, and they were going to release it called Strange Magic. And I've still never seen it. I can't speak tonight. Man, I am really losing at this lately. These past few weeks, I'm losing my ability to English. But Strange Magic Disney like put that in theaters as a blip. They didn't even give it a shot, like no marketing, nothing. It was just in and out, and it felt like in a day or a week. And then when it finally came to home video, we were already in the era of put the English in the trash now. Seriously though, I feel like it. I'll read your the Disney IP Tron was once a contender to rival Star Wars. Yeah, and Disney, I mean, let me come back to that. But Strange Magic, they put it in the trash. They released it to theaters and like immediately pulled it. Didn't even give it a chance, no marketing. I don't know if it's good or not. It might be awful. But then came the home video, and Disney didn't even give it a Blu-ray. They put it direct to DVD. And this is like, again, we're well into Blu-ray era. We've been in Blu-ray era for 5 years or more by the time Disney bought Lucasfilm. And they put it out as a direct to DVD, really, just DVD. I feel like that was just a slap to George Lucas. I feel like that was trying to send a message, and I feel like it's a message he's never gotten, because he still is allowing them to. I know there's something in his NDA. I know he's got an NDA, and that's the thing too. Lucas never should have. When Lucas sold Star Wars, I mean, call me crazy, but if you're the person who's selling something like that, you do not agree to any NDA. He had to agreed to something, because either he agreed to it or he's just as crazy as the rest of them when it comes to everything that's been done to Star Wars. Let me back this up. Okay. I've never heard of this 2015 release. Is it any good? I have no idea, Sammy. I've never seen it. I've seen the DVD in the wild, but I've never seen the movie. The trailers I saw never looked appealing to me. So it might be a total dud, because Lucas, he wasn't exactly, batting 1,000 anymore at that point. But, yeah, I don't know anything about it. Still, it had the Lucas name attached, but it had the Lucas name attached to it. So with any decent marketing, it should have made money. Even if it was something where people said, well, it wasn't as good as Willow, it still should have made money. Back to the thing about Tron. Yeah, that, and that reminds me, because, once upon a time, before Disney used to buy their competition, Disney used to compete. So, like Star Wars, what did they do to compete with Star Wars? Well, before Tron, they did the Black Hole. 1979, the Black Hole was Disney's answer to Star Wars. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's got a fantastic music score, and it's got really good-looking visuals, and it's got some cool performances, but it is a mess, and the ending doesn't work because Disney got scared and cut a lot of the ending, because it had this like really deep, trippy 2001 style ending of like being in the Sistine Chapel and seeing and looking at the Michelangelo, the photo of Adam, of God touching Adam, and instead it was the robot reaching out to the scientist in the movie. It had a really trippy ending that they got scared by and they cut. I actually like Tron Legacy, never seen the OG movie. I love the OG movie. Okay, I love the OG movie. I like Tron Legacy. Where I feel Tron Legacy went wrong. Two things where I feel it went wrong. Of all things, even though it looks great, the look. You compare the look of it to the look of the original Tron, and they are so miles apart. They really should have done more to make it look like, not exactly like the original, obviously, but I think in terms of how bright the original was, because the original is really bright and really vibrant with the colors. I think they made a mistake not trying to get closer to that. like an update of the original look. And I do think they went wrong, even though I love the music by Daft Punk. I think they went wrong by not integrating any of the original musical sound of Tron, because the original movie, the soundtrack, the synthesizer soundtrack by Wendy Carlos, it's got some really memorable themes in there, and there's some themes that I would have liked to have heard Daft Punk play off of. OG Tron probably had more practical effects over all the CGI like in Legacy. Well, it had a ton of CG. Oh, it is tons of CG. The difference with it is the old school CGI was a lot more, there was a lot more color to it. And the way they did the characters, it's so interesting how they integrated the actors into that movie, because the original one, they shot all of the actors in like black and white and in costumes, the like digital world costumes, and they printed that out in black and white, and then they frame by frame added all of the colored lines into it. They went back and they basically rotoscope animated on top of live action. And it looks, the original Tron has a really distinct look. And if you want a good idea of what a something in between could have looked like, there's a video game that's on PC and it was on Xbox. It's called Tron 2.0. And honestly, I kind of like its story better than I like that of Legacy. I kind of wish they would have gone the direction of Tron 2.0. But visually, Tron 2.0, because they were making an Xbox game and a modern PC game out of Tron, it's got a good, it recaptures the look of the original Tron, but it still looks like modern CG. So if you look at that game and then picture Tron Legacy with that as a template, it's really, in my eyes, it's unfortunate they didn't do it, because yeah, the game, I think the look of the game really captured the look that I wanted from a Tron sequel, which was the modern CGI, but still with the color and the vibrancy. Sounds like painstaking editing. Oh, it was. But the results and effects must have been quite novel at the time. Yeah, the movie looked great, and sadly, it didn't get nominated for any Oscars. Didn't get nominated for any Oscars because the Academy Awards, which I can't stand the Academy Awards anymore anyway, but the Academy Awards determined that computer-generated CGI they thought was cheating. It's sort of like, I guess, what we talk about with AI now. They thought CG was it was animation, it was cheating, it wasn't really special effects. So because it had CGI, they wouldn't let it be recognized for special effects Oscar. Because CGI wasn't really a special effect. Man, how the tables do turn! Yeah, big oof for CGI editor. Yeah, especially back then, because then it was, it was a lot, frankly, it was probably a hell of a lot harder then. Even though there was less, it was probably a hell of a lot harder, and the time to render things out just to see if they were even right, probably, who knows how long it would take to just render out a couple of minutes. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. No, the original's worth your time, though. Oh, and one last complaint I have about Tron Legacy. There is one last complaint. And it's a complaint I had about Tron 2.0, the game, too. Not enough Tron. I mean, Tron is the name of a character. Tron isn't the name of a world, it's the name of a character. And so Tron Legacy, there's essentially no Tron. There's like a blink and you'll miss it moment with Tron. Other than, what Tron, I'm not going to go spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen it. I can't imagine at this point. But, I mean, except for what Tron became there's no real Tron. And even with the redemption of Tron, sort of, it's just kind of, you know, again, blink and you'll miss it. They did mention Tron was a hero player. Nope. Wasn't a hero, wasn't a player. Well, was a hero, but wasn't a player. Tron was that the one evil character that's like chasing them the whole time, that Rezer or Reznor or whatever it is, that was supposed to be Tron, that he'd been corrupted. Tron was the name of Tron was basically an antivirus program. Tron in the he was a program. Nope, you're fine. You're good. You're good. No, Tron, and that's, but this is the problem with them not even touching on it hardly at all. That's the problem with the movie, is there's no Tron in it. Tron was there were the two programs in it. There was Clue, which looked like Jeff Bridges, and then there was Tron, who looked like Bruce Boxleitner. And Tron was was like an antivirus, it was a security program. Yeah, he was the ultimate security program to protect the computers from anyone who would try to break in and steal files or anything like that. Yeah, that was Tron, and they just reduced it. He's in the title. He's in the title. That I think is probably my biggest. That might be my biggest issue, because Tron became synonymous with the world of it, and the characters sort of got forgotten, you know? But that said, I did enjoy Tron Legacy. I do. Yeah, reduced to a name drop and an Easter egg. And even in the in Tron 2.0, you never, I'll go ahead and spoil it. You never actually see, now Bruce Boxleitner is in the game. And in the Game Boy version, you get to play as Tron. You can. It's like a spin-off almost, because there's a Game Boy Advance version. But in the actual Tron 2.0 PC and Xbox game, Tron's not in it. You don't ever play as Tron. Tron is mentioned, and there's mentions about Tron disappearing and how we could use Tron, and sort of the buildup, I think, is that the character you're playing becomes sort of the new Tron, the Tron 2.0 is sort of what the buildup of it is. But yeah, even in the game, it's like Tron is just a name drop and an Easter egg, really, unless you're playing the Game Boy version. But yeah, and that's something I don't get. There's another thing I don't get. That said, I like Legacy, and I like 2.0. I think 2.0, I did a stream with it. It doesn't do good for streaming. It kind of got to a lot of me wandering around, but when I originally played it years ago, I loved that game. He's the freaking title character, devs. Yeah, I don't get it. What can you do? Man, that was a tangent. Okay, what were we? Oh, Defenders of Dynatron City. Yeah, that was why. Destiny of an Emperor. I'm pulling this one up. Destiny of an Emperor from Capcom is an RPG that it is a JRPG. It's a JRPG that also plays sort of like a strategy, like a battle strategy game. The more tangents, the better. Worry not. We love nerd. Oh, thank you. I try. Destiny of an Emperor. It's a combination like JRPG and strategy tactics. It's set in ancient China. Instead of HP, your HP is the size of your armies. So instead of like healing yourself, you buy more armies. And when you get into battles, it's your army versus another character's army. Novel idea. I like it. The problem with this game, I never got very far in it when I've played it. And the problem I ran into, the battles go on forever. and ever and ever. It's not even showing a battle so far on the thing. I mean, visually it's fine. It looks like any other this looks like any other NES RPG. You could have slapped the name Dragon Warrior on this and tried to convince people it was a sequel, you know? Or Final Fantasy. Oh, just like classic colonial battles with the British? I guess so, yeah. When you put it that way, yeah. War of Attrition. Sounds like the best Saturn game ever. Really? Really? Are you thinking about a specific one or not? Oh, yeah. Hail Lord British. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I've been playing too much Ultima. Gotcha. I've never played them. Yeah. So there you go. As you can see, there's your meter. Instead of HP, you got numbers for soldiers. But these battles just don't end. Is there a specific one you're thinking of, Luciano? Dragon Force. Oh, is it long like that? Oh, wow. Okay, I've never I might look that up real quick. In fact, I don't know if I even beat one of the darn battles ever. It just took forever. I finally got to a point where it's like, I got to do my homework. At the time, both armies took turns. Yep. Yeah. Turn-based combat IRL. No, I remember that now. Thank you for reminding me. I remember that now, Sammy. Oh, I guess that's the Japanese title screen. Okay. Let me Dragon Force. Let me pull that up. I got a feeling that that top where it says 3 letters is gonna wind up being the truth. Okay, a 96. Okay, 8.4. Wow. Ooh, oh, this looks nice. Not long, but having the armies fight each other. Gotcha. This looks nice. Check the price. Oh, no. I don't know if I can open eBay on this safely. Let me see. eBay. I'm going to a different browser because I don't want to dox myself by... check the price of Dragon Warrior's not much. This Dragon Force, let me see. Sega Saturn. Oh, there's a sequel too. Okay. Yeah, that's expensive. You talk about war battles. Reminded me of a hidden gem called Battalion Wars on game. Is that good, Omegs? Because I've got it. I've never played it in my life. I have never even popped it in to see if it works. I've had it forever, but it said it was real time, so I never touched it. It said it was real time, and I thought, well, I probably will suck at this, so I never. Okay, well, we'll try it on stream someday then, Omegs, because I've never touched the darn thing. Okay, this is pricey. This is pricey. Dragon Force. Well, how much is Destiny of an Emperor? On NES. That's how good the game is, yeah. Destiny of an Emperor you could get pretty cheap. You could get it around the 40, 50 bucks range. I remember, though, chat, I remember when I would never, wherever I lived, I never saw this, like, in the wild. I've always considered myself lucky to have it, because when I was a little Madamus, and game stores, even though they were saturated with old NES games at that point, you know, trying to get rid of them, we weren't in the area we are now, I would never see Destiny of an Emperor. All right. Destiny of an Emperor. North American Saturn releases have been pricey due to limited prints. Yeah, Saturn in North America sold very poorly, yep, and barely had any releases, and that's too bad. That's too bad. I mean, I know not everything on there was gold, and I've heard the Castlevania Symphony of the Night had some technical weaknesses. I'm putting Destiny of an Emperor in B category. It's not A tier for me because it's just too, but it's good. Hydration break. My throat is really messed. I'm sorry. I say that every stream anymore, but it's true. Maybe it's dust too, because I do have a dust problem here. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or hydrate. Oh boy, we gotta do a Christmas game now. Die Hard for NES from Activision. Okay. So the thing about Die Hard on NES, it's kind of hard to come by. It's a pricey game. It is one of the few stealth games there is. This is a stealth, like, survival game. It is a stealth Bruce Willis looks kind of weird there. I've seen Die Hard, fully, never seen, just bits of scenes. Looks awesome though. It's a great movie. As for the game, it's a top-down survival stealth game. You start on the 32nd floor. You've never seen, yeah, gotcha. I figured out what you meant. Gotcha. Yeah, so it's the first terrorist. And you're trying to beat them unlocking everything. Looks similar to Hotline in Miami. So here's the thing about this game, Omegs. It's from what I played of it, it was very difficult. And I suck at, like, stealth survival games. I really do. They're just not my thing. But the thing about this is, apparently it's kind of bugged in a way that makes it easy. I've seen speed runs of this where people can beat the game even though you're supposed to be waiting. You're supposed to be waiting for them to do all this unlocking and surviving the whole time. I've seen speed runs where people beat the whole game in like 5 minutes. There's a big exploit. Apparently, all you gotta do is just keep going up and down the stairs, and it eats up like 20 minutes at a time or something. So you just keep going up and down the stairs like 5 times, then go to like the roof, then go back down, then go to this roof. Yeah, it's a game that's supposed to take hours, and it doesn't, and it takes minutes. That said, I'm just not a big fan of it. I'm just not even with the exploit. It's no playtesting. No, not this time. They never expected it. They probably just never expected. Yeah. Playtesting then isn't what it is today, I guess. Well, yeah. Case in point, Bill and Ted's Excellent Video Game Adventure, which is in F category because it's broken. It's a broken game. Nintendo Power admitted it was a broken game and still wouldn't give it an F because they'd basically been paid to review it, is sort of the way my over-under. I don't like Die Hard. And since this is subjective, chat, I'm putting it in the D's. D for Die Hard! Yeah, it looks like Hotline Miami. Which is something I've seen some streams of. I've never played it. Okay, Dig Dug. So, the original Dig Dug is on NES, but it is only on, in Japan. It is only on the Japanese, Famicom. But we did get Dig Dug 2 on the NES. And apparently in arcades? Or is it this version? I didn't think there was an arcade version. Is there? Yeah, there is. Okay, I did not know that. So Dig Dug 2 is interesting, chat. Dig Dug 2 on NES, which was released through Bandai. It was Namco, but it was released through Bandai. Instead of being underground, you're on top of these islands. And you're basically chopping away parts of the island. You can make parts of the island sink. Just like sort of like making the rocks fall in the original Dig Dug. But instead you're breaking away these islands. So it is a different game, Trouble in Paradise. I mean, kudos to Namco. kudos to Namco on this because they did try to freshen it up. They didn't make Dig Dug 2 and say, you know, let's just add a new ability and you know, reskin it. Dig Dug 2's fun. Yeah, it's quite creative. I don't care what people the rating on it wasn't that great. Fine. Okay, it's not as good as the original Dig Dug. Fine. Yeah, I get that. 6.3, okay. 58.9% with critics, I disagree. I enjoyed this one. Not a lot, but I enjoyed it enough where I'm going to put Dig Dug 2 in. I'm going to put it C, just because since it's a casual arcade game, it's not one that I go back to a lot, but I like it. Unlike Defender 2, I like Dig Dug 2. But not enough to put it up here. I don't think. I gotta think about this. I'm looking at what's in C, and is it... No, I agree. It's about... it. I like it as well as I probably like Addams Family, so I'll use that as the barometer. Yeah. Digger T-Rock. Man, now I'm going on ones that people love and I'm not a fan of. That's sort of where we're at. Man, we're not even partway through the D's, chat. We're barely through any D's. Digger T-Rock. Legend of the Lost City. So Digger T-Rock is one of those games you see the artwork and I just immediately assume, yay, happy Super Mario type game. So Digger T-Rock, real lack of D's. Oh gosh. Okay, it's rare. It's a rareware. Digger T-Rock is kind of like a, imagine, if you will, a Pitfall clone, where you had to get sort of a specific treasure out of each level and make your escape with a timer. There is a timer, as far as I remember, to find the treasure, and then once you get the treasure, the door starts closing and you gotta hurry to get out of there, which I hate. I hate stuff like that. It's a good-looking game overall, because it's rare. Of course it looks good. It's very cutesy. You use your shovel to... You use your shovel to hit enemies and to dig. Sounds frantic. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the door. That's the countdown right there. So once you grab a treasure... And also it makes me claustrophobic. Even though it's a game like this, the crawling and going through the holes like that, it makes me a bit claustrophobic. But it was so fun in Indiana Jones. But I know. Yeah, they did in Indiana Jones. Oh, it's so fun. Let's put it in all our video games. No, it's not fun. Real life is not fun. Well, I mean, it's a video game, so it's not real life. But you know what I mean. Yeah, see, look at the door closing. And it counts down. It counts down and you gotta get squeezed through the door before it shuts. Well, that looks like a bonus level. Collect stuff without boulders falling. This is a game a lot of people love, I think. What's the overview say? 6.6. This is one a lot of people love, and I just don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. I do not enjoy it. I do not. I do not. Madamus does not enjoy. He does not do the enjoy. Does he enjoy it enough to put it up there? Not really. I'm putting it as a D. I just don't like it. There was a time, even when I was younger, and I was kind of thinking about, you know, trading it, but it was never worth enough to trade. Oh, and now we got another one that I wanted to be great. We got another one that falls into the I wish it was great. It's your list. Put it where you want. I know. I know. It still feels weird, though. Dirty Harry. which I'm still amazed. Okay, before we even get into this, I am amazed this game is on Nintendo and that it is licensed. And the reason that I am amazed is because not only were the Dirty Harry movies violent, this game has a lot of gunplay. This honestly is a violent game. And it feels even more violent being a cop shooting a bunch of drug addicts and thugs. But it's also just not good. And that artwork, okay, the Dirty Harry artwork, that is from the 4th movie, Sudden Impact, which is a great poster. I mean, it's such a simple poster, but it was a great poster. Wow, they made games based on every property from the A's. Yeah, this was Mindscape. This is one of those I'm surprised. I'm surprised there was ever a Dirty Harry game. Of all the games, RoboCop doesn't surprise me, but Dirty Harry is one of those that kind of surprises me. I do love that poster. Sudden Impact is a weird movie, though. You've got to ask yourself one question. Do you feel lucky? I'm trying to remember if it's... I know this has some... Yeah, it does have some voice effects. The opening screen, I think when you press start, it does play, "Go ahead, make my day," which also came from Sudden Impact. It is a solid movie poster, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's the best of the Dirty Harry posters. Because it's just the most simple and the most memorable. Just that broken glass. But it's a weird movie. It has to do with like a revenge killer, a woman out for revenge because she and her sister were raped, and now they're offing everyone who was responsible. Understandable. It's a good movie, but it's the more icky one. You know, it's the one that feels really like ooh, something, because that type of subject matter is always ooh. So this is like a Dirty Harry versus the war on drugs thing. And it does have passwords. Not that I've ever needed them, because I don't get that far. Apparently you got a bunch of stuff. I never got far enough to use a bazooka. Well then. So you're running around. Basically, from what I remember, you're basically just offing criminals and looking for drugs. Which again, isn't that the plot of GTA? If we're gonna circle back to GTA, isn't that the plot? Just offing fellow thugs and looking for drugs. Only 3 levels. Hopefully they're lengthy levels. Are there only 3? They were pretty lengthy because you got to go. It's a big map. You go up and down streets, not just left and right, and through buildings and underground areas, sewers. It looks like firing diagonally up. Oh, did it say that on the password screen? I didn't even notice that. Yeah, it isn't the best looking game. The controls on this game, from what I remember, were really awkward. Captured by a net and being used for batting practice. Yeah, see, even stuff like that is pretty... When you think about that, this is a pretty darn violent game. The criminals throw a net over you and then start beating you with a baseball bat. I mean, that goes beyond, just getting the bat as a weapon and swinging it. And again, yeah. Down in the sewer, electrical wiring, NES violence. Yeah, I don't know how they got away with this on NES. And you got to go through the buildings, taking a beating inside a building. Yeah, you just keep getting beat up. Snakes. Okay, I don't know why there's snakes. That's just bizarre. Lasers scanning the floor. Well, that seems odd too. Coke machine. This guy looks like he would be trouble, but leaves you alone. Okay, so they got a pimp flipping a coin. Press AB to continue to select. It's not a good game. It's just not a good game. It's one of these ones I want to be. The only reason I'm not going to give it an F. Where's the thing? There it is. I'm not going to give it an F, chat, but I am going to give it a D. It's like most of these Mindscape games that you're going to see. It's getting a D, but it's and I'm giving it that just because there are a lot of layers to it. There are a ton of layers to it with all the going through buildings and searching for stuff. There's a lot to it, probably too much. It lacks the simplicity it needed. It was the game to frustrate dads that were dirty hairy fans. Yeah, because it'd be frustrating enough probably for a pro gamer, I would think. Oh, here's an interesting one. Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, or as I had it titled, Disney Adventures in the Magic Kingdom. Going back to Disney. I did a stream of this one, chat, and this was after my channel was first growing, but I don't think I had a single viewer. I beat it on stream, and I don't think I had a single viewer. What could you do? It was shortly after I started, but it wasn't like immediately after I started. So Disney Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, it gives us 6.0. This is the game that could have been a contender. No, you don't need to apologize for that. Man, that's normal for people. Heck, that's not me complaining. That's just me pointing it out. That's normal. There's a lot of lean times. Adventures in the Magic Kingdom is a game that could have been a contender. Let me tell you about this game, and I'll tell you what it could have been great. It's Capcom, so you'd think it'd be great. Problems are, it should have been a lot longer, and it should have had game save. It is too rushed for what it is. The over-under of the game is you enter your name. You're always a male character. I wish they would have given a female option. Mickey cannot get the parade going because he's missing his 6 silver keys. So the goal is you are Mickey's best friend, Bamboo 7 or something like that. Some adventurer wearing not quite an Indiana Jones cap, more like something out of Australia or something. Who doesn't want to sample? We have Disney World at home. This could have been great though. It really, yeah, but it's such a great idea because the 6 keys are missing. So you're Mickey's friend and you got to go through the park and find them. And that means you're playing a bunch of different games looking for them. That's your character. There is a train ride game where you've got to get to the right exit in order to find the key. The Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. There is a Haunted Mansion, which is a platformer level to get a key. Based on the attractions. Yep. There is the Pirates of the Caribbean, which is another platformer where you've got to get to the end and you've got to rescue all the women and light a flare. And again, this is Johnny Depp. Space Mountain. You have to fly to the planet where the key is, and it's like a flash game or a QuickTime event game. You just follow the directions that are being given to you, like with that. Just press the button A, B, left, right, things like that until you get to the end. There is Autotopia, which is a racing game. You're supposed to race Pete to the end, and it's kind of a really pedestrian racer. And then, welcome to Disneyland, or is it Disney World? Yeah, they never really specify. And then there's a trivia game to get one of them. You have to go around and you're basically chasing a dog that's running away that has the key. And people ask you trivia questions. Welcome in, Anami. Welcome in. Hope you have a nice day as well. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. We're just doing our NES tier list, and I'm taking too much time explaining all my reasoning. But welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Let me take another hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. So. Uh-oh, what's that face, Luciano? I don't know what that face is! So yeah, you follow the trail to the trivia questions. Yeah, Matterhorn, choices on the Matterhorn Railroad. Never forget the hydration if you talk a lot. Yeah, and unfortunately, this is a YAAAP stream, so... Well, not unfortunately, but a lot of YAAAP. Yep. Let me try that again. No, you're good. You're good. Autotopia again. So the thing about this chat is, it's pretty easy. If you're a little kid, it's more difficult. When I was a little Madamus, I could never beat this thing. Now, an hour. Beat it in an hour. The racing game is very pedestrian. The railway thing, there's not much to it. The trivia is easy enough. The Space Mountain, you just look at the top and follow the directions. The platformers are just one level apiece, pretty much. Maybe multiple floors, multiple screens, but just one level. If this would have been expanded to cover even more Disney rides, if it would have had longer levels, like the Haunted Mansion taking up much more and Pirates of the Caribbean taking up much more. Because, like, Haunted Mansion does have a boss fight. But Pirates does not. If this game would have been longer and had more attractions and game save, this might have been the Disney game until you got to Kingdom Hearts. This game is the idea is so special. Is this available in the Capcom Disney Afternoon compilation? Nope. This one is left out because it wasn't a cartoon series, so it's not in there. The others, both the Chip and Dales are in there. Tailspin is in there. Both the DuckTales are in there, and Darkwing Duck is in there. This one is not, and neither is Capcom's Little Mermaid. Yep. That said, it's not a good game. It is too easy. The closing, the ending cutscene kind of feels like a waste. This is more of a game of what could have been. This is one of those games you look at and you think, wow, this is such a cool idea, if only. That's Adventures in the Magic Kingdom. It just feels rushed, and it's an if-only title. So, it doesn't go F. I'm putting it... I'm going to be generous to it, and I'm going to put it in a B. The truth is, it probably belongs in a C, but I'm putting it in a B because I do think the potential's there. And it is fun. It is mostly fun. Some of it isn't. The Pirates of the Caribbean level can be really annoying. But yeah. Great idea, poorly executed, feels rushed. Yeah. Feels rushed, feels like it didn't have the budget. I don't know. Like I said, it could have been the contender. It could have been. This is a game that the idea is so good. Great idea on paper. Yeah, this is a game that the idea, in my opinion, is so good, it should be S tier. If it was longer and had more to it, it would be probably, it could be one we'd talk about in the same breath as Super Mario 3. But there you go. I'm going to do these two out of order so that I keep them in order. First, Donkey Kong Classics. I'm not going to pull up screenshots of this. This is the NES versions of Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. on a single cartridge. Donkey Kong Jr., it's the complete arcade game. Donkey Kong is missing one level. Donkey Kong on NES has always been missing the Pie Factory level. The only version of the Donkey Kong arcade version at this point that had it was on an Atari system. The Atari XEGS/Atari 800 version has the Pie Factory level. Otherwise, it's a great game. But at the end of the day, it is just Donkey Kong. It's just Donkey Kong. It's a great game, but is it a game you're going to be going back to over and over again, other than to blow a few minutes of, hey, check this out? Guess there's no card space. Oh, there was plenty of space, Sammy. And there was plenty of space for them to add in that missing level. Nintendo just didn't do it. I think Nintendo didn't do it because of... Thank you for the hydration reminder, too, Twin Opinion. I'm going to take another hydration break, because I am dry right now. I'm going to be doing that a lot. There was definitely enough space. Nintendo just chose not to do it. If I had to guess, Sammy, I will pull it up for this reason. If I had to guess, I would say the reason they did not put Donkey Kong 3 on it is because they wanted to market it as a Mario pack. They wanted to market it as the Mario connection. And Donkey Kong 3 does not have Mario. Donkey Kong 3 is where you play as Stanley the Bugman. So here is Donkey Kong 3, and I put it right the same place. It's in C. It's fine. It's good. But is it the type of thing you're really going... Are you really going to choose to play... Ask yourself, are you going to play Donkey Kong before you pop in... before you play 1943 or Battletoads? Maybe. But then you're probably going to switch. Yeah. Double Dragon. Okay, this is when I get kind of mean. I do really like Double Dragon on NES. Okay, but yeah, arcade Donkey Kong was a shift in genre. Yeah, and moving Mario out of it just feels weird, but fine. Stanley did not take off as a character. This is not the right one, is it? Oh, NES, they do list it. It shouldn't be. So the NES version... Oh, that's Commodore. Oh, shit. The NES version of Double Dragon has limitations, and it has differences. To me, it should be a different game. If you've never played it, it's a brawler. But the thing about Double Dragon on NES, in arcades, it was 2 players simultaneous. On the NES, because of the sprite limitations, at least at the time, it is single player. It's 2-player alternating. I played NES Double Dragon 1 for the first time on Nintendo Switch Online. Nice. It's an interesting switch. The thing about it is the thing that's interesting is the NES version adds RPG elements. You gradually level up. You earn points and you level up and you get new skills like headbutts and being able to back elbow and things like that you don't have at the beginning. In the arcade version, you have all your skills at the beginning, and it is 2 players simultaneous. So it's a very different game. It's fine, it's good. The music is great. I know there's like a platforming more level in it too that I absolutely hate. Let me find the screenshot of that. Not this part. This one's fine. Actually, this part's even easier. You don't even have to fight this guy. Just so you know, if you ever play this game, chat, you don't even have to fight it. The moment he comes out the door, just go back down the ladder and run away. RPG leveling must have borrowed from River City Ransom, same dev too. Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, one borrowed... I don't know which borrowed from whom, but yeah. It's almost like... I feel like they did that because they felt like the NES one needed something else to it just because of... maybe because of the... maybe because it wasn't 2 players simultaneous. I don't know. But it does have a 2-player 1 versus 1 mode. Oh, excuse me. 1 versus 1 mode. So it's got a one-on-one fighting mode, and the character sprites are completely different. It's like a completely different game. It doesn't look the same at all. The character sprites are bigger, the detailing's better. It's kind of odd. But you can only play as the same character when you do it too. Yeah, you can't throw until... Yeah, the hearts are the new levels. I hate fighting the Bobos. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's as good as people say. Am I B level or a C level? Am I B or C with this? Everything is bigger and better in Texas. Welcome in, Daylin. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good night, a good day, or have had a good day, and whatnot. Welcome in, man. I don't know. My brain's not working. I will take your word on that on the Texas thing. I know that's the slogan. I know that's the slogan. I don't know whether I should do B or C. No, I'm going B, because I would not feel comfortable putting it C if I put Bad Dudes in C. Because Bad Dudes, I already feel like I should have done D. Double Dragon 2, let me just pull up the screenshots real quick. Double Dragon 2 on NES is pretty darn arcade accurate, except that they changed the opening cutscene because of the violence. Because in the arcade game of Double Dragon 2, your girlfriend gets shot right at the beginning. They cut that out. I can tell you what's not bigger in Texas. Prices, because California. Fair enough. No doubt. No doubt, Daylin. No doubt. So Double Dragon 2, the thing about it is the NES version is not listed here. Okay. It's not listed here. Oh, there it is. The NES version, a lot of people do seem to think is better than the arcade version. It seems like, to me, it's the same game, except different music. I guess there are some other changes to it. But I don't understand why it's considered a different game, but Double Dragon, the first one, isn't. Some U.S. states have higher taxes, thus higher prices. Oh, no, we know. Yeah, yep, that's the truth, Sammy. Yep. California is their king. The GF got the booster for the big C, and they censored it. No! So the NES version of this, I think, is this with Jimmy and Bimmy? No, this isn't Jimmy and Bimmy yet, is it? Was that the other one? Was that the third? That must be the third one, is Jimmy and Bimmy. One of them, they screwed up the character names, and so we've got, yeah, Jimmy and Bimmy. So the thing about the game is the control. Oh my gosh! Hiraki, thank you for the gifted membership! Welcome in, Hiraki! By the way, chat, if you have not given Hiraki a subscribe, be sure to do so. If LibraryBot doesn't tag you, let me do it. But welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are having a good night. Let me go ahead and moan for Dead Man! Ooh, woo! I don't know how that last part's supposed to be pronounced, but welcome in, Hiraki. Ah, there we go. Gifting back because my own membership didn't go through since my card details changed. Hey, no worries. No worries. Yeah, I saw you got hit with the gift the other day. Congratulations. There, LibraryBot beat me to it. Be sure, chat, to give Tatsuhiko Hiraki a subscribe, a follow, all your money, etc. Also, I can't make it by your birthday stream, so I'm popping. Hey, no worries. Thank you. Happy early birthday. Thank you so much, Hiraki. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, Hiraki. It's good to see you. This is just a boring YAAAP stream today, but thank you so much for stopping by, and thank you for the gifted membership. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, chat, be sure to check out her channel. She does a lot of cool stuff. She's lately been doing a lot of morning chats and doing a news headline experiment asking people to submit news to her via Twitter with using her specific hashtag, as long as it's stuff that's appropriate, not political or anything like that. So be sure to check that out too. Gonna be even more ancient soon. No, I don't want. In all seriousness, Hiriki, streaming is the one thing that does help me be happy during birthdays. The truth is, I'm one of those people who IRL used to get really like depressed with birthdays. I just like, it's like, oh gosh, and it's not necessarily about aging so much as it's one more year where I feel I haven't accomplished things I've wanted to. If that makes any sense. I think it makes sense. Hiriki, the B-Day cake is in the fridge. Not the cake! I shall steal the cake first. Oh dear. I don't even have a cake yet. Don't worry. This your B-Day is going to be full of fun for you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Hiriki. Yeah, it's been good so far. This has been sort of an interesting week, but it's been good. It's been good, and I've got high hopes for the next few days. So even though the streams I'm doing are pretty basic, I'm not really doing anything special. At least I don't think so. But it's been good. So thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. What do we got up here? Time is our greatest enemy. Ain't that the truth? That's one thing. There's a TV show. If you're fans of Doctor Who, there's this show called Sapphire and Steel. And one thing I loved about it, that web ad. Oh, did a web ad pop up? Oh, boy. Don't tell me it's a hymns. Don't tell me it's a hymns. Oh, was it on my screen? I didn't even see what it was. I just automatically closed it. Oh, yeah, they keep popping up on here right and left. Oh, it's driving me crazy. Oh, but Sapphire and Steel chat, it depicts time as being like an insidious creature that's trying to break into our world. I've never seen something like that. It was on screen for a bit. I'll have to roll the thing back and see what it was. What were they doing to me this time? Okay, where is it? Wait, that's not it. Live? Okay. Okay, what ad is it? I can't get this. I can't even find it now. I don't know. Whatever. Cookie cakes, those are great. Ooh, I haven't had a cookie cake in a long, long time. One day I'll borrow your model for dumb dances, maybe. Nice. Hey, I legit don't know how to. I need to set that up with a different program because VC Face, it won't let me do any dances or anything with my models. That was one of the things. I'd see so many people with their models have the pre-programmed dances into them, you know, because they weren't actually doing body tracking. And then I look at my VC Face and it's like, oh, well, I can move my head. Well, it's like 1 or 2 chocolate chips thick. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. Hey, that sounds good. That sounds good. Mammoth, before I forget, I got one of those giant cookies at the store today. Nice, Dalen. I use MMD. Like I'm so old school, bro. I'm gonna look. You know what? I'm gonna write that down and give it a look later. There are several pieces of software I've been meaning to check out lately. So I'll add that to the list. That's one. Another one is there's an alternative. Someone else who comes in here a bit, Lauren Delaval keeps suggesting to me something called Meld Studio, which I guess Miku Miku Dance. Is that what it stands for? Okay. Oh dear, Miku. Nice. Miku still look great though. Yeah. I'll check that out. There's a program called Meld Studio, which is like OBS that I keep hearing about. And then now I guess there is a version of the painting program GIMP. And the version of GIMP, there's a fork of GIMP which makes it run like Photoshop. Because it just popped up on my Twitter today, so I need to check that out too. Because I'd love to have an update to Photoshop without getting another Photoshop. I used Miku Miku Dance for my 3D debut. Did you? Okay, is that what you used? Okay, nice. I do want to use Warudo, but the tracking is so off and I'm lazy to configure. I'll tell you, Warudo, one of the reasons I never used it, I was reading their licensing And there is something in the licensing which says you're not supposed to use the free version if you're doing it for anything monetized. I saw something in their TOSs, and I think everyone on the planet ignores it. Unless I'm mistaken, unless I'm just imagining this, I would swear that I saw something in there. Yeah, so my thought was, you know, do I want to... Because I know I'd be the one who gets caught. That's the way I always feel. Everyone else out there can, you know, emulate everything and steal everything, and I'll be the single one who gets the cease and desist. GIMP and Blender reminds me of my old Linux installations. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Linux is a-growing. Linux is definitely growing at the moment. Yeah, I need to try the new GIMP. But I'll try if I can speak. I'll check out Miku Dance. I wouldn't mind giving that a shot and just see. If nothing else, I'd like to see how bad my model clips. Because I'll tell you, this model, this one, I don't know about my other model, which was done by Fumi Kokia. She's tweaking some stuff on it that I spotted later on. I waited too long to get back with her. But this model, I can tell you, when I go and just try to make thumbnails, it clips in awful ways. I think it's only like monetization as an actual commercial. Really? Okay. Then that's better. All right. Actual commercials, I don't know. I like the effects of Warudu. Yeah, ditto. But the traffing F's up a lot for me using webcam in a small room. I can imagine, and probably for me as well, because even with VC Face, I have enough problems with the tracking here. Like my eyebrows, I have such... It is so bad at tracking my eyebrows. Blinks, it's fine. Mouth is sort of a combination, because I've got it set up for audio sync also. But, yeah, eyebrows, it doesn't. And my eyebrows are not, I mean, they're not super dark, but they're not, you know, like, super thin either. Sorry to make you sidetrack. No, it's no worry. But will you ever plan an alternate outfit? So I've got another, I need to do another, that's a good idea. I've thought about alternate outfits. I've kind of been waiting until I eventually do a live 2D model. Always need more tangents. Indeed. I've kind of been waiting on other outfits until I do the 2D, but maybe. I know I kind of do have an alternate outfit because I do have an alternate model. Fumi Kokia, I commissioned her a while back for a redo, a revamp of my model, but it's got and it does have like it does have a different version of the outfit. Alt on 3D is great too. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Daylin. Okay, the only alt I have, where is it? And I don't even have the original V-Roid. I screwed it up, so I can't even, like, make changes. I was trying to make a He-Man Prince Adam chibi for a specific, for karaoke, for a cover I never did. Okay, he's giant. Okay, yeah, he's giant, and I can't zoom him out. Ah, he's huge! Okay, come on. Yeah. That's the only one. That's the only one I got that's the only alternate I got. I have the power! Yeah, because I was gonna do that. I cannot say hey, yay, yay. I wanted to do a cover of the meme song, but I never did. Let me switch it back. Let me switch it back. I gotta get off this one. He always looks sad, too. I gave this one, like, a sad look. A depressed face built in. Yeah. That's the only one. Who the heck are you? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. But that's a good idea here, Key. Seriously, you are right. I should look into getting commissioning or something, some other outfits for this, because it is sort of like I'm wearing the same set of clothes every day and I'm never washing them, and you know, 2 years later they probably need to be washed. That isn't me, IRL, I swear to God. Let me back this up. What I miss. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh boy. Alto 3D, OMG, Princely Madness, cringe. Yeah, that one. Oh man. You should totally great short. You should totally watch it again if you already have. Which short? Which short? Oh, the actual the actual one? Yeah. Oh, I've watched it a few times. Let me back this. You look like, oh boy, you look like those people who have a wardrobe of the same set of clothes for you. Yeah, and I hate to admit it, Hiraki, but I feel like that's what I've become these past few years. It's not like I've given up on life, but it is sort of like I keep cycling through just solid t-shirts and jeans so much. And I really do need to expand my own wardrobe. So maybe that's something else I need to do for my birthday. Is work on wardrobe. Madamus is, what was that? Madamus is stinky, confirmed. I'm not stinky. Hey. Oh yeah, I've watched it. Oh yeah, Daylin. Many a time, many VTuber arguably use the same model long time. Rarely use an no, but I do see a lot of alternate outfits. Hiraki is right about that. I do see a lot of people with alternate outfits, so I should try to get some new outfits for this thing, and for the new one, and eventually for the live 2D. Welcome in, Judd. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good night. Be right back. Okay, that was quick. Oh, geez, the GAT. Yeah, 3D V-Droid models are easier to make alts. Really? Which is why I suggested 2D is expensive, so I wasn't hinting on that. No worries. Really, because, see, I had the hardest time, at least for me, even designing this awful-looking outfit here. I had the hardest time doing clothes on V-Roid. So maybe it is, I know you can get them off of Booth and whatnot, and I haven't really looked on VGen. So, I'll have to do that, because, yeah, I know making alternates myself, my art skills are so limited. I don't know how this turned out like it did. Hence why a certain VTuber, not me, have so many, oh, gotcha. No worries. But that's a good, you're right. You're right. Full custom does take a while, but is free and cheaper than comps for live 2D. Okay. Good to know. I mean, Hiraki, because the short... Oh, you mean Hiraki because the short is absolute sim. I'm sure Hiraki saw that at some point. The old, Hey, yeah song. The weird He-Man, Hey, yeah. I would think. I would hope so. Man, or maybe I'm dating myself with that meme. With that meme song. Oh... I wish I could play it. I saw it, but I don't know if it was on this guy. No worries. Yeah, there's... It's weird. I heard the original version of that song after I saw the meme version, and I was so disappointed. I mean, no offense, but the original song doesn't hold a candle. Artist commission. Yeah, I guess... which one are we talking about? Many VTuber arguably use the same one. Artist commission. Well, I mean, I commissioned an artist for my alternate model that's coming, and clothing you can commission. Yeah, artist commission. Yeah, good idea. For now. No worries. I'll try to pop by on your birthday. Hey, that's fine if you're not able to. No worries. Thank you for stopping by to say hi, Hiraki. Have a good, well, I guess it's good morning for you. A good day, afternoon. Have a good day, Hiraki. Hopefully we'll see you later for the alt VTuber model. Yes, mine was commissioned. Well, not the He-Man one. That I threw together myself. But the alternate one, yeah, I commissioned Fumi Kokia, who, if you're someone looking for cheap, I hate to say cheap. That's not the right word because that always implies something. If you are looking for take care with your kid. Take the cake with you. Oh dear. No, not the cake. Yeah, affordable, very reasonable, extremely reasonable. Like more reasonable than it should be. Fumi Kokia, who I'll post her link real quick because she streams. Just a moment. Give me a sec. Fumi, if you head over to her VGen, she will do basic 3D Vroid based models for like $65, which to me is it's insanely low. And she does live 2D for just a little bit more. The only reason I didn't do live 2D with her is because, and I've said this before, I have, and in a way it's kind of thanks to Luciano, I have someone in mind, if I can still get them whenever I get around to it, in mind for a live 2D, and that's someone named Vtanjo, who I really love their 2D model work. I think they've only done well, no, they have done some male models. That's right. I only know them from their female models, but they've done some male ones too. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Yeah, but if you're looking for a model, you can, check Fumi's stuff. And I know Hiraki has some stuff on VGen too. I should commission Hiraki at some point. She did my loading stream. The flying across. Vtanjo has some male customers too. Yes. Yeah, I've seen a few of Vtanjo's male models. So, which is another reason why I feel better with Vtanjo, because so many, it seems like, female models are more the norm. So, yeah. Her art is quite adorbs. Fumi, yeah. Fumi and Hiraki, both their art. Yeah, they're both good. They're both very good. And Vtanjo, when you talk about, I'll tell you one model right now that Vtanjo did. If you want to get an idea of the work she does, check out Sarah Casera, because she did and rigged that model. And so her prices are, Vtanjo's prices are usually for both rigging and model both. There is no separation. Vtanjo won't do just rigging or just the model, except I guess in really rare cases for some close friends and mutuals. But yeah, it's and good prices too. I think good prices. It's obviously it's more. I want to say Vtanjo, last time I checked, it's like $1,000 for both the model and the rig. But really, for the quality at that price, that is a great price. For the level of quality, that's a great price. Just like with Fumi. For the level of quality with Fumi, the level of quality that you get, even though I'm having to have her go back and fix a few glitches with it, the level of quality that she's given for $65 for the 3D model is insane. Oh, model and rigging, that's a great deal. It is. Welcome in, the Shy Siren. Welcome in. I hope you've been having a good day. I hope you're having a good night. Good to see you. By the way, there is the Shy Sirens page. Be sure to give her a subscribe. I think most people on my channel have, but if you haven't, there's something wrong with you, and if you don't, you will be ostracized. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope things are going well for you. Yeah, I agree. 1K for the model and the rigging, and for that quality, because you have seen, I know you have seen some of Vtanjo's models. Because, well, one I know you have seen is Ivela Daimoni. And, yeah, the Eva Daimoni model is, yeah, just wow. 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 Yeah. Well worth it. And that's why I keep telling myself, someday I want to do a donathon and to build up for a 2D model for that. I was going to say it looks familiar. Yes. Yeah. She did Eva. She did Sarah. You can tell her models do have, you can tell ones she did. And that's fine. An artist should have a signature, you know? It's just like when a movie starts and you can immediately tell the music is John Williams. And then you're shocked if it turns out it isn't John Williams. Or Jerry Goldsmith, because I can usually pick out Goldsmith, and I can usually, boy, yeah, I can usually pick out the 4 J's. Now I'm thinking about music pretty easily. John Williams, John Barry, Jerry Goldsmith, and James Horner, the 4 J's. The 4 J gospels or whatever of cinema, of film music. Should I share Vtanjo's channel showcase? Feel free. Please do, Luciano. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime we can get Vitanjo more business, I don't know if anyone here will, but absolutely. You can also, oh no, not a, yeah, it would be a long term. I see what you're saying, Omegs. Let me back this up and I'll read everything. Or when a movie has a ton of explosions, you know it's Michael Bay. Well, if it has a ton of explosions and it feels like it's 4 hours. You can also not make it a donathon and just have long-term bar at the bottom of the screen, says XYZ goal. Yeah, that, honestly, that's probably more what I was thinking in my mind. I was using the wrong word. Donation goal would probably be the better way to put it. Just a gradual dono goal. Because I don't expect... As much as I'd like to say, I think we could, not to brag, but I think we could hit this donation in a week. I think we could hit it inside of a week. No, yeah, no. That's why I was thinking, Omegs, thanks. Oh, artist with the signature style is awesome. Yeah, you could definitely tell. Always tell. Thank you so much, Luciano. I don't even know if I'm subscribed to that channel. Let me double check. I'm clicking it. I don't know. Yeah, I am. I thought I was. Yeah, because I see some are outdated. Oh, I didn't know Vitanjo ever did some Vroid stuff. That's interesting. Oh, wow. Yeah, I see the male one on there. Cutest VTuber. Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't even looked through a lot of these ones. I know, oh yeah, Cyan Aria. I knew Vitanjo did Cyan Aria. Yeah. Working on a new look. You can see by my icon. And I love the new look. Like Akira Toriyama. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Akira Toriyama, but probably. I'll have to look that up. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Or when it has a bunch of people wearing red swimwear and has a lot of slow motion scenes, it's obviously Baywatch. Indeed. But yeah, once again, thank you everyone who's watching tonight. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thanks. That sounded like I didn't mean it, didn't it? Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful night. She started on Vroid, if I'm not mistaken, before starting live 2D. Really? Okay, Okay, because at one point, I'd swear I asked a question of her about Vroid, and it was like, huh? What? I don't know. Maybe I just imagined that. Madamus Toriyama is Dragon Ball and Chrono Trigger fame, among others. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Dragon Ball. The only Dragon Ball I know is the first US release of the original series. The greatest test of ball is to find that 7th ball. I need to switch my mouse back, don't I? But yeah, thank you everyone who's watching tonight. Appreciate you being here as always. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you haven't clicked like on the stream, be sure to do so. It does help me out a ton. Also, Glenn Frog looks like Vegeta. Okay. Huh. Well, there you go. When in human form. I will take your word on that. Always finding the balls now! Oh, so Double Dragon 2. The controls on Double Dragon 2 kind of feel wonky. Because instead of having a kick and a punch, you've got a hit left and a hit right, depending on which way you are facing. So you always punch forward and kick backward. So it takes some getting used to. But Double Dragon 2, I love the look, I love the music, and it's yeah, so dang good. So dang good. And even the platforming, I really like Double Dragon 2. I've never beaten it. I've never beaten the original, and I've never beat any of them that I know of. Except maybe the arcade version, on like a PC, like a collection, because you can keep fake pumping quarters into it. Used to play a lot with my brother. Nice. When I was a little Madamus, I couldn't get anywhere. Never beat them, yeah. I really do love the look of Double Dragon 2. So going back to the tier list for that one. Unlimited credits, unlimited power. So I put the original Double Dragon in B. I know that'll shock some people, but I put it in B because it wasn't arcade accurate. I like a lot of things about it, but there's a lot of things I don't. Double Dragon 2, I'm actually going to put this one in the A list. With enough credits, even you could be, yeah, $75 later. Indeed. That's the truth. That's the truth. And then we got, but now we got something unfortunate. Double Dragon 3. I don't know what happened with Technos, and I don't know what happened with Double Dragon 3. So Double Dragon 3, they made this big change, and they put in all these alternate characters, and they tried to put all these arcade style things into it. I mean, not arcade, all these RPG-ish things into it, and inserting more coins to buy different weapons. I swear it's like the beginning of DLC and stuff like that, but on an arcade level. The arcade version is not very good. The NES version is better. It is better. Side note, OG Xbox port of Metal Slug 3 only gives players 5 credits max to beat. Really? It doesn't feel like enough credits. You know, that reminds me. And this goes back to when we had Lawnmower Girl on, because she mentioned an arcade that both of us were familiar with from when I was a teeny tiny itsy bitsy madamus in Colorado, the state of Colorado. There was a place called Boardwalk USA. Oh my gosh! Wow! Man, jump scare. Welcome in, Lawnmower Girl. I hope you are having a good night. I guess so. There's Lawnmower Girl's site if you want to give her a follow. There it is. Be sure to give her a subscribe. She does a lot of cool video content always. And I really and congratulations, by the way, with your latest video. I'm glad you were able to get a lot of that stuff done. That was awesome as far as getting that stuff filled out and everything. I literally joined right when you said name. Not perfect timing then. Wow. Yeah, we were talking about having enough credits to beat Double Dragon in arcades, and that reminded me of Boardwalk USA, the place we had talked about, and how Boardwalk USA, you had these cards. Instead of using coins, it was a card system, and you would buy like an hour's worth of playtime, but the key, or 2 hours. But the thing about these cards, you could only use them in the machines. You could only swipe them for 5 credits, and then it wouldn't let you come back to it unless you swiped in like a neighboring machine, and then it would reset it so you could put, 5 more in. But they had like a 5 credit limit to games to prevent you from just spamming it, which I never got, but whatever. I loved Double Dragon. Yes, I loved it, but I look back on it, and I still love the arcade game. The NES one, I feel a little differently now than I used to. I don't know. Wait, what? Nani? Wait, what? Nani? What are we talking about? Wait, what's going on? I don't know what's being said. Oh, Bimmy and Jimmy. Double Dragon 3, the home of Bimmy and Jimmy. I love that mistake. I want to say they made that into a meme there's a Double Dragon game on Steam chat, and I think it was on PlayStation and whatnot. The 5 credit limit on actual arcade. Yeah, but it was because they had you using these cards, these magnetic cards. So the way it would work is you'd go in and you'd pay, like, let's say, I don't know, $20 for however many hours it was. I loved it, the NES version, and I have a good reason. Really? Oh no. I just yanked out my monitor cord. Hold on. Ah. Okay. Yowzers. That was a whoops. You loved it, NES version. Have a good, really? What's the reason? I loved it because I did kind of like the RPG system to it, even though I was never good at it, at building up my levels. But what was your reason? I used to play Double Dragon on the Master System. Yeah, Master Systems was more like the arcade. because it had the 2-player simultaneous. Many players say Double Dragon 1 Master System was a great port. Yeah, and the Genesis one is kind of iffy. Genesis one is iffy. But yeah, now I'm curious. I want to know what the reason is. I love it, but yeah. Oh yeah, Double Dragon. I forget which one it is, but there's one of the modern Double Dragons that's on Steam, where they have I think it's Bimmy and Jilly or something like that as the as two of the as two villain characters. Man, I don't know what I did to my monitor. It's okay though. Yeah. All right, there we go. So Double Dragon 3 though on NES is superior to the arcade. It's a better version than the arcade. I loved the arcade game. DD made me an arcade baby. Really nice. And the NES was coming. So I saved. I knew if I saved half, I could get my mom to pay the other half. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. So I asked her if I save, oh man, if I save up half, would you help me buy it and pay for tax? She agreed. Oh, that's an awesome memory. Oh, that's an, yeah. Yeah, that's, oh man, that's an awesome memory. I don't think you know, I don't know if I've got any sort of a memory like that about a game. Wow, that is awesome. Oh man. Well, nice. That's sweet. And I sprung it on her on release. Nice, nice. Oh, that's awesome. My mom supported my technical background. That's awesome. That's good. That's great. That is great. That is so awesome. And, oh, and by the way, I'll go ahead and mention right now, because I know Siren was in chat too. In the coming weeks, last week of March, first week of April, we're going to have the Shy Siren on for a YAAAP string. And then following that, in a few weeks, we will be having Lawnmower Girl on again. So cannot wait for that. She said, I didn't think you'd save it. Really? Oh, wow. Didn't expect it. You know, honestly, that sounds like something. That sounds like something one of my parents would have said if I was ever in a case like that. Because I seem to remember that there had been things when I was a kid where it was a case where I saved up for something. It was like, well, I didn't expect you to actually do that. It wasn't a case where we went in halvesies, but I do know that there was probably a case like that. I mean, I wasn't out buying candy. That's one thing. When I was a kid, I never really bought candy. I never was really into like buying up candy or anything with my money. Maybe that's a missed opportunity. I don't know. But yeah, the NES version has a bit more of a story setting for Double Dragon 3. It feels like I bought it at Really? Oh, wow. Oh, that's kind of an odd place for it. I never really thought of Walgreens as carrying games. I do remember some pharmacies, like type of places carrying games and things like that, though. Oh, wow. That's interesting, because I would have expected like a Kmart or Sears or something like that. In Buckingham Mall. I don't even remember. Okay. That must have been another part of, if that was the same state, that must have been another part of maybe that was the Denver area, because I don't remember Buckingham Mall. I was always, doxing myself, chat. I used to live in more of the Colorado Springs, Pueblo-ish region. Medicaid? I don't need Medicaid. Aurora, okay. Okay. Nice. Pharmacy shops used to carry VHS games and a few electronics. I remember one pharmacy that used to have rentals too. I remember when I was an itty bitty manimus, I remember one pharmacy still doing the rentals. I remember grocery stores doing the rentals of games and movies. But I remember one pharmacy, and then they went under, and I don't know what happened to their games. I occasionally bought candy as a kid, but rarely. Even younger me had a few working brains. That was nice. Double Dragon 2 was okay, but the controls were weird. Double Dragon 3 was insanely good. See, and I'm sort of, I'm sort of a flip with that. I thought Double Dragon 2 was edged out the first one once I got used to the controls. And the third one, I don't know what it was. I felt like it was a step back. But maybe I need to give it more of a chance. I probably need to give it more of a chance. Now, the arcade version of Double Dragon 3, I won't. I've given that one a lot of chances. I've tried to convince myself to like the arcade one. The NES one, though, I did think was okay. Bare hands. Well, at least they didn't get Bimmy and Jimmy there. Or maybe it's too bad they didn't. I played NES DD3 long ago. Barely remember it. I remember the music. I always remember the music on so many of these. 3 was slow but fun. Then there was Super Double Dragon. Rawr. So Super Double Dragon was on Super Nintendo, chat. The US, I never played the US version. In the US, the version that we got was cut down. It was missing some like superpower abilities and stuff that were, I don't know what it was, but there was like some charge up abilities or something that was in the Japanese version. I think the Japanese one was called The Return of Double Dragon. Yeah, it was Return of Double Dragon. So a few years ago, and you could probably, I don't know how much it costs. You could probably find it cheap. A few years ago, one of these companies like a Retrobit, a company called Retroism, did a legal reproduction of an English translated Japanese version of Super Double Dragon under the Return of Double Dragon title. And you used to be able to buy it on cartridge from Amazon, because that's where, I don't remember if I ordered it on Amazon or eBay. I know they had to do replacements of the cartridges because the first batch of them were missing the lockout chip, so it wouldn't run on official hardware. But yeah, I have never really played, even with the Return of Double Dragon cartridge, because I was in the middle of a move when I ordered that. I have never really played it. I've never really played the Super Double Dragon. I just knew the Japanese one had differences. Where should I put this one? Let's see. So on the tier list, I did Double Dragon 2A, I did Double Dragon 2B. I'm putting Double Dragon 3 as B also. I like Double Dragon 3, I just don't quite like it as well. Battletoads Double Dragon, the ultimate team. I will grab a mechanical leg and smack my opponents with it. I swear, that game is Double Dragon in name only. It's a fun game, but it just, to me, it didn't feel like Double Dragon. Now, I do agree once you got used to Double Dragon 2, it was superior. And it took a lot of getting used to. I agree with you, Lawnmower Girl. One thing I wish about Double Dragon 2, I wish it had an option in the menu for the controls where you could do it either the arcade style where they were reversed, or where you could do more of a one button is kick, one button is punch type thing. Because, yeah, it is hard to get used to that. It is so... I agree with you. SNES edition is slightly less Battletoads. Is it? Okay. The NES version of Battletoads Double Dragon feels just like it's Battletoads with some reskins. Battletoads Double Dragon was more of Battletoads sequel DD characters along for the ride. Yeah, and the Super Nintendo one, I think they did a little more with it visually, I know, than just reskinning it. I think the Genesis and NES, though, were pretty much just reskin type. You know, now that I think about it, I think the arcade DVD3 was... Really? Okay. Really? Now, see, I didn't like the arcade version. I need to just sit down and compare them both again. I need to sit down and compare them both again. I need to do the emulation, chat. But I do love Double Dragon. That's a franchise I wish would make a solid comeback. But I don't want them to ruin it either. I always say I wish this franchise would make a solid comeback, but I'm always worried it's going to get ruined. Oh, we're still in the D's. Dr. Mario, I don't think... my memory is getting mixed. I don't know anymore. No, you're good. They're both similar. They both have sort of the same mechanic, with like the additional characters and the buying weapons and whatnot. I know the arcade you could put in more coins and whatnot to, instead of getting credits, where you could buy the weapons, I think, and whatnot. I think, unless I'm wrong on that. I don't remember how the NES handled it. I think you had to just collect money or something. Dr. Mario. Oh, this is an easy one. Dr. Mario does not belong in D. Dr. Mario, great puzzle game. I have to put this in S tier because Dr. Mario is Dr. Mario is just a great puzzle game. I'm not even a huge Dig Dug. Yeah. So the only Dig Dug I've got on NES is Dig Dug 2. I put it in, and I know you're going to hate me. I put it in C, and the reason why is I like it, but it still feels, I don't know, it just doesn't. Oh, wow, that's showing up late. That was delayed by about 30 minutes. It still feels more like it's just a casual put a quarter in, not the type of thing I would like actively sit down and say, ooh, I want to sit down and play a bunch of Dig Dug for a few hours. It's something more of just a past 5 minutes. Let me pass, 15 minutes by playing some Dig Dug. I love Dig Dug for that, but yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just like Donkey Kong. I sort of put it in the mid tier because it's fun, but it's not, it's short fun for me. For me, at least. Dr. Chaos. I haven't played this one a bunch. Yes, you play it. Exactly. You know what? First time I played Dig Dug, I think, was in a movie theater. I think little 5 or 6 or 7-year-old Madamus first played Dig Dug in the lobby of a movie theater. I'm not going to say what movie it was, but I think so. Yeah, it was. It was a movie theater. 100. And it's great for that. As for home, it's sort of like Atari games. Atari, especially when I did a bunch of Atari stuff on stream, the mileage runs out real quick. I would play Galaxian, Galaga 88 all day long. Well, Galaga's Galaga. But I still couldn't. I love Galaga, and I still couldn't. Dr. Chaos. I've never played this one that much. This is one of those ones that's been in the library, and I've never really played much of it. I wish I wasn't missing most of the stream. I love all these games. Welcome back, Twin Opinion. Hey, no worries. I appreciate you lurking. I appreciate you being in the background. I'm sorry about that. You ever play Phoenix? I never played it in an arcade. I played Phoenix before on, I think it was like an Atari collection. It plays like, it does play like a Galaga, doesn't it? It's that type of Galaga space. In fact, I'm going to pull it up real quick. You know what? We got the time. Twin, I only arrived an hour ago, so don't feel bad. Indeed, cool cover. Yeah, better cover art than a game on Dr. Chaos. Phoenix. 1980. Okay, yeah, I've seen the Atari version on this. And arcade. Okay, well, that makes sense then. I'm pretty sure I did at some... I think I never in the wild, Lawnmower Girl. I never played it in an actual arcade, but I'm sure I played it on one of those collections. My brain is full of games. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Yeah, this is one I don't think about. And you mentioned this on Twitter, too, recently. I know you brought this one up recently. I thought. Yeah. This is one I don't ever think about. What does the 2600 one look like? Since I got that Atari... Wow. Well, they're bigger. Boy. They're a lot larger on the Atari 2600. The hitbox is larger. I played that one. Oh, the 2600 one? I don't know if I ever did. The large mothership? Man, okay, I don't remember the mothership. I only remember it because it was at my daycare. Yo, that sounds like an awesome daycare. That's, man. I don't know if I was ever at a daycare. If I do, I've blocked all the memories. If that's not a good sign, chat. Oh, that was not a good sign. I might have been to daycare, but I think I blocked it all. Oh dear, there's some trauma. I don't know. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Uh-oh. My monitor just wigged out again. Just a moment. I've got to check a cable. Just a moment, chat. You're going to hear a bunch of banging around. Oh, dear. Wait, what? No. Oh. Okay. That goes in there. That's not monitor. Just a minute, chat. Sorry. Okay, that's plugged in. That's in. That's in. Huh. I don't know what's going on. No, I'll tell you. I don't have my cables tied right. And I kicked something. I got a cable wrapped around my foot and I yanked something. Let me back this up. Let me back this up. Lonnie, have you ever played Cosmic Arc? Ooh, that was on Atari. That was an imagination game or something, I think. Does Matt have a cat pulling the kid? I don't have a cat. I have no pets. I miss having, I need to get something. I need to get something. Okay, so the Switch Online only has Double Dragon. No 3. That's weird. That is very odd, Lawnmower Girl. I would think that the NSO, if they had the license to 1 and 2, I would think, because 1 is Trade West on NES at least, and 2 was Acclaim on NES, and 3 was Acclaim on NES. So I don't know if they just decided that it wasn't pop. I don't know. That's odd. That's very odd. Poor guy, Matt. Wait, Matt is a cat. I'm not a cat. Matt is the cat. No. Great question. Does Mammoth have it? No, I do not. Bring NES DD3 over to NS. Oh, Nintendo. Indeed. Cosmic Arc. Is that the one that has like a space cover and a splash of orange? I don't know. Hold on. Let's take a look. Cosmic Arc. I know it's one of those. I know it's one of the. I think the company that made it was Imagination, because I keep seeing it on eBay. When I talk myself out of more Atari stuff. Okay, here was the cover to it. I guess. So it's got, yeah, those were those iMagic, not Imaginations. Okay, iMagic. And the Sears Video Arcade, which is just the Atari video game system, but Sears. Okay, so yeah, it does have a splash of orange with the cover. Ooh, I like that artwork. I like that artwork. I had Cosmic Arc. It was fun. Aliens go to doomed planets to get 2 creatures and put them in a cosmic zoo to save their species. That one I had. Nice! All right, let's see. What does it look like? And there we go. Oh, dear Lord. Did just nail... did you just nail... You... There we go. Oh, welcome in, Astmil. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name too well. Forgive me, Astmil Hui Tuare. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are having a good night. We were doing an NES tier list, but now we're looking at some Atari stuff. Just screenshots mostly, but welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are having a good day or night, whatever time zone you're in. Did you just nail it? Yeah, you kind of did just nail it. Because the colors on that cover art, Lawnmower Girl, yeah, because it's got the red and orange. The red and orange are very prevalent there. The others aren't so much. Yeah. Huh. There you go. Yeah. Nice. You also protect the transport mothership by making sure asteroids flying at it get blasted apart. As one does. Nice. I'll have to play this one someday. What's the overview? 7.0. Well, apparently people think it's, and critics even 71%. Apparently people like it. What else is on? Oh, I was doing Dr. Chaos, wasn't I? Where's Dr. Chaos? Okay, Dr. Chaos on NES. It's kind of like Goonies 2. It's an adventure with kind of some RPG action-y things. It looks gothic, and you got a sword. Super Dodgeball. I don't own Super Dodgeball. Oh, I'm gonna pull that one up. Not quite. No, it's not really point and click. Well, part of it's point and click. The side-scrolling levels are side-scrolling action, but then there are these point and click areas inside the rooms where you open stuff and hit stuff and look for items in the individual rooms as you go around. So it's like half point and click, but no puzzles, and then action. And fighting a bunch of monsters. And it's something that looks great, but it's not so hot. Let me pull up Super Dodgeball real quick. Yeah, yep, like Goonies 2 on NES. Very similar. Except the platforming is not nearly as good. Super Dodgeball. I've never owned that, and I can't believe it because I've heard it's so fun. Is it one of the 4-player games? I guess not. No, it's 2 players. Okay. Screenshots. Oh, wow. Was it on, I didn't know it was on TurboGrafx. Okay. Oh, man. This looks like, yeah, this is definitely in the same vein as River City Ransom, the same character vein. So like, yeah, Dodgeball, the Kunio. Thank you, Kunio-kun, aka River City series. Oh, I need to pick this up someday. Okay, I love that look. I love his angry Frankenstein look. Give ball. China versus USA. So wait, is China supposed to be the Frankenstein dudes? That's different. Oh, it's Technos. Okay, so yeah, it's is this okay? That's the Japanese version. Sharp XL. What about the boy, now you got me curious. What does this thing look like on the TG16? Same dev team as Double Dragon. Gotcha. Man, I'd like to play it on TurboGrafx 16. Oh, I would like to play this Super Dodgeball on TurboGrafx 16. Oh, that looks fun. That looks nice. Different sizes of characters and everything. Oh, man. Let me do Dr. Chaos real quick. I gotta be honest, Dr. Chaos, I just don't think it's good. I just don't think it's good. Maybe someday I'll revisit it, but I'm putting it as a D. I'm putting it as a D. I want to give it more because the point and click, but I just can't. TG16 is my favorite console. Long live Turbo Doer. Yeah, and it's one of those ones if I could go back in time and maybe reset things where I gave up one thing and collected for another, TG16 would probably be it. It would probably be it. That is well, you were part of that group preserving everything, so absolutely. But yeah, that's one of those consoles that I always looked at and longed for. Unfortunately, where I was, especially growing up, I've mentioned before, Colorado Springs, TurboGrafx 16 just wasn't it wasn't a thing there. I guess it was however they did the distribution. The only time I saw TG16 there was way later, and it was a Toys R Us had a demo unit of it with Air Zonk. For sure. Did I tell you I found something like that? I thought you did. I think you sent me a picture. Didn't you? Might have sent me a picture of that on Twitter. I think. Let me double check. Let me double check and make sure I'm not going crazy. I think you did. Oh, there's something else on there. Let me go back up. I know there was something in here. I'm sure you did. Yes. Yeah, there it is. The very important stuff. I see that. Yes, yes, you did. Nice. That's awesome. Very important stuff. VIS. VIS, indeed. Is TG16 import friendly, region free? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think you can make it. I think it can be modded, but I don't think you can play the PC Engine stuff on it. I could be wrong. Lawnmower Girl would probably be the expert on that. I can look it up real quick, though. Can TG16 play PCE games? Oh, let me back this. The CDs, yes. Okay, so okay, so not the CDs, but the some games released in both formats. Okay, so I guess some of them you can. It looks like TG16 can't directly because of some different hardware configurations, but some games were in both form. I don't know. The Hue cards too. Oh, with a big converter. Well, there you go. There's your answer. So the Hue cards, you'd need a converter. So they do make a converter for it. That's good. That's good that there's a converter. I know, well, most systems did have converters back then, because I'm thinking the NES even had those little adapters, even though you'd lose out on a sound chip. PC Engine got a lot. Yeah, TurboGrafx did much better in Japan. Whereas, unless I'm mistaken, I think the Sega Mega Drive, the Genesis, kind of struggled in Japan. I could be wrong on that. Oh, boy. Dr. Jekyll. Let's get this one out of the way. I can never spell Jekyll. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The AVGN, somewhat classic. That artwork, yo. I'm not even a fan of it, and yet I love it. Man, if any artwork out there screams very late 80s, early 90s, I don't know if you can get artwork that screams that more than the artwork for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Dual World Challenge. Challenge Jekyll's London and Hyde's World of Demons. Dr. Jekyll can't be that bad, can it? It's Willy. It's Willy Wonka! Yeah, he got a little more angry in this version. It looks fine on its face. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde looks fine on its face. It looks fine on its face. And then you play it. It's not bad, but it's so annoying. Everyone just the whole world is trying to kill you. Little kids bump into you and it hurts. People walk past you and it hurts. Birds will crap on you. People will drop bombs, all because you want to go get married. And once you get hit enough times, you turn into Mr. Hyde and you have to fight through this demon world. And if you don't get your meter back down in time, then you'll die. Yeah. It is insanely difficult. Sometimes involves fighting giant brains with legs. It isn't, yeah, it's just a crazy, crazy, crazy game. It is a crazy game. This is the one, yeah, this is the AVGN video. If you've ever seen AVGN, yeah, this is where it began, was that. Jekyll and Hyde. Took a lot of liberties from that. It's nothing like the novel. It's a thing. I don't know whether to give it D or C, actually. It's not an F. You know, why did I give 8 Eyes a C? I'm still trying. I gave Gilligan's Island a C. I gave 8 Eyes a C. And yet Dr. Chaos, I'm giving a D. And Dr. Jekyll, I've given a D. I have to give it a D just because it's just not... It gets so difficult it becomes unfun. So the game is the metaphor of real life F around and find out. Yeah! And yeah! Yeah. And you've got this, a walking stick that you can poke things with, but it does nothing. I think the only thing it does is you can go ahead and set off bombs or something like that. But you can't use it on people, so it's just kind of there. Madam is handing out the D. No! No! But it is true. So far, D's and C's are the ones that are tied. And on the list so far, the letters I've gotten, I've only given 2 S tier. And even the A tier is looking a little weak. And even in A tier, I've got one that no one would say should be in there in Tom Sawyer. But I just love Tom Sawyer, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Speak quietly and carry a big stick, oh dear. Oh, and I saw the DM you sent me to Selmore. I'll take a look at that after stream. Dr. Jekyll in this. Yeah, I'll put it there. Oh boy, they want Daddy Big Dave. No, 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 not that type of stream. I'm a say-so streamer. I'm a say-so streamer. Dragon Spirit, the new legend. Ooh, ooh. Here's a good one for you. Dragon Spirit, the new... Okay, I guess they put it under this, but that's kind of not fair if you say so. Oh, dear. Okay. So, Dragon Spirit on NES chat is not the same as the arcade. The NES version, even though they've got it listed here as being the same as the arcade, the NES version of Dragon Spirit, labeled the new legend, is more like somewhere between... It's a shmup, yes, but it is somewhere between being a port and a sequel. It's got like some additional cutscene stuff from what I remember. It's got this really cool thing to it too, where you start the game and you play a level before even the title screen, and sort of, if I remember right, depending on how that turns out, determines how much power you have, excuse me, later in the game. But this is a really good shmup. This is a really good shoot 'em up. This is a really good one. I really like this game. What was the overview on it? What'd they say? 7.1. You know what? Honestly, and this, to me, this is peak Namco. This is peak Namco. This is arcade and at home. I'm on the wrong... I keep going to the wrong browser. Dragon Spirit, solid A tier. I was about to say, yeah, it's got to be A. It's not S, but it's definitely A. So yeah, A tier. I've got some in A tier that really probably most people would not think belong, like Tom Sawyer and City Connection. But I just have a thing for City Connection. Many arcade NES ports are drastically different from the OG. Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of surprised that on Moby Games they listed it. They don't have it as a separate listing for it, but they do with other games like Double Dragon 3. I don't get that. Whatever. What was next? Oh, Dragon Warriors. I'm going to pull up one screenshot. They all look about the same. Dragon Warrior, a.k.a. Dragon Quest.
You know me?
Oh,
Of course
what
you
happened?
do. That's because I'm famous.
Santi Shaputri, thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. MSX NES. Ding, 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 ding. Dragon Warrior on NES has better graphics than the Japanese version. The Japanese version also had, it had a password system, I think, instead of battery backup. So visually, it is what it is. It's a JRPG. Mr. T, don't pity no fool. Indeed, indeed. I love that quote from him, too. You know me? Of course you do. That's because I'm famous. Really? Okay. Fair. So it's a turn-based RPG. I love Dragon Warrior. A lot. A lot, a lot. But the original one is a bit basic. Dragon Warrior, I'm putting, and Dragon Warrior, by the way, Nintendo used to give away for free. Well, not for free, but if they used to have Dragon Warrior, and Lawnmower Girl, I think, reminded me of this. Or was it you, Daylin? One of you two reminded me of this. Maybe both of you. That Nintendo gave this away for people who subscribed to Nintendo Power magazine in the late 80s, early 90s. If you subscribed to Nintendo Power, they'd send you a free copy of Dragon Warrior. I still would love to try out the OG Dragon Quest granddaddy of JRPG. It's fun. It's good. Nintendo Power free game. I love that. I love that. That you talk about now you're playing with power. Oh yeah. That's the best. That's the best promotion ever. Later on, they did free strategy guides, which was nice, but free game, yeah, and good game too. It's not like it was shovelware, you know. It's not like this is one of those games. How are we gonna sell this? Just give it away for free. I'm gonna give Dragon Warrior solid B tier. Dragon Warrior 2, which is what wasn't published by Nintendo. It was just straight Enix. It adds a lot of features, including multiple characters. Visually, it's not too much better. It's better, but not too much. So Dragon Warrior 2, I'm going to do A tier. Was it because the manufacturers had too many unsold copies of Dragon Quest? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I've never seen any history of the why. I joined at the Super era and never got a free game. Yeah, by that time, they were just doing the strategy guides, I guess. I mean, which are nice. Again, I wish I had most of the old Nintendo strategy guides. Those would be lovely. I've got a few that are falling apart or in like a binder. The old NES Game Atlas, which I rely on. Dragon Warrior 3. Dragon Warrior 3 is a cut above. I'm putting S tier on Dragon Warrior 3. And the truth is, Dragon Warrior 4 is even more of a cut above. Dragon Warrior 4 is also S tier, but it should be S+. Dragon Warrior 4, the thing about it is it's got a set, not only is it multi-character, it's multi-chapter, and each chapter you play a different character. The cool thing about Dragon Warrior 4, chat, and they never ported any of the Super Nintendo ones here in the US. The cool thing about Dragon Warrior 4 is each chapter you play a different character or characters, and they're all tying into the final character where you finally play the hero. And all of these characters who you played before, they either join the hero or they help in some way, like a merchant who you set up all these stores with in chapter 3. He's there to sell items or to give items to the hero. Like these twin girls you played in an earlier they join the hero. It really is a peak. It is the peak RPG on the NES, a JRPG, because RPGs was still a niche genre until PS1 with the success of Final Fantasy VII. Maybe. They were growing a lot on SNES. You look at SNES, and some of the big games on that were the RPGs. But I don't know if Nintendo realized it, because they did make them in smaller amounts, so they are harder to get, because it seems like too few of them were minted, even though they're considered like the best games. But I did get free players guides and even VHS promotions for upcoming video games. Ever hear of Donkey Kong Country? I might have heard of that, Daylin. Oh, excuse me. Daylin, nice. That's awesome, though. So you got a VHS promo. I think you mentioned that before, the VHS promotion for that. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't think my family ever got, but I think they had quit. I know my family had gotten Nintendo Power and they had gotten the Dragon Warrior, and some of the strategy guides later, but never any VHS tapes. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. I've been streaming for 3 hours, 45 minutes, and we're still on the letter D. I don't know how to react to that. And this seltzer is empty, chat. This one is empty, so it's time for your ASMR for the night. There you go. Don't say I never did anything for you. So many games, so little time. Yeah. Dragon Warrior 3 is S tier. Dragon Warrior 4 should be a cut above. They were an absolute ham. I love the promotional VHS advertisement tapes for Nintendo that Nintendo sent. So Daylin and chat, I've got a few promotional videos that I got from a Goodwill years ago. And I don't know where they are. I've got one for, I think, Diddy Kong Racing on N64. And I've got a promotional video for one of the Mortal Kombats, and it has a huge making of thing on it for the big Mortal Kombat failure, Sub-Zero Mythologies, which I have never played in my life. Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero, where they thought they were going to take each character and give them like a platforming game like Prince of Persia or Flashback. I've never played that game. Oh, hello, welcome in, Alex. Welcome in. Hi, Madamus. Can't chat right now. No worries. Only have 3 hours before the Fortnite servers go down for maintenance. No, not the maintenance. For Fortnite Showdown goes live tomorrow. Nice. I'm lurking in chat. Hey, thank you for lurking. Chat. I can't speak tonight. Brain not braining. Thank you for lurking and enjoy your Fortnite. Good luck. Or maybe DK64. I think a DK Racing VHS or maybe DK64. Gotcha. Yeah, I know this one was the Diddy Kong. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'll have to find it someday. I like the Sega version of MK Classic. Mortal Kombat Classic, by the way. It's uncensored. Yes, it's got the code to turn the blood back on. Yep. Lurker, not lurking. Indeed. No worries. Well, thank you. Well, you as well. Thank you for being a lurker. Lawnmower Girl, appreciate it. As always. Gotcha. Matt also has oh yeah, that's right. We got the exclamation point lurk. If you do that, the library bot gives you a kiss and a hug. Not really. It just says we love lurkers and enjoy your lurk. But I like to think it's a kiss and a hug. I should change the message. I should like really freak people out and have the library bot say something like kissy kissy or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. I should do that. It should kiss me. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna tweak the AI. I'm gonna make the library bots one. I'm gonna make the bot. You know what? If they're gonna, there you go. Yeah, and make it there. So then it would say something like that with Lawnmower Girl too. It should pop up any second. There we go. It's a bit slow. See, yeah, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to come up with something new for it. Matt, have it pop up. The emote for Pregante, not the Pregante. Oh, Megs, that is a wonderful idea. I think, yeah, I'll have to. Kiss from an unaffectionate, lifeless AI bot. He's not lifeless, he's real, I swear. Oh, boy. You know Diddy starts with D, right? Yeah. Wait, that didn't sound right. Wait, what? I don't know what's going on. Last name is Kong, so DK Racing is still accurate. That's true. DK Racing, Diddy Kong. Yeah, indeed. True. Fair enough. Oh, okay. What one's next? Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, this is unfortunate. No one wants to be told they have an ugly baby. No one wants to be told they have an ugly baby. But is this the one? No, that's the DOS one. Hold on. Diddy Party and Diddy Kong Joe. Oh, gotcha. The party. Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. Ain't no racing like a Diddy racing. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Indeed. Dragon's Lair NES. So here's the thing. Like a lot of people, I love Dragon's Lair in arcades. I think Dragon's Lair is one of the most important arcade games of all time. Unless I'm mistaken, it's one of only 3 arcade machines that's in the Smithsonian. Along with Pong and Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man. I love Don Bluth's art. I love the arcade game. The NES game, it says Legendary Arcade Hit. It's not. The NES game is not. The NES game of Dragon's Lair, visually it's interesting. Because it's got really big sprites, okay? Oh, Dragon's Lair is an NES player stress it. Yes. It is slow. It is difficult. It is slow. I appreciate that they try. Okay, so they tried to kind of sort of capture scenes from Dragon's Lair. Here's the bridge scene. In the arcade game, it wasn't a green dragon. It was like squid tentacles coming up to grab you. Okay, fine. Fine. Walking through a dungeon. Okay, some dude at a door. Guys behind the doors throw stones. I don't remember that in the arcade game. Whatever. Snake popping out of the wall. That was in the arcade. That snake is somewhere in the arcade version. Visually, this game looks fine. It looks decent for an NES game. Really, I mean, it does. The size of the sprites, there's a lot of dithering going on. So if you were playing this on a CRT, it would be blending a lot of these colors. That's nice, but it runs so slow. It runs so slow. And it's just, yeah. I just don't know what to say. Saw the AVG in episode despite having HP meter everything is one hit kill. Pretty much. I mean, it takes so much out of you. Yeah. It takes so much out of you if it doesn't kill you instantly. Yeah, I picked this one up because I remember I picked this one up. Did I pick it up before I played the arcade game? Oh, gosh, yes. Oh, my gosh, I played this before I ever played the arcade game. I knew what the arcade game was, though. I knew it was like an interactive movie, and I remember them picking up the NES version during a trade-in at a local game store. It might have been when I traded a bunch of Atari stuff at one point that I'd gotten at a garage sale. And yeah, I just felt like I'd been had. I mean, I still have it, but I still felt like I'd been had. Headache. Y'all have it. Oh, I hope your head feels better, Lawnmower Girl. Have a good night. Remember, stay awesome. And remember, Friday the 13th and Jaws on NES were solid B-tier games. Yes, better than they get credit for. Absolutely. Feel better, Selmore. I hope your headache goes away. Thank you for stopping by as always, and chat. If you haven't subscribed to Lawnmower Girl, be sure to do so and follow her on Twitter as well. Appreciate you being here as always. Dragon's Lair is quite notable for being one of the first QuickTime event games. Yeah, one of the earliest. I mean, a lot of people credit it as being the first Laserdisc based games, but I think there were like one that beat it to the punch. But Dragon's Lair was the most famous because of the Don Bluth animation and everything. See you, Lawnmower Girl. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you feel better soon. Indeed. Later, I also hope you feel better. Indeed. Crossing those cylinders won't be easy, especially since he must crawl. Yeah, and since he crawls so darn slow. Dragon's Lair, I'm... I'm torn between D and F. I am torn between D and F. Oh, wait, that's Dynatron City. I'm torn between D and F. Yeah, have a good night, Lonnie. I'm going to go, it's your list. Yeah, I know, but I'm still torn. I'm still torn, Sammy. I'm torn by my love of Dragon's Lair, the franchise, but even my love of the franchise can't save it. I keep trying to tell myself, but I put Dirty Harry there. But Dirty Harry's more playable. I put Dr. Chaos up there. Dr. Chaos is playable. It just isn't good. No, it's D. I mean, it's F. I can't help it. It's Rocky and Bullwinkle territory. Oh, boy. Okay, DuckTales. DuckTales. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckbird. Copyright strike by Disney. It's a duck blur. Okay. I bumped the mic again. Take a drink. Bump the mic. Woohoo. Indeed. You're still here, Jennifer. Bless. Oh, I thought the infinite yap drove you off. Especially earlier with all the tangents. Crazy tangents. 7.9. We already did 2 streams of this, chat. One, we got the mediocre ending. The other, we got the good ending. We've still never gotten the broke ending. DuckTales, if you've never played it, DuckTales is awesome. Yes, it's on the Disney Afternoon Collection on Steam and whatnot. Worth your time. Fantastic game. I wish it was longer. I wish it was longer. Never played NES DuckTales, but I've played and loved the Game Boy port, and they're almost the same. So yeah, you know what you're getting, except black and white. You know what? DuckTales. I'm on the wrong thing. There. DuckTales is going to be an S tier. I have to put it S tier. I love DuckTales too much. DuckTales is, for me, it's the Disney game on NES. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Which brings us to DuckTales 2. Yes, there's a DuckTales 2, chat. DuckTales 2 is kind of like the Mega Man sequels in that visually, now it's got an even higher score. I disagree with that. Infinite Yap won't scare me off. It'll take more than that to scare me off. Aw, bless. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer. So DuckTales 2, chat. I'd argue it's possibly one of the best licensed platformers ever. Indeed, and the music is the music too. The music is fantastic. So DuckTales 2. Let me tell you where it sucks, and let me tell you where it excels, and let me tell you where it sucks. And I'll do it both. Okay. Visually, it's not really any better than the first one. It looks the same. It's sort of like the Mega Man sequels. Other than when the Mega Man's added some bigger characters, the Mega Man sequels on NES all look the same. They do. They do. That is one place where it kind of falls short. It's not bad, it's just that there's no improvement. Gameplay mechanics. The pogo jump is a little easier to do, and it now has the option where you can hook stuff with your cane and drag it. That's nice. DuckTales 2 is like an expansion pack. No, it's still like a separate game, but not with a ton of improvement. It's like a separate, it is a separate game, but it's very much, it's sort of like, I guess, well, yeah, again, like the Mega Mans. Because Mega Man's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the NES, they all look the same, but different levels, different bosses, different story, and a few different abilities on the way. DuckTales, a few different abilities. You can now pull stuff with your cane. Okay. The music on DuckTales 2 is good, but it isn't DuckTales good. It is not as good. The one thing that it has that is very cool is, let me go back to the gallery, the screenshots, and see if it says it. Right here is, it's mentioning a treasure map. One of the things in this game is there are the good mechanic. Hidden in all of the levels are pieces of a treasure map. And the only way, chat, that you can get to, I hope it shows it on one of these, the only way you can get to the final level is by finding all 7 of the pieces of the map. So that's one neat thing about it, is it adds in the idea that you've got to you've got to find these pieces of a map if you want the last big level. Final stage, the real MacGuffin to find. Yeah, and you can find maps online. Thankfully, there are maps on Game Facts and whatnot. It's a very good game. It is a very good game. But for me, it is an A tier game. The One Piece, indeed. For me, it's A tier. It is an A tier game. It's got all the buttons, but it's just missing a tiny piece of the magic. It's missing just enough of the magic. But again, A tier games, that's good company to be in. I mean, I put all the Lolos in A tier. Yeah, that's good company to be in. Darkwing Duck, it's good company to be in. Castlevania, good company to be in. We're still on D! Dungeon Magic. Okay, so this is a Taito one. Dungeon Magic. And it's a Taito one where Taito released 2 games called Dungeon Magic. And they're both different. They released Dungeon Magic in arcades, which is like a brawler RPG game in arcades. It's kind of an odd thing. And on NES, they released Dungeon Magic Sword of the Elements. It is a first-person RPG game. It's a JRPG, but it feels more like a Western RPG. It's a first-person RPG, so dungeon crawler type thing. Walking through a town. To me, it's easy to get lost. And it's got more of the Western RPG mechanics, like with food and water. And making camp and things like that. So it feels more like an Ultima, Underworld, things like that. FPS dungeon crawler like Wizardry. Yeah, like Wizardry. Yeah, great comparison. And it's from Taito, so it is a Japanese game. And it's perfectly fine. Evil wins again. Man, I feel like that needs to be the screenshot when my stream ends from now on. Evil wins. The stream is ended. Evil wins again. It's like it would only be finally you win if I ever were to, not that I'm planning to, but if I were ever to graduate, then it would finally be you win. Game is over. That'd be brilliant. No, I'm getting too many ideas with this. Oh, I gotta write this down. I gotta write down bot kisses for the library bot to start kissing people. And evil wins. I'm just gonna keep that in my hip pocket. Disney shareholder meeting today. Evil wins again. I'm sorry. It's true though. Changed my mind. Okay. The problem with Dungeon Magic is it's fine. It's not D. I'm putting it in a B tier, even though it's not my favorite. I'm not big on Western style RPGs, but I still think it's a solid enough game. I'm putting it here. I want to see what the overview is. I haven't played it a ton. Critics only gave it 30%. What do we got down here? Ultimate NES Guide gave it... Questicle gave it... So while Dungeon Magic... While said Dungeon's magic might be alluring to my sensibilities and elements of playing, found zero real reason to progress in this broken down crumb bum of a game. Okay, really? NES Guide Game provides a large world with many caves and dungeons. However, the sameness of textures, in each environment makes it incredibly easy to get lost without a map spell. Even seeking an item, weapon shop, or an inn to save your progress in a friendly town can be maze-like experience. The game is also often music-free. I forgot about that. It does offer interesting concept worth for dedicated player. You know what? I'm going to change my vote. I forgot about the no music. And music to me is a big thing in a game. Music is a big thing. I'm putting it C. C's fine. There are good games here with C. Sega's Afterburner. Addams Family. Donkey Kong, Captain America. But it's just, yeah, I'm not going B. Oh, gosh. Wisdom tree time. It's time for the wisdom tree. Exodus. Exodus, Journey to the Promised Land. So, Exodus on NES. This is one of the religious games from Wisdom Tree, which actually has pretty good art. And I don't think they did this art. I think they actually bought it from someone. Lady behind. Oh! Oh my God. Thank you, Jennifer. I left it on. Oh dear. So there's a reason why games have BGM. It can be so bleak without them. Yeah. Thank you, Jennifer. I left the dancer on behind the chat. If you notice behind the chat window, yeah, she's there again hanging out. I thought it was a digital. No. I forgot again. Now I'm debating, should I just leave it there? Maybe I should just make this a thing. You know what? I'm leaving it. Fine. She's been dancing all this time. Let her earn her tips for the night. Who is the dancer lady? I thought it was a funny joke. I don't know. I just got her from a NES. Games are pretty hot. No, I just found her on, there's a website I use for streaming elements. It's called Pixabay. And it's Creative Commons and public domain stuff. And they have some videos, and I found a dancer girl against a green screen. And so I just picked her and looped the footage for some of the sussy streams and put it behind the chat. Yeah. Wednesday, I know. It looks like it's Wednesday, Adams. Yeah. All right, she's staying for now. Fine. Exodus. Boy, that's perfect. Let's talk about religious games while we've got exotic dancer on the stream on the screen. Boy, yeah. Oh dear. All right, so Exodus, does it say it's a reskin? It's similar to Boulder Dash, and it's a reskin of something. I don't know what, but it's a reskin of something that Color Dreams released. Funny, because guess what today is? It is Wednesday. Fair enough, Daylin. I'll agree to it I will acknowledge that as Wednesday, Adams. You go, girl. Or something. Do people still say that? I feel like a boomer saying that. Crystal Mines, I think someone... Thank you. I think it is like Crystal Mines. It was Crystal something, so yeah. Which is a clone of Boulder Dash. So, hydration break. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Chat. So basically... Oh, that's the DOS version. Hello. That's the DOS version. We want the NES. There's a version on Genesis. Oh, boy. Blast processing does not. No. So, Exodus. You're basically walking around. I don't even know what you do. You just block. You just have to collect. You've got to find, collect question marks and mana, which look like... So the mana looks like jars of milk. The first time I ever played this game as a little Madamus, I asked myself, why is Moses collecting milk? It's mana. It's not milk. I don't know why you're collecting question marks. Be careful of many obstacles when searching for question marks. Why does Moses look like Jesus? Because 8-bit power. Milk and pizza. Oh my gosh, yeah, those look like pizzas. Yeah, manna from heaven. But now it's milk and pizza. Or jars of cream. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what to... It's wisdom tree, y'all. This is wisdom tree. This is Color Dreams just trying to milk... there's that milk again. Trying to milk Christian consumers. Which was exactly what it was. We can't sell our we can't make... Let's make money off of the Christians. Who enslaved the Israelites? The Aztecs! It wasn't the Aztecs. You do have to answer trivia questions. Obviously. Oh. Wait, that's not... This is the wrong game. Baby Moses isn't in this game. I don't think. It wasn't? No. It was the Mayans. That might have been the wrong game, because I think the baby Moses was in Bible Adventures. These question marks are guarded. And you shoot W's out of your staff for the word of God, if I remember correctly. Oh, well, I guess you do. Oh, it does show all the Moses. So, yeah, that was baby Moses. Okay. Baby Moses was the one left on the river. Yes, baby Moses was sent down the river where he became the, was taken in by Pharaoh. And now he's about to stop the whipping or something. You now have 5 Bibles, which at that point would have been Torahs, I think. I don't know. Make sure the many boulders don't fall. Oh, those aren't pizza, they're boulders. Probably unleavened bread and not pizza, but Moses goes out for milk and never returned to Egypt. Sounds nearly how dear. No, apparently those are boulders. Those are boulders that look like pizza. That could be unleavened bread. They're boulders of unleavened bread. Stop. One of the cutscenes. Cutscenes are definitely the best part. I don't think I ever played this long enough. I don't think I ever played this long enough to get a cutscene. Chase enemy mage. The king of Egypt told the Hebrew midwives to kill male babies, kill all babies, look for Moses. Well, it was kill male babies. Gore question. Oh dear. Correct. Well, yeah, it is. Just realized the story of Superman's origin here mirrors the history of Moses being sent away via basket small ship. You know what? I remember there was a documentary, Sammy, I watched where they were comparing Superman the movie and the writing of it, and basically admitting that it was based around. It was basically a retelling minus the salvation aspect of Jesus. There was a documentary where they went through it, and I was like, okay, I see it. They said that you look at the story of Superman, and you've got Jor-El sends his only son to Earth to save humanity. Yeah. It was, Superman. I don't think it was originally intended to be that when Superman was created, but in the years, as it's been told and retold, it definitely got to be more religious inspired, for lack of a better way to put it. I need to study my Bible again. I was sure it was David who was laid on the Jordan River as a baby. How? No, it was Moses. He was put in a basket. I don't know if he was laid on it, but Moses was put in a basket because they were killing all the male babies. So he was floated into like the Pharaoh's garden or something where Pharaoh's daughter took him in. Creators Jerry Siegel and Joel Shuster were both of Jewish descent. Oh, okay. Well, there you go with the last name. Okay, interesting. Goku was sent to Earth to conquer it by his father. Okay, that one might be a little bit different, Luciano. That one might be a little bit different. All right, well, this was a tier list. Exodus is... Here is the thing. Here is the thing, chat. Exodus is playable. Is it better? Would I rather play it than Conan? Not really. Would I rather play it than Dragon Slayer? Arguably. Would I rather play it than Broken Bill and Ted? Not really. It's just not a good game. It's just not fun. It's not fun. It is not fun. That's the inspiration Gunn took for his new movie. Did he? For this? Did he? Really subverting original canon. That doesn't surprise me at all, Luciano. Yeah, I'm not a, I still haven't watched it. I've just watched a few scenes from it. I watched the scene of him rescuing the squirrel, and that was, the squirrel did it for me. People are running, and he chooses to save the squirrel. Now, I love squirrels, so, I mean, it's hard. I would want to save the squirrel, but, whatever. Whatever. I do enough hammering of James Gunn. I'm not gonna... Because I do like Guardians of the Galaxy, so I'll give him a pass tonight. Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. So this is the other Dizzy game. We played on the Aladdin Deck Enhancer, Dizzy the Adventurer. Fantastic Adventures of... Not Red Hawk. Dizzy! Whoops. Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. There are two versions of this. The version on the Aladdin Deck Enhancer and the NES cartridge. The NES cartridge, there are some differences in level layout, and you have 100 stars to collect. The Aladdin Deck Enhancer, you have 250 stars to collect. Oh wow, it was even on the Master System. And it probably looks better on the Master System. That looks nice. Guardians is not fair. Gun uses 70s rock as a soundtrack. Even if the movie sucked, it would be great. Yeah, and I'll tell you, the 3D... Okay, the Blu-ray 3D versions of... I didn't see them in theaters, but the Blu-ray 3D versions of Guardians and Guardians 2 is so much fun. I love the 3D on those. That was good-looking 3D. And the second one, kind of, people said it wasn't that good. I thought it was great, the 3D on it. And that was the second one was the last Marvel 3D I purchased, because that was, I think, the last one you could get in the States. Then you had to start importing them. And even I had to do, it was a Best Buy exclusive Steelbook edition that had the 3D. NES versions, which of the NES versions do you think is better too? I haven't played the Aladdin one, but I could tell you the Aladdin one, Sammy. The Aladdin one moves faster. The inventory system is apparently smoother, and it's more like a version 1.5. It's like an upgrade. It's more like a we went back and patched it version. Father and son playing at the end of 2 was a low blow. I'll have to watch it again. I don't remember that. I'll have to watch it again. I don't remember that song even. But, okay, Dizzy is a good-looking game. It's unlicensed, and it's a good-looking game. The sound is a bit ear-grating, because the sound is very similar to the ear-grating sound on the Aladdin version. Oh, well, that's through an emulator, so of course it's going to look better. I've never played all the way through this, and I do want to play through it on stream with the Aladdin Deck Enhancer version. I'm going to put this, Dizzy, I'm putting it as a B. I know it's not great, but the truth is, I would probably put the Aladdin Deck Enhancer version as a B also, because it's better, but it's not enough better where it shifts it a tier. And we'll save the Aladdin stuff, a review of those for another time when I actually play through everything on there. Hydration break again, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. 4 hours in, we're officially into the third letter. Let me back this up. By the way, remember when Moses altered the timeline and the time he saved a girl from a tornado, and the time he fought him's human self, and the time he fought Super Pharaoh after Ramses merged with Ra? No, I do not remember that, Dalen. That must have been before Crisis on Infinite Earths. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Yowzers. Oh, saved a girl from a tornado. That reminds me of the deleted scene on Superman 4. Oof, oof, oof. All right. Fantasy Zone. So Fantasy Zone has two different versions on NES. Christ is... Oh, no. Man, you're gonna get me sent to hell at this point, Dalen. At some point, it's gonna be, you know, there's kind of this rule against mocking. Oh boy. Actually, there is. There's a that's I've always wondered what the unpardonable sin was. Someone said it was mocking the Holy Spirit. I never knew that. I don't know if that's the case. If that is the case, I would have thought it was just, you know, not accepting Jesus in Christianity. I don't know how to say this. I'm screwing up. Okay, NES, where it is it? There are two NES versions, chat. This is what I was trying to get to. The Tengen and the Sunsoft version in Japan. The Sunsoft version is a better... It plays better. I don't know if they've got screenshots of the Tengen on here. Sega had some games on NES. Yes. So in Japan on the Famicom, they released some stuff to the Famicom. In the US, though, they didn't, nor would Nintendo let them. But Tengen did. Tengen was an unlicensed company with beautiful looking cartridges. Tengen was a pseudonym for Atari. And they released a bunch of stuff unlicensed. And when they did, they optioned 4 Sega games for NES. They did Fantasy Zone, Alien Syndrome, Afterburner, and Shinobi. Welcome in, Neko! Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Wednesday, or I guess it's Thursday now, depending on your time zone. Welcome in. We're just yapping and doing the NES tier list and deciding on some Fantasy Zone on where it goes. Fantasy Zone looks really cool, but this is deceiving, chat. Because the Tengen version does not. This is, I think, the Famicom, and the Tengen version isn't as good. It's a different port, and it has a lot of screen flicker. But welcome in, Neko. Welcome in. I hope you had it. And today was your day off, right? Hope you had a good day off. Yeah, we're just doing the YAAAP. We are just doing the YAAAP. That's bright. Oh, thank you. Neko, you just saved my life. I wish someone else would have said that. I left the color correction on from the GameCube. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Neko. There. Fixed. Oh my gosh. No one noticed. Y'all, chat, did no one else notice? Y'all noticed the dancing girl I accidentally left on? Yeah, but I was collabing with Wing It. Ooh, did you have a good time? What were you guys up to? Speaking of which, you and I do need to do a collab soon. I know we keep saying that. I know I keep saying that, but I mean it. We do. What were you up to? Inquiring minds need to know. So Fantasy Zone's a ghost trick. Ghost trick? I don't know what that is. I do not know what this is. Oh! Phantom Detective. Okay. Okay. And yeah, I mean, our birthdays line up after all. That's right. Was yours the 22nd or was it also the 21st? It was the 22nd? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know, man. Man, we've got to. Sometimes it takes another pair of eyes to find notice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know that. I know that. But I'm still blaming you all. I believe the unforgivable is just willfully and persistent rigs. Yeah, probably Omegs, because that's what adds up for me. Yep, mine's the 22nd. Nice and nice. Yeah, we were discussing some Christianity also because of some of the biblical games on NES where you play as Moses collecting manna that looks like milk and dodging boulders that may or may not be pizza. Oh my gosh. For anyone who's wondering what we're discussing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are... Yeah, so far, Neko, they've all wound up in the F category because they're just not good games. There's only one that I've put higher up, and it's called Bible Buffet, and it's because it's a fun... It's almost like a precursor to Mario Party, but they decided to make it Bible trivia. And it's something that it could have been anything. And I remain convinced that if they would have made it something else, it could have wound up being a big known NES title. By the way, the cutscene was the tornado reference. Was it? Okay. But again, not my Bible. No, you're good, Daylin. Daylin, I'm joking, man. I'm joking, man. Yeah, it's so, and the thing about the game is Bible Buffet, other than the title screen, there's nothing of the Bible in it because the trivia questions you have to get out of a trivia book. It came with this big, thick, like a Trivial Pursuit. It comes with a trivia book. So it just will say for the trivia question, so you gotta have the book. If you threw it out, you're hosed. It'll say question 5, page 2, line 3, something like that, or page 30, line 3. And so they could have easily done a book with anything. They could have even done updates and had different... They could have made the game. It's one of those games, if they would have left it as something more generic than calling it Bible Buffet, they could have put out any number of expansion packs that were just different trivia books. They could have put out any number of expansion packs and just had different books for the thing. And... I don't know. I think something like that could have wound up being in the days of the NES. That could have been a contender. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me back this up. Many retro game reviewers, content creators admit they actually like and enjoy Bible Buffet NES. Yeah, it's a good game. Where is it? I'm going to pull it up again. It wasn't from tonight. It was from last week, but I'm going to pull it up again because I just do think, I'm so happy I've got a boxed copy of it. With the book. The only thing, is the title screen. The title screen's the only thing biblical. That and the book it comes with. Because after that, which question category? That happens with the book. And then there's the board game. And they're all labeled after different, because buffet, it's like a candy land or it's buffet land. So liquid land, barbecue land, etc. You spin the wheel. I wonder what page tastes the best in the Bible. I was about to, in the Bible. Well, regardless. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Potato land. I'm up for the potato land. Freezer land. Ooh, that's where the ice cream's going to be. Well, no, dessert land would be the ice cream. All right, that's where my TV dinners are. Yeah, and then when you, and then when you get the quizzes, it just tells you the category and that's all, the pages and stuff. Fruit and barbecue for sure. I thought you meant to put Bibble mix. Because wasn't that like oh, that was an Aqua Teen reference. There was an Aqua Teen Hunger Force where they couldn't say Bible, so they kept saying Bibble. And they spelled it with 2 B's. Because of standards and practices. And then you get these top-down levels where you've got to do these action scenes, sort of like a Mario Party. So you've got the trivia, and then you've got the NES action scenes, where you have to, like, collect items before the monsters get you or something. I remember that, too. What are standards and practices? Oh, man. Aqua Teen during the first few seasons was so peak. OMG, if I remember that episode, I would have made that quote. Yeah, this is, I mean, the coloring of the character could be a little bit better, but it's, yeah. This is the Color Dreams game, the Wisdom Tree game. Well, one of them. That's worth it. Not Madamus. Making me feel old. No, we're not old. We are not old. We are VTubers. That means we are eternally 21 and or redacted. VTubers do not age. Ever. I guess. I don't know. Fantasy Zone. I'm going to put this one in. I got to put in C just because it's not a good port. It's a great game that's not a great port. It's a great game that's not a great port. Yeah, I refuse to acknowledge age anymore. I used to get depressed at birthdays, and now I'm a VTuber, and now I don't age, so everything's fine. I'm not a VTuber. You guys are making me age alone. I'm sorry, Luciano. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. It's in the handbook. Become a VTuber, man. Then you stop aging. Everything's cool. Neko, we had tentacles and snakes in stream earlier. Dragon's Lair. That's true. Yeah, and Dragon's Lair wound up in F, and I hate that because tentacles and you didn't invite me. Oh, it wasn't that great. It's in the bottom tier, and it kills me too, because it's an NES game based on Dragon's Lair, and I love the arcade version of Dragon's Lair, which was an interactive animated movie from that Don Bluth animated. But the NES game is just slow pain. It's just tentacles are tentacles no matter the source. Oh dear. Too bad the NES didn't get a version of Day of the Tentacle along with Maniac Mansion. Are we ever going to get to that? Man, we're still in F. Oh, Faxanadu or Fazanadu, depending on who you are or where you are. Okay. I got to tell you the fact about Faxanadu, y'all. So Faxanadu is an action platforming RPG. It's really good. The only bad thing about it is it's password saving. The thing about Faxanadu, chat, everyone has called it Faxanadu in the United States since it came out. I recently learned that is not its name. In Japan, it was called Famicom Xanadu or Fazanadu. But here in the US, we just said Fax. And I like the name Faxanadu, so I don't want to say Fazanadu. I love adventure RPGs. It's a good game. And it's part of a series too. It is part of a series, but it's a series that they where is it? Xanadu series and Dragon Slayer. It's part of this series called Dragon Slayer. And they had they only released a few of them in the States. The only ones they did in the States were Legacy of the Wizard and Faxanadu. And Sorcerian is on PC, I know you can get in the US. And I guess the Game Boy one wasn't released here. Revival of I don't think they were released here. Them newfangled fax machines, yeah. Let me get back to the graphics on it. But there's a whole series of these, and it looks and plays like Zelda 2. It plays a lot like Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. So it's this sort of a side-scrolling action RPG. Series mostly exclusive to JP. Yeah, and released by different distributors here in the US, so none of them were tied together. Like this one was released, it was programmed by Hudson. This was released both through Hudson Soft and Nintendo themselves, published by Nintendo. But the one before it, Legacy of the Wizard, was released in the US later and by Broderbund. So you had different publishers in the States, so they just made them into separate things. No, I don't need to deposit money instantly with PayPal. But yeah, it's sort of like Castlevania 2 also. This one is. It doesn't have an overworld map screen. It's just a side-scrolling adventure action RPG. But it's fun. This is a good game. And I've never really played enough of it. I've never played enough of it. It is, for me, this is a solid, I'm putting it as a solid B. It's a solid B just because the only thing that's keeping it from an A of all things is, I think for me is, what did they give it here? 7.6, yeah. What's keeping it from having an A for me is password system instead of battery backup. Because by this point, Nintendo already had battery backup with Dragon Warrior and with Final Fantasy and a few other things, enough where this could have had battery instead of giant password. Because it's one of those, it's like Metroid, it's the giant passwords. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. And in an era of no digital cameras, if you wrote down one letter wrong, you don't get to continue anymore. You get to start over. That's the problem. To me, that's a big thing for me. Ooh, Felix the cat. Passwords were probably cheaper. Oh yeah, to program than ordering battery backups for every copy. No, absolutely. They were cheaper to yeah, manufacturing was cheaper on it. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. But I'd still prefer it. Because long passwords are the problem. Long passwords are just, Oh, Felix. So Felix the cat is Hudson Soft. Felix the cat, I'll play on stream someday. It's a baby game for babies. Okay? It is a baby game for babies. It's based on the cartoon character, obviously. If you don't know who Felix the cat is, look it up, man. Felix the cat is a later release on NES. And it is a darn good-looking game. It is a darn good-looking game. Felix, if you don't want to give me the bag, because he's got a magic bag, I'll get it from you anyway. Click. Okay, bye. Oh, whoops, I did that like Neko. I didn't mean to. I've been watching too many Neko streams, and now I'm saying bye. Like, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, there's something wrong with me. I'm a sociopath. I don't know why, but for some reason, immediately. I know I'm a sociopath. I'm just going to steal every VTuber's signatures and make them my own. I'm gonna start calling myself like Iron Mouse something at some point just to see what happens. Neko's influence is rubbing off on you. Probably. Felix the cat instead, or Heathcliff instead of Felix. Heathcliff. Legally distinct from Garfield for legal reasons. I remember Heathcliff. I always liked Heathcliff. Neko's influence. Aiko says it too. Does she? I haven't paid attention. I know Aiko says if you don't say goodbye to her that you'll be like cursed with diarrhea or something usually. I mean, I stole a few things from others too. Oh no, I do too. I just wasn't expecting it. I just wasn't expecting that to have entered my vernacular. Like right now while you're in stream. But so Felix has different powers. Like there it shows him with the boxing glove. I know at some point he can get a tank. Yeah, a little cart thing, motorcycle. It says tank. It's a good-looking game from Hudson Soft. It's a little dark, the palette. More so than I remember. I think it's brighter on the actual NES. But I forgot Aiko says those curses. Yeah, I think that's something new, because I don't remember that when I first like started watching her. Speaking of which, that's someone else. I don't know when it's going to be, but apparently I've got a collab coming up with Aiko because I got drafted. Apparently Aiko decided for her donathon that one of the reward... I love it when people decide things like this. She and her, because I just stopped by and said hello, and I guess they decided that I'm going to be collabing as one of her donathon things. Once she reached a certain amount, that she was going to collab with me to read either Yaoi or Yuri, and I don't know how to react to this, but I guess it's gonna be a Yaoi Yuri collab stream, so I'm sorry in advance. You got even yeah, that's true. Yeah, just die already. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And then she asked, so which would you prefer, Yaoi or Yuri? And in my brain, I'm just immediately saying, the truth is Yuri. But but I just know everyone else probably wants Yaoi because that seems to be, because Yaoi seems to be the more popular. And I'd be like, what? Yeah. There you go, Madness. We can de-smuts me. Oh, man. Yeah. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, there's more mana. I mean, milk. Let me see. Where will I put this? This is good. I want Yuri more, but I'll take what I can get. See, my problem is I know Aiko wants probably the Yaoi. Well, I tried pitching. I'm going to tell y'all right now. I tried pitching, hey, we should do a dramatic reading of a Quan Mills book. I sent her the title of like my bed bug, my baby daddy is a bed bug, or whatever. I got pregnant from an ogre across 63rd Street. Cause that'll get us banned from YouTube. Oh man. I didn't even know Quan Mills was a thing. I just suddenly saw these pictures of covers, of book covers, popping up in like memes, and then it's like, oh wow, this is real. Yeah. Actually, that sounds fun too. Honestly, that would probably be something that could get you banned. I think that those might be something that get you banned. There was someone else who like as a dono goal too did say she was going to read one online and read one to her audience, and I think she's had to make it like a members thing through Discord or something because Quan Mills stuff is apparently kind of spicy. Not well written, but spicy. Uncomfortable. Felix the Cat is a good game. But Felix the Cat is also insanely easy. I'm putting Felix the Cat right here in the B tier. It's a B tier. Oh, yikes. Yeah, indeed. I didn't say actually do that, but the concept sounds amusing. Oh, no, it does. It does. It does. Especially the ogre one. The ogre one to me sounds great because everyone is so... Shrek, I don't know why Shrek is so popular like more so. Is it just me, or is Shrek more popular now in streaming culture than it ever was, like, say, 10 years ago? Because Shrek was always popular, but it feels like Shrek now is a really big thing. Like, even before the new reboot sequel movie was on its way. What's next? Ferrari Grand Prix Challenge. Shrek became a meme. And meme becomes streaming reality. Yep, I guess so. Ferrari Grand Prix. The Grand Prix. I think it's this one. No, that's Genesis. Genesis does. Shrek was meme material like SpongeBob. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Meme made it bigger than it actually is. I guess, yeah, that goes for so many things, doesn't it? I mean, that goes, there's so many things that I think are memeable that I keep that I keep hoping will become big, and they just never do. Including like Mr. T's Be Somebody. I always thought that was, you know, super big meme material, and outside of someone like Tenma, it doesn't seem that it's really picked up anywhere. Ferrari Grand Prix Challenge. It's a racing game. Darth Scourge, ever seen My Little Pony memes? Welcome in, Darth Scourge. Welcome in. I have not. I haven't seen many of them. Maybe they just don't show up in my feed currently. Most of the memes I've been getting lately are kitten memes. I get so many. I don't know what I did to my algorithm, but I get so many cats. I get so many kittens. I love them, but I get so many. Okay, so this has save game. I guess picking out parts for your car, great. Never seen My Little Pony. Friendship is magic, but the art is freaking adorbs. I've seen some pictures. I do see some pictures, and I've seen some, I know I've seen some streamers, drew themselves as My Little Pony characters. So I've seen that, but that's probably the limit. No wonder it created bronies. Yeah. Yeah, are bronies still a thing? I do remember when bronies was a really, like, a big thing. And it feels like you don't hear the name that much anymore. Okay, country. Man, is there any gameplay shots beyond menus? Thankfully, 80s music stayed in the 80s. Proud chest up. Never gonna give you up. Unfortunately, yeah. Are they? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. All I know... Okay. Correct. Am I wrong about this, or did the whole horrible jar thing originate with the bronies? Because I keep feeling like the awful jar originated with the bronies. And if that's the case, then a pox on all their houses. Sorry if anyone's a brony. They should become cultured and enjoy Umas instead. Uma Musume! Okay, it did. Oh, dear. Yes, it did. It did. It was a Rainbow Dash jar. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I do like Umas. I do like Umas. I mean, I haven't played the game a ton, but I like it. I think they're so cute. I do like seeing the Uma Musume memes. I do like seeing all the Uma Musume memes. Okay, so System 3 designed this. They did the Conan game. It's not Rad Racer. It's a Grand Prix. It's got a rear view mirror. That's nice. But to me, this game is nothing special. Plus, it's got some weird visual glitches. I remember that when I was playing it, where some of the pixels are, like, off. It's got good scrolling, but 6.2 is too generous. No, 6.2 is too generous. Uma Musume lovers are just bronies who are not having enough to be full furries. I'm okay with that. No offense to the furries, I don't think, but I'm okay with this. I'm okay with just the Hans girls. I'm okay just having the Hans girls brave enough who are not brave enough to be full furries. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with just Hans girls. No offense. I'm putting in D. I'm putting in D. It's fine, but it's just a racing game. Man, I'm looking at this and it makes me so sad because F tier. 3 of these games should be high up, and yet they aren't. Dragon's Lair, it sucks. Conan the Barbarian, it sucks. Bill and Ted, it's broken. Fester's Quest. Ooh, speaking of Wednesday Addams. Dancing in the corner. I want to play this on stream someday. So this is the original Addams Family game on NES, chat. It was Fester's Quest. where you play as Uncle Fester. And the problem is, if you were a kid like me, who at my age, I had no idea what the Addams Family was, Fester's Quest looks fun. It's tough. It's good, though. It's Sunsoft. It is great music. Because it's Sunsoft, the music is killer. It's a top-down action-adventure game. I think it might be Password. I don't remember. I'll check later. Who are you calling a furry? LOL. Also, Uma is wholesome, if somewhat cliche. Yeah. Listen, all furries are valid, but bronies scare me. No worries. And it's not because they think the ponies are hard. Can't argue. But because of how misogynistic the outward presenting ones are. Really? See, I don't know enough about the brony culture. So I'll take your word on that, Neko, because I don't know enough about it. The only thing I've ever known about it was really the jar thing. The jar thing, and I remember there was a late night show, which was not the Daily Show. It was something else, where they sent like it was like a comedy show where they sent one of their reporters to a brony convention to learn about it. And it was, all I remember is awkward. That's all I remember, was awkward. Because I think the person they sent was like some former Miss America candidate too, so it just made it so awkward. But I didn't know that. That's interesting, Neko. I will look it up and read up on that. Let's just say the jar is the very, very tip of the iceberg. I wouldn't doubt. You know what, Neko? Honestly, I'm not going to doubt that, because to me, I mean, that just sounds like that's the beginning of bad, you know? That's just the begin. As much as we joke about it, as much as we now, and I'm glad that that people joke about it, like, you know, with even with VTubers and everything, where people joke about, I just got a standee, guess what's going in the jar. I like that we joke about it, but yeah, the fact that even ever was a thing, sweet mercy. Oh dear. But yeah, it's a cool top-down adventure, and it's tough as nails. And there's a lot of items in it. Like if you get stung by stuff, you need vice grips in order to pull out the stingers, if I remember. Noose. Oh no. Okay. I want to say the other Addams Family members are in it too. Like you can go talk to Wednesday and whatnot. Neko, did you see the Kota Bukiya Shoujo series MLP figurines? I've never heard of those. Interesting. No, I definitely haven't. The food stand reads HDT. Let me back it up. Does it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, because they got it too close. I see that. They got the O too close. Yep. Oh, dear. Oops. Such buildings as this are where the Addams Family characters are waiting to give you items. Yeah, there we go. Thing gives you invisible potions. Okay. Madamus, the Shoujo series is anime. Chucky Girl series. Oh, really? Okay. They're gorgeous. Really? Okay. I'll have to look those up sometime. Interesting. Yeah, Fester's Quest is one that I like, even though it's tough as nails. I thought it had game save. Does it say anything in the overview? Let me look at the screenshots again. Oh, I didn't know this. There are some 3D levels too. There are some 3D levels too in it. That's nice. And transforms more than meets the eye. Get lost in 3D. Okay. Find the doorway out. Okay. Is there a password screen? I keep looking. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh, wow. I gotta look at Pugsley. Well, he's a little bitter. My favorite Transformer was only featured in like 2 episodes. Really? Which one is it, if you don't mind my asking? Now, bear in mind, her name was Lancer. Okay, then I definitely wouldn't have seen it because the only Transformers I've seen were the OG, the original, what, 3 seasons? Yeah, I've never seen any of the more modern ones other than the movies. One of the only female Transformers. Yeah, so the only one I remember was RC. I remember RC in the movie. That was the first female one I remembered. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Quite a few NES games had an FPS perspective, and I thought, yeah, there are several. Not a ton, but several. Neko, I was hoping you had seen them. They're quite neat. All right, Fester's Quest is good. It is good. It is. It's not peak. It's good. It's solid B in my opinion. More Camerica. This would have wound up on the Aladdin deck enhancer also at some point. What time is it? Wow. Okay, I'm going to keep going for a bit. I want to get more than just... I want to beat the poll. To the end. Oh, bless. No, not at this rate. We're still in the Fs. I'd like to get through the Gs, even though there's quite a few Gs. Maybe we'll only get part of the... I don't know. Okay, Firehawk. 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 Is this the right one? I think so, 91. Yeah, so this chat... Firehawk was... excuse me, there's no covers for it. Is this the right one? Yep. This is it. Yep, Camerica. This was supposed to be on the deck enhancer, the Aladdin, and it wasn't. This is a really darn good game. This is a darn good game. It's a helicopter flying. It's sort of like a I guess you could say it's almost like an Airwolf thing. It's an American military flying the helicopter thing, but there's some variety to it because you've got these cool top-down missions which look good. Seriously, NES graphics, that looks good. It's got good music, different sounding. Some of it can be a little high-pitched because it was developed by Camerica and they were doing their own. Camerica, for those who don't know, because they were unlicensed, they created their own NES development kit. So they had to create their own music development kit and everything. And they did a darn good job. Their stuff is really high grade. Looks nice there. And then there are these third person behind the ship shooting segments, using the targets and shooting the enemy helicopters. Destroyed while saving the agent. Oh, this one, I guess he lost. And you're trying to rescue people with the ropes. That's right. You're trying to, like in this case, rescuing an agent. I don't know if you have to rescue people every... So it's got a bit of a choplifter. Thing to it. But it looks really good. And it plays really well. Camerica stuff keeps getting really high for me. Mostly. I'm gonna... So far, all of it, I think. Yeah. Because B52 I put in there in B also. I'm putting it B. It's not A tier. It's definitely not S, but... ooh, okay. Flintstones! Flintstones, The Rescue of Dino and Hoppy. This is from Taito. It is a platformer on NES. I mean, everything was a platformer, wasn't it? It has to do with a scientist from the future taking Dino and Hoppy. I didn't even remember Hoppy. And so now you're trying to get pictures, or not pictures, pieces of Gazoo, the Great Gazoo's spaceship or something to take you through time to rescue them. So it's a platformer where you play as Fred Flintstone. Really good looking, really good gameplay. This game plays well. And it looks good. There is a sequel to this game. Something at like Dinosaur Peak. I don't remember what it's called. There is a sequel to this game, chat. And unfortunately, it's one of the most rare games there is on NES. It was a rental exclusive at the end of the NES lifespan. It was like Blockbuster exclusive, so there aren't many copies out there. It plays pretty much the same, except you can also play as Barney. So you can play as Fred or Barney. Regardless, this is a really, really solid game. This is an A-lister. It's an A-lister. And the other one would probably still be A, maybe B. Sadly, like I said, it's so rare, I will never own it. Unless someone gets a legal reissue. And once again, thanks everyone who's watching tonight. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. If you haven't liked the stream yet, if you haven't liked, I can't speak. If you have not liked the stream, now brown cow, the arsonist had oddly shaped feet. If you have not liked the stream, please consider doing so. It does help me out a ton with the algorithm. And just a reminder, tomorrow night, Kingdom the Far Reaches. Friday night, we'll be doing a watch-along of the party pre-birthday. And then Saturday, we will be playing for a birthday stream. Not super special, but an unreleased NES game from the aforementioned Camerica. Pogi's Dream World Pogi. Ah! Okay. What was I doing? I just saw, oh, boy. Flying Dragon, the Secret Scroll. I don't know what the is unless it's Flash. Gordon. Gordon's alive? Okay, Flying Dragon, the Secret Scroll. Pretty cool artwork. What? I don't know what's going on. Flying Dragon, the Secret Scroll. I'd swear to you, I look at this and I thought it was like a Dragon Ball Z, like Dragon Ball had been brought to the NES, but they changed the title. Because, like, legit, good artwork. And that's where it ends, chat. That is where it ends. What did they give the overview? 6.1. Oh, boy, that's generous. Flying Dragon, the Secret Scroll. You got these weird side-scrolling levels, which don't look so great. Oh, if you like the Scream. I mean, thank you, Daylin. I didn't know. And thank you, Omegs, for the I guess. And then you get these weird boss fights against, like, little girls and stuff. Semi-boss fights. The mini-boss. And you have to beat enough of them so that you, like, collect eventually the scroll or something. I just discovered somehow my app got like a half minute behind. Hey, no worries. No worries. Excuse me. No worries. It happens. YouTube app gonna YouTube app. Punch statues, get stuff, mini boss. But then, so here's the problem with this game. Eventually, you get past these side-scroller levels. Maybe. There we go, exiting the level. And then you get stuck in these tournament fights. Where, like it says right there, instructions, defend the O mark on your body, attack the O mark on your enemy's body, defend upper. It is so, to me, these are just so difficult and cumbersome, the fights, these tournament fights. I have never, I think one time I was able to get past one of these tournament fights, and it was, you know, I lost all my lives in the process. It just took forever. Yeah, he defeated his opponent? Nice. Better than I could ever do. Celebrate the victory, yay. Your reward for successful completion of training. Shingun Secrets indicates enemy's weak point. Star indicates... Oh, It still indicates point where enemy can be eliminated with one blow. Try your new secrets. Okay. Helpful hint, whatever. In any case, yeah, that's, yeah. You turn white when you're about to be defeated. Well then, chat, I guess that's a sign that in life I am always about to be defeated. You turn white when you are about to be defeated. There you go, I've only got 1 HP left. Oh, I thought it was funny. Okay. I'm gonna let, yeah, no, Flying Dragon is, it's D tier, man. That is D tier. And there's a sequel to it too called The Flying Warriors. I don't even remember much of it. I don't own it. Test your might. I'd rather play Mortal Kombat. So far, B tier, oh, yeah, so far B tier has the most. Huh. Ooh. Ooh. Chat, we're about to go to look at one of the hidden gems of the NES. We are about to look at one of those games that Madam has picked up just thinking, well, I don't know, whatever. I've never heard of this one. This is Formula 1 Built to Win. It's got one of the worst covers ever. They don't show it on here. The artwork for this is... The artwork for the... You know what? Google Images. Built to Win NES cover. The cover art on this is the cover art is not good. Sorry, I don't have a better scan of it. Let me see if there's a better one. Oh, well, there. The cover art on this game is not good, like at all. That is horrible. This is one of the worst looking boxes on all of NES. If you saw this in a store, you would never want to buy it. You probably would never rent it or anything. And so this game was sent to the seems to have been sent to the dust heap. That is unfortunate, because this is the anime racing game. Lurking for now, thank you, enjoy your lurk. This is the anime racing game. Enter your name. Nothing special here. That's okay, fine. This is the US map. Doesn't look like the US. Whatever. Card check, save game. Wait, it's got game save. Part shop, card check, office. Okay. What's this? Anime girl. Hello. Please select a course. Push A button. You earn money. You buy parts. You get upgrades. It's an anime racing game. It's a manga anime Japanese stylized. We didn't westernize it. We didn't do any of it. Racing game. Different cars like a Mini Cooper. Which a Mini Cooper, I mean, it's a Mini Cooper. It's not even Formula 1. The title doesn't even fit. Formula 1 Built to Win. The title doesn't even fit. Visually, it kind of looks like Rad Racer. Oh wow! Just from the screenshots, I would think this is Phantasy Star. Yeah, it's great. I mean, the racing, is it better than Rad Racer? No, the racing itself isn't, but the money earning and the upgrading and the game save, again, game save. If a collision with another car puts you into a spin, your chassis strength is inferior. Raising this strength increases your chances of winning. Yeah. She offers you advice when you lose, and we love her for it. Upgrading the chassis. Yeah, this is... this is one of the best racing games on the NES. And I don't know whether I should put it B or A tier. I don't know whether I should put it B or A tier. This is a hidden gem among hidden gems. I'm putting it A. I'm putting it A. I believe this is really one of the hidden gems on the NES. Okay. So there, we finished the Fs. Let's start the Gs. Oh, well, this is easy enough. Galaga. Anime racing game, brought west. So it's F-Zero GP Legend. No, not quite. Not quite. Not quite that, you know, I mean. Not quite, but on NES, it was a step above Rad Racer, and I love Rad Racer. Okay. So Galaga on NES, they retitled. I guess they thought it would grab people more, make people think it was a sequel. Galaga, Demons of Death. Until you play the game. And then when you play the game, oops. Oh no. Don't do that. And then when you play the game, it's just Galaga. It's just Galaga. Title screen. Japanese title screen. It's just Galaga. Galaga's fine. I like Galaga. But Galaga isn't exact. Galaga's so good. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's not. I mean, it's in. This is a tough one. No, it's not going there. I don't know whether to put it B or C. I put Dig Dug 2 in. I don't know whether to do B or C. I really don't. I still feel like these old school arcade ones belong more in the C tier. Because there's just not enough meat with it. I love Galaga, but there's just not much meat. Okay. You know what? Based on the fact that over Dig Dug, arcade game on free play would be much better. Oh yeah, no, I agree. When it comes to NES, here's the reason I'm going to give it a C. There's a reason I'm going to give it a C. Because they didn't do anything to use the they didn't do anything to show off the NES hardware. You mentioned Galaga 88. They could have done an NES port of Galaga 88. They could have added some new game modes. They could have fancied up the graphics. They could have done something, but they didn't. It is just a very straightforward port. Just like I would get playing on the Atari 7800. So because of that, I have to say C. If they'd fancied it up, I'd feel better. But not fancied up, it's just... I mean, it's like Burger Time. Burger Time, great game, but... Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. And again, that's not a bad place to be. Because look at some of these bangers, arguably somewhat bangers in here. Captain America, I really do like that game, just not enough. Afterburner. Batman Returns, Bible Buffet. There are good games in here, so I'm not sliding it. I'm not sliding you, Galaga. Ooh. Okay. Gargoyle's Quest 2. So Gargoyle's Quest 2 is a spin-off of Ghosts and Goblins. They were on the Game Boy, black and white. They released Gargoyle's Quest. It was a platformer RPG adventure where you played the demon character, the gargoyle, in Ghosts and Goblins. Firebrand. the sequel, they put the original on Game Boy. They put the sequel on NES, and in Japan, they put the sequel on NES and Game Boy. I don't know why they did not put Gargoyle's Quest on Game Boy in the US. That doesn't make sense to me. Likewise, I don't understand why they didn't put the original Gargoyle's Quest on NES if they were going to put the second one on NES, if that makes sense. It's a cool game, though. This is a cool game. And a good-looking game on NES, too. Well, so many games that didn't make it over. Yeah, but this one seems extra odd, Daylin. For me, especially with this one not getting a Game Boy version when they put it especially doesn't make sense that they wouldn't put the second one on Game Boy when they had it in Japan, because they would have had the translation done. The translation would have been done if they translated it for NES, you know? So I don't get it. Talking to Morok, King of Etruria. So yeah, there you go. Monster Village. I often see strangers hanging around outside. And then you get these cool action side-scroller levels, which look good. It's Capcom through and through. I've never played all the way through this. And I think it has game save, too. And there's a third game in the series, too, that was on Super Nintendo. Demon Crest. Yeah, I like this one. This is a good one. All right, Gargoyle's Quest 2 is A tier. It's A. It's not S tier, but it's A. Okay, Gauntlet and Gauntlet 2. So my copy of Gauntlet, chat. Gauntlet on NES was released by Tengen twice. First, it was released licensed, and then when they started doing their unlicensed stuff, it was repackaged and reissued in a Tengen unlicensed cover. Here's the differences, just so you know. Licensed that's a Brazilian one. Okay, licensed NES version looks like this. It's a regular gray cartridge. Okay, that's the one I have. I do wish I had the other, just for my library. This is the way the unlicensed versions look. This is the way Tengen unlicensed cartridges look. They were these sleek black cartridges with these huge labels. Now, that said, they're identical. The games are identical. The only difference is one says licensed by Nintendo and one doesn't on the title screen. Oh, and now Gauntlet on NES. This one, you wouldn't think so, but this actually shows off the Nintendo. This one did some cool stuff with the hardware of the NES. Gauntlet on NES, it doesn't look special, okay? First of all, it's only 2-player. The arcade game was 4-player. It doesn't look special, does it, chat? I'm going to tell you why it's special. Nintendo has a sprite limit. This game has all of these characters, and yet no flicker. Now, why does that happen? The reason why it happens is Tengen figured out a secret. It's a secret that led to choppier animation, but it's a secret that let them get away with putting pretty much unlimited sprites on the screen, as many as the screen would handle. Instead of registering these as character sprites, they register them as floor tiles. And they're registered as tiles that can be damaged and that cause damage if you hit them. So by registering them as floor tiles, they can only be animated like at, I don't know, half or a third of the animations, but they can fill the whole screen with them. You could have this whole screen filled with ghosts and the one character, and it wouldn't have a blink of slowdown. Tengen found made a cool trick with this. That said, the NES version of Gauntlet it's not super special. It's just Gauntlet. Gauntlet is good. I like Gauntlet. The NES version isn't. Other than that, it's not super special. Visually, it's not that great. They didn't do very well with color. Tengen's color a lot of times, for whatever reason, their color palettes were always kind of off, with a few exceptions, which we'll show those exceptions eventually. But Gauntlet, I'm going to put it as, I don't know whether to put it as C or B. I want to put it as B, but I want to put it as C. I love Gauntlet, but I don't know. I don't know, chat. Let me take a hydration break while I think about it. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. It took me a while to swallow that. Don't clip that. Pie, no! Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm putting it in C tier. But that's going to change with the sequel. Gauntlet 2. Gauntlet 2 is technically Tengen after Tengen got shut down. Gauntlet 2 is Tengen after Tengen got shut down, and their stuff got bought by Mindscape. Now, Mindscape released a lot of crap on NES, but they also released some, excuse me. They also released some Tengen stuff that was good. Some stuff that if Tengen themselves would have released it, it would have really been considered bangers for them. Gauntlet 2 on NES. Good cover artwork again. And 4 players. This is one of those few 4-player games on NES. So if you had the 4-player adapter, you could play with everyone. Here you go. Great collab game. Gauntlet 2. And as far visually, Gauntlet 2 does look a bit better. It plays a bit smoother too. It still uses the floor tile trick, but it looks better. Clearly it looks better. Not that one, the floor on that one looks odd. But the 4-player stuff, improvements to the visuals, still using the same floor tile trick so that they could make this game exceed hardware limitations. I believe Gauntlet 2, I think it is one of the truly excellent 4-player games on NES. I am putting it in an A tier. So big jump. I think Gauntlet 2 belongs A tier. Just because of that. Because it's a good party game. Gauntlet 2 is a good party game, chat. Party game. 4-player. We're coming on something special. We're coming on something that's a hidden gem. And it's also difficult to find. So this is something that I found by accident. I had never heard of this. 6.1, I disagree. I'm giving it higher. This is a JRPG chat from Kimco that I had never heard of. This is Ghost Lion. Now, first of all, tell me that cover does not look... Tell me that doesn't look like a Def Leppard album. Seriously, tell me, chat, that this does not look like an 80s hair band album. And that doesn't represent the game at all. This cover, honestly, if I had seen this cover in a store, I never would have bought the game. But it also is the thing which made me buy this game later. This was a game that I found by accident. It was years later. It was in a GameStop, chat. It was in a GameStop. I'll tell you when it was. It was a GameStop. It was in let's think. It was around 2005, somewhere in there, 2004 to 2005. I was in a GameStop and I saw Ghost Lion. And the title I had never heard of. Never heard of this thing. And I thought I knew most of the NES titles, especially the licensed ones. So, yeah, no artwork or anything. It was just the cartridge, loose cartridge. So I didn't know anything about it. In Japan, the cover art is very different. This is the cover art Japan got. Because it's got a very... here you go. You want to talk Phantasy Star. Here you go. Japan got this cover. And as for the game itself, the title screen is Legend of the Ghost Lion. And it's a JRPG. It is a JRPG, but it's an interesting one because your main character doesn't do all the fighting mostly. She has spirits fight for her. Maria's parents told her the legend of the White Lion. There's a legend? It may be a very dangerous and difficult journey. Okay, bye! Parents go away and never came back. Starting point. So you got courage and dream. I don't even remember how all these things work. I think the courage is your HP and dream is like your magic power. This spear holds the spirit of the young soldier. So what she does is she calls on the spirits of things instead of fighting herself. I wish it would show something. If we had found you any later, you would have drowned. Okay. Dream world. World map near a cave. Come on, fight. There we go. In battle, you see yourself when attacking. I do like that. That's something you don't usually get in a game. In a lot of these games, is seeing your own character. Summoning Moja, the spear's spirit. Kobold appears. Yeah, this is a good one. Chat, this is a banger. This is a banger. This is a banger JRPG. By the way, chat, we will wrap this up pretty soon. I'm not going to go past 2 o'clock. So let's see how many of these we can dish out real quick. Ghost Lion is not a... It is not going to be S tier. But I'm bringing this one all the way up to A tier. I think this one's an A tier. RPGs like that, yeah. Even Dragon Warrior, I should have made A. You know what? I'm moving Dragon Warrior up, chat. I am moving Dragon Warrior up. It's not as good as Dragon Warrior 2, but I still consider it to be an A-tier game. I love the original Dragon Warrior. Maybe it's my own nostalgia speaking now, but I love Dragon Warrior. There, okay? I sound like I'm arguing with you. We're fighting! Oh, we'll wrap this up in a minute. Let me see if I can get all the way to through the G's. Okay, next. Ghosts in Gob. Ghosts and Goblins, chat. The NES version of Ghosts and Goblins. Okay, so here's the thing. I love Ghosts and Goblins. I do love Ghosts and Goblins. There's some technical issues with this game. It's a game I love. First of all, it's hella difficult. But second of all, there are some technical glitches. the sprites scroll at a different rate than the screen. So usually like an item, like let's say a flower or something, a man-eating plant, okay? The screen will scroll and it will scroll a frame or two later. So everything looks a bit off. The scrolling in this is screwed up with that. But on the other hand, this thing can do horizontal and vertical scrolling in the same levels without having to like switch up the engine apparently. So it's got it's got some technical glitches, but it's also got some things which are like on NES. How did you do that? At this stage, at this point, because this is long before Mario 3. He's running around in his underwear, chat. Still running in his underwear. This game is so difficult. So much underwear. So many underwears. Will he ever have armor again? I don't know. There he does. Yay. All right. I gotta be honest and I gotta be fair. I don't know if this is C or B. If I put Dino Rick, you know what? I gotta put it B just because I do really like it. I do really like it. I still love Ghosts and Goblins no matter what. This port probably is closer to a C, but it's B minus. It's B minus. Okay, oh, we did a stream of this. We did 2 of them. And I spread them out too much. Godzilla, Monster of Monsters. I spread these out too much. I did streams of this, but I separate them by like months. Japan got that cover. Japan got this as the cover. US got better. We got better artwork here. Okay. Japanese title screen versus US title screen. Okay. So for those of you who didn't see the stream, you start with a hex field. You pick where you want to go. You can only move a few spaces. You play both Godzilla and Mothra. It's got an RPG sort of aspect to it in that you level up, chat, as you go. And you face a lot of classic monsters too. It's got big character sprites. Welcome back, Judd. Welcome back. It's got big character sprites. But it's also missing a lot of animations. Like Godzilla, when he's crouched down, he can still walk, but he just floats because they didn't program an animation. So it's got a lot of really good looking stuff. But then, like there, the Gezora versus Mothra, it looks good, but it's not a great game, but I don't know. I've got nostalgia for this one. I do have nostalgia for it. We played on stream. I do have nostalgia for it. Is it C or B? I'm going B just because I do have nostalgia for it. There's something about this game that I love. Godzilla 2, which is interesting because Godzilla 2 chat was not released in the US. I mean, not in the US. Whoops. Godzilla 2, War of the Monsters, was not released in Japan. This was a US exclusive release. I'll show you. Where is it releases? Yeah, it was a US exclusive for whatever reason. Now, it is like it says right here, strategy and tactics. It is a turn-based strategy game. And you play the Japanese military trying to stop Godzilla and other monsters. Like in this case, I don't know who that is. That might be Baragon, because I know Baragon's in it. Move, list, move to, scientist, music. So you move your tanks. It's sort of like, I guess you could say, almost like Advance Wars. but with a Godzilla theme. Now, fighting is different because you gotta like time it out, and it's almost like a slot machine. So you gotta get the different symbols to match up to do the right type of damage or defense or whatever, what an attack looks like at first. Fighter versus Godzilla. You don't have a lot of games like this on NES. Godzilla certainly is fearsome, destroying buildings that get in his way. I'm going to guess you are going to put a golf in there. No, actually not, Judd. Actually not. That's one of the sports ball ones. Not quite F. Not quite F, but you're kind of close. There are a few golf games. One of darn it, Judd, now you got me thinking. Now you got me thinking. All right, Godzilla 2, chat. We don't have a lot of strategy games like this on NES, and I'm putting it in the B category as well. Good artwork, too. That's the same poster from Godzilla 1984, the Japanese of Godzilla 1985. Okay, golf. Not to be confused with Golf. There is a game from Limited Run, which is a golf game called Golf, because you should play a game of golf. Golf, 1984. What did it get rated anyway? If I could get this to load. 6.1. So this is the original NES Golf, chat, where you get to play as Mario. It's me, Mario. Mario knows golf. Let's see. Let's put the screenshot. Now, the Game Boy one looks a lot different. To me, these are different games. I wouldn't have even put these in the same thing. Game Boy Advance, that must be an e-reader game. Or maybe it was only in Japan, I don't know. So yeah, early Nintendo here. If I could get the screenshot to open. Very early NES. 1984, even though the NES didn't hit the US until like 85, 87, I forget which. I think 87. I don't remember. It is Mario. The cover, they show him wearing red, but here he is wearing white. I was just kidding. No, you're good, Judd. No, but the truth is, because I'm not into games like this. The truth is, I'm not into games like this. So, and since it is subjective, you're not entirely wrong. It's a very basic golf game, and I'm not much into golf. It is an F, but I'm putting it D because it also falls into the category of D for don't care. Sorry. We got more golf on the way too. Golgo 13 top secret episode. Ooh. Top secret episode, Golgo 13, based on the manga series. I always like this. Only you can help him save the world. I do like this artwork. It's so basic and yet so perfect. And they kept the anime style. They didn't shy away from it. Now, they did cut some stuff, I think, from the American release. It's got a lot. This game has a lot of dialogue and cutscenes. And visually, it's not the best for most of it. I'm Maria Lovelette, an agent for Fixer. So it's got a secret agency. You're playing an assassin, but it's a secret agent feel type game. Watch yourself. The KGB will be watching every move you make. There are different types. So there's these side-scrolling levels, which don't look very good. You could do, I think, just kicks and jumps. I remember that game. Yeah, it doesn't look good, but it plays well. These are the side-scrolling action ones. Then there's, you jump pretty darn high in this, too. Then there's there's this first-person shooting gallery type levels, where you're shooting the ones attacking you. Condor's been trying to get a hold of you. Well, I've been trying to get a hold of Condor. Cherry Grace. Hey, baby. Flying level. More flying. There's a sniper section too. Yeah, and then there's a sniper. I don't know how they got away with this on NES. Because the truth is, Nintendo, you would think they would have pitched a fit at in this time period about doing sniper stuff. I'm Condor. I owe you one for getting me out of trouble. There's some first-person stuff here too. They saw their first ever implied schmeck scene on Nintendo. Wow. Okay, I didn't know there was implied schmecks in it. I forgot that. I never played through the whole thing. Okay, underwater scuba levels. There's so much that's going on this. Scuba, River of No Return, swimming with a missile. Then you've got these first-person maze levels. That's part of the mazes, I know. More street travel degrees. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Play the game on full goon. No, but I might play it at some point. I don't think there's enough to do it with a full goon, but I do want to play it at some point. Because I've never played through the whole thing. And I do like it. I'm giving this a solid B. I'm giving it a solid B. It's not an A tier, because visually it's just not there, but it's a solid B. Oh, the Goonies 2. Goonies 2 is such a weird thing, isn't it? So the original Goonies on NES, chat. There was an NES game of the Goonies, and it was released to arcades in the US as versus the Goonies. But for whatever reason, Konami, because they were limited with how many games they could release in the United States because of Nintendo's rules with licensing, they opted not to release their game for the Goonies on NES. You can only get it in Japan on Famicom. It is fully in English if you get it on Famicom. Because I did pick it up. But they did release the Goonies 2, which is such an odd game. It does have a password system, I believe. Or maybe it doesn't. I thought it did. Maybe it doesn't. It might not. It might just be a really long game. No, it must just be a really long game. It doesn't have a save. It's a combination of side-scroller levels. That game is really hard. Yeah, I always thought this one was really tough. I thought this was an NES hard one for sure. And not one of Konami's best looking, because it's so early. It's one of the early ones. And it doesn't really fight, it doesn't really fit Goonies at all. You're trying to rescue some mermaid girl, which, I mean, kudos trying to come up with another story, but yeah. And then this, the map, front and back. There are two halves to the locations in the game. The front side of, like, the building or whatever, and the back side. Okay, yo-yo. Then you've got these first-person point-and-click levels, basically. They're first-person maze levels and point-and-click where, you know, you get items like a hammer and break walls, look for items. You can eventually find Konami Man, too, from the game we did not get in the States, Konami Man. Key holder. Find the Goonies with the magic locator device. And you're trying to rescue your fellow Goonies, and you're trying to rescue the mermaid. It's an odd game. It's an odd game. I can't love it. It's a solid C. It's a solid C. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. How many G's we got left? Can we get through the G's? We can get through the G's. Okay, next. This is easy. Greg Norman's Golf Power. So Golf Power. First of all, it is a 4-player game. It does support the 4-player adapter if you want to play golf with 4 players. Critics, what did critics say? Ultimate Nintendo Guide gave it a 90. Golfing experience here is accurate and top-notch, with variety of options. Players can design an 18-hole tournament. Of course, looks a little fact that perfect golf title, and maybe the fact that all the golfers on the course look like Greg Norman. Okay, so it's Greg Norman clone golf, I guess. I don't know. All right, main menu, difficulty levels. All right, let me look at a few of these. This is one of those things I haven't played much of because I'm not into golf. But it wasn't terrible when I played it. Again, this one for me, I'm not the audience. It's fine. I'm not the audience. So Greg Norman Golf Power, because I am not the audience, I have to put it at a D. It is better than golf, but I'm not the audience. Gremlins 2, the new batch. Ooh. Gremlins 2, the new batch on NES. This is peak Sunsoft. Sunsoft did so many cool games on NES, y'all. Sunsoft did good licensing. Unlike LJN, Sunsoft did good licensing. Gremlins is fun. Gremlins is fun. It is a top-down, bit of an isometric game. It's got decent cutscenes. It's got good music. You play as Gizmo. They're giant tomatoes. Okay. Which they did. There were genetically modified tomatoes during one scene in the games. I mean, in the movie. So that, fine, whatever. I mean, the spiked floors and stuff is bizarre, but whatever. Game logic. But it's a really cool game, and like here, a small world, because you're supposed to be Gizmo running around. You collect things like that, the match, so you could shoot fireballs. Eventually, you'll collect like a paper clip for a crossbow. This is just a really well-made game. There are little shops with the old guy, the Key Luke character. Of course, you'd think if he was, trying to help you, he'd just give you everything, but like to upgrade your power, more life, etc. Cool boss battles. Yeah, there you go, paperclip. Yeah, Gremlins 2 is a good game. Gremlins 2 is a good game. I don't know if it's A tier, though. I don't know if it's A tier or B tier. I really like Gremlins 2, though. I really, really like Gremlins 2. You know what? Gremlins 2, I'm giving A tier. That's a movie title that, yeah. That's a movie game. It's like Batman. That's one of the movie games that their license, they nailed. They nailed it. Man, we got bangers. Okay, The Guardian Legend. This is one I need to play on stream someday. This is one of those ones NSO, Nintendo Store Online, desperately needs. NSO, Nintendo Switch Online, excuse me, desperately needs The Guardian Legend. Guardian Legend is peak. That is not the cover we got in the US. We didn't get the anime cover. We got this cover. Now, I'm going to be honest. When I first saw this cover, I didn't think much of it. It looks cool, but I didn't think much of it. In fact, if anything, I kind of thought with the snake things, it was going to be some Egyptian thing. And it's not. Guardian Legend is by Irem. Well, it's by Broderbund, but yeah, Irem. So it's part of their Irem licensing. It's a combination of top-down action levels and vertical shooter levels. You do the vertical shooter levels with your ship. really good looking graphics on this. And it's got good music too. Then you get to the top-down levels. If someone is reading this, I must have failed. Oh, wait. Cutscene. Okay. Then you get to these top-down levels where you are running around inside these ships trying to... I don't remember if you're trying to blow them up or if you're looking for devices or what it is. Fighting regular enemies. There might be boss battles too. Dead end with some good stuff hidden. Boss battle. Yeah, there are boss battles. And then you get out into more flying levels. Really cool bosses. Getting a key. Awarded a key. There, yeah. Corridor 7. After you beat a corridor's boss, the entrance explodes, preventing you from entering again. Hello, Judd. Just returned after hallucinating roommate. After hallucinating, thought there was non-existent door knocks. Oh no! Sorry, Daylin. That sucks. I'd swear that was Lolo, but it's not. Save room. Actually showing a very long and detailed password. Yeah, so the bad thing about this is it gives you a long... It's got a lot of game save stuff. Oh, did you watch the new Spider-Man movie trailer? I didn't. I didn't because honestly, I kind of got turned off when I heard it was going to have a bunch of different Marvel superheroes in it. I just kind of felt like, can we stop doing this? Can we stop doing the crossover? I hope it's good. I know a lot of people are looking forward to it, but I'm so burned out on a lot of the Marvel and DC stuff, Judd. I'm so burned out on it, I just don't know. I'll probably see the movie at some point, but I haven't watched the trailer, no. Maybe I'll watch it later tonight. I might go ahead and watch it, get that out of the way. Thank you for reminding me, though, because I had forgotten about it. Special weapons for a sub-boss. Guardian Legend is great. Guardian Legend's great. Guardian Legend's great. Guardian Legend is great. Even though it's got passwords. Oh, God, I don't know whether I should put it A tier or S tier. I don't know whether I should do it A tier or S tier. What did they say? I'm curious. They said 7 point something, didn't they? Yeah, 7.8. Darn. Ooh. I'm putting it A tier. I should do S tier, but I'm doing every Marvel movie nowadays is just Marvel is just Avengers nowadays. Yeah, that's what it feels like to me. That nails it, Luciano, because they've got so many other characters in it. It feels like it's not a Spider-Man movie. There's so many different heroes, but none appear enough on screen time or attention. None of them enough screen time or attention. No, I agree. I agree. And in fact, I'll tell you, that's one of the things that kind of ruined Spider-Man, the other Spider-Man movies for me, was the crossovers with the Avengers. Of the more recent ones, the Tom Holland ones. It was the crossovers with the Avengers. Even the No Way Home, which everyone seemed to love, because, ooh, we brought back the other spot. We've done the multiverse. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it. I wanted to. I know a lot of people loved it. I'm sorry. But it didn't hit for me because I didn't want Doctor Strange and whatnot in it, And the other ones, too, putting Iron Man in them and everything. Everything's got to be an Avenger. You're right. All of them, it's just Avengers. It's all the Marvel universe is just one single series. None of the Marvel movies don't stand on their, they won't let them stand on their own. Even when they put in these closing teasers at the end to hint at the next Marvel movie. And by doing that, it makes it where none of these movies are a self-contained movie. None of them are a self-contained movie anymore where it can just be its own thing or its own franchise. No Way Home was good because they finally made Peter Parker man instead of Iron Man sidekick. That was good about it. Here's the thing, Luciano. There were good things about it, but the things that ruined it for me were the constant tie-in. In fact, even Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2, I hate them having teasers for the other Avengers stuff at the end. I'm happy that the bulk of those movies is free of anything else Marvel Universe, so that at least I can try to look at them as their own thing. Of course, the third one you can't. Guardians 3, which I thought was depressing as hell. You definitely can't look at that except a follow-up to the whole Infinity thing. I agree with you. Gotcha. Yeah. That's me. But I agree about the making him a man instead of a sidekick. No, I agree on that. I agree with that part. And I did like doing the crossover with the other Peter Parkers. I liked that. It was just other stuff. I miss the Stan Lee cameos. I do, but I feel bad for Stan Lee because I've got mixed feelings on Stan Lee from over the years, things I've read. But I feel bad for him because I read there's a documentary out there or something alleging the way that Stan Lee, basically he was old and tired and wanted to rest, and they wouldn't leave him alone. They kept shuttling him around from event to event and almost doing like a Weekend with Bernie's thing, where they just kept propping him up at all these events and kind of forcing him to keep going through the motions, even though he was, you know, kind of ready to take a break. There's a documentary I haven't watched it. I remember the trailer on it and thinking, oh my gosh. Studio nowadays too scared of letting their audience to breathe. Yeah, no, yeah, no, 100. Instead, they smother their audiences, and then they don't understand why their audiences, aren't into it. Even though No Way Home did really good. No Way Home did really good. Yeah, I do remember that. Weekend at Stanley's. Just stopped for 5 years or so between movies. Or even a couple years. But they've... Or even, you know, Luciano. Or even if they're going to keep doing them, stop making it where they all tie into each other. Just stop. You know what? You can have an Avengers movie with Captain America and Iron Man and everyone else without having all of the other movies lead into it. The Captain America and the Iron Man and the Hulk and anyone else under those movies don't have to tease the upcoming Avengers movie. Let them stand on their own as their own franchise, so that if people want to then take part in the Avengers thing with everyone, they can. And if they don't like that, they can just look at their own little saga. I want Captain America movies that are not just set up for the next Avengers movie. That's what I want. And you had that at the beginning, kind of, sort of. But now, none of them. Yeah, they use movies as ads. Yeah, it's just an ad for the big. This is just an ad for the big movie. Yep. And then also making it worse when they tie in the Disney Plus TV series. So now suddenly, if you want to understand this movie, you have to have watched the TV series. If you want to understand whatever the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, you better have watched the Scarlet Witch series. Yeah, I hate that. I hate it. Hydration break. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. Want to know why the original 6 Star Trek movies work so well? Because you didn't have to ever see a single episode of the TV series. You never had to watch one. Not at all. Let me back this up. Why lie? I'm Iron Man. Reporter's question for yeah, that was okay. I liked that. And see, yeah, I did enjoy Iron Man. I enjoyed Iron Man. I didn't like the third one. The third one, it felt like they took the Mandarin and just turned the character into a joke. Yeah, I didn't watch any of Disney series. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Neither. Iron Man 3 is garbage. Iron Man 3 hurt. Iron Man 3 hurt. And the 3D is not good on it either. It's passable. Notice how everything with me goes back to whether or not the 3D is serviceable. Okay, Guerrilla War. Let me pull that up. We just played this on stream a few weeks ago, chat. It's a game that I really do like, but I hate that it was based around Che Guevara. And it's too easy, because there are infinite continues. It is just too easy. In my opinion, the new Avengers movie is going to be awful. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to do, Judd. I thought I understood how this stuff was going to do, but I can't read the tea leaves. But I tend to agree with you. Here's what I think. It's so bad that the Avengers movie pretends it never happened. Yeah. But they brought him back in Shang-Chi or something, didn't they? Something like that. Judd. And everyone, I think with the new Avengers movie, I think it is going to do well, but let me caveat this. I think it is going to do well, but not well. I think it's going to do well, but it is going to severely underperform. It's going to be one of those things that comes out and they're going to claim it was a success, but then it's going to turn out when you look at the numbers that it's going to broken even. Or if it made anything, it's just going to make very little. I think it's going to make, but I don't think it's going to make. I don't think it's going to be like, it's not going to explode like the early ones did. So I don't think it's going to bomb. But yeah, I don't think it's going to succeed. If that makes sense. So NES Guerrilla War, we played this just a few weeks ago. I do think this is a great game. It's just too easy. It's a great game that's just too easy. Because it's got infinite continues. Now, if you played it without infinite continues, then I'm sure it'd be tough. But if it lets you continue, why aren't you going to? Because of this, I would love to put it A tier because I think it's one of the fastest moving top-down actioners on here. I'm going to put it in B tier. You mean like Bob Iger's Disney career where it did so well, but it didn't actually... Yeah. Oh, man, Daylin. Yeah, that was... I was reading someone who I follow. I said this at the top of stream. Someone who I follow who's part of a group called Clownfish TV, this Geeky Sparkles. I guess she's one of the shareholders, and she was slamming them a bit today, tweeting everything out that was happening, including that the board recommended that people vote no to an amendment that would require Disney to start being politically neutral. The board recommended everyone vote no, and they did. Because God forbid Disney be politically neutral. But she was talking about the Bob Iger thing and talking about how they were doing like a tribute. They were starting off like talking about how Bob Iger, they were trying to push the success of his tenure. And she was saying everything they were mentioning with how successful it was everything earlier on. Like they would go back to the success of the first Avengers movies and things like that. All of the early stuff before it all just collapsed under its own weight. So it's funny, just they were, I guess for their tribute to Bob Iger, all they could do was live on past laurels. Because there was no later. There was no success later on. Oh, Alex, welcome in. Okay, Madamus. Fortnite servers are down. No! And I got the skins I wanted just for where they went off. Nice. What's this about Iger? Oh, we were talking about the Disney. I guess today they had a big shareholder meeting, Alex, and someone was tweeting out about it and some of the crazy stuff coming out about it. And it, crazy stuff. just, yeah. The backslapping. Snap, his legacy is worse than Eisner now. Yeah, but they want you to believe it was a big hit. Because look at all the things he bought before he broke them. Look, he bought Pixar. And he bought Lucas. And he bought Marvel. Pay no attention to what he did with them. He bought them. They're valueless now, but he bought them. Oh, look, we made $5 billion with this movie. Yep, total success. How much did you spend on it? $4.7 billion. But it's $300 million profit, which it isn't, because you'd make more money if you just put the money in the bank. Yeah, a movie, just so you know, chat, in case you didn't know, because of all the different marketing fees, the general over-under, because of additional fees and everything going in and time and whatnot, in order for a movie to have been considered breaking even, it is expected to make double what was spent. So for a $100 million movie to break even, it doesn't earn $100 million. It's got to make $200 million before it can be considered solvent. Well, with that, I need to go to sleep. No worries. Have a good night. I don't have access to my PC. No worries right now, so I can't leave the rest of the stream on my PC. Hey, I appreciate you having been here and lurking and whatnot. No worries. I'm glad Zootopia lost to hundreds now. Bob deserved it. Yeah, he deserved a lot. Yeah. Have a good night, Alex. Appreciate it. Did you know his persona is a tiger meteorologist? Who, Bob Iger? I did not know that. Or Huntrix. Well, either way, I did not know that. Have a good night, Alex. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you lurking. Congrats on the Fortnite skins. Excuse me. You better come back as a villain in a sequel or something. Gotcha. What do we got? Oh, we're almost done with the G's. Let's finish the G's. Oh, G's. We got 2 G's left. Gunsmoke. Huntrix is the name of the K-pop demon. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I didn't know that because I haven't seen K-pop yet. I do want to see it. I'm looking forward to pick up the Criterion at some point, the Criterion Blu-ray. I'm curious, in your opinion, movie theaters, not as well. I don't, is movie theaters, not as well. I'm not a big theater goer, Judd. I haven't been to theaters in a long time. Here's my opinion on, my general opinion on theaters is this. Everyone says that what's driven, technology, blah, 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 blah. What drove me off from seeing movies in theaters is the cost. Once I realized that for the price of a movie ticket for 2 people and snacks, that I could just buy the Blu-ray a few months later or the DVD or whatever. At that point, it just became, you know what? Why should I do this? Why shouldn't I save my money? Back when they still had matinee presentations for like $3 or something, I used to do that. Going to bed too? No worries, Luciano. Thank you for stopping in. We're going to just wrap up these last 2 G's and then we'll shut it off as well. Thank you for stopping by, Luciano. Always appreciate it. Ruth 100. Yeah, it's the price. For me, it's the price. That, and there aren't any movies I want to see. But even if there was a movie I wanted to see, like K-pop Demon Hunters, I'd still wait for the home video at this point, because when you're paying that much for a ticket, I'd rather own it. All right, let's finish the last 2 G's. Makes sense. I only went to movies last week because someone else paid for my ticket. Yeah, last time I went was with a free ticket. Well, in the meantime, the bear sign off. No worries. And go to sleep. Have a good night, Manimus. Thanks for the late night hangout. Hey, thank you once again, Alex. Have a good night. We'll see you later. All right, what do we have left? Let's finish the last 2 G's. Gunsmoke. Gun.smoke. There's a period in there to make it legally distinct from the TV series Gunsmoke. It has nothing to do with the TV series Gunsmoke. This is a vertical shooter. I thought it was a horizontal. It's a vertical shooter. It is a vertical shooter, but with a cowboy character. It was originally arcades. Hicksville. It's an early Capcom game. You're earning points. The points you earn are bounties. You're a bounty hunter, basically. There's your character. You run around collecting money, items, shooting bad guys, eventually getting to the boss character. That's not the boss. No, that isn't. And the shooting on this is interesting because you could shoot towards the right, towards the left, and if you want to shoot straight, you got to push both A and B at once. Ah, ninjas. That's when you know it's Japanese. The Indians camp. 55-cent box of snow caps movie theaters. Let's charge $19.99 for this. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Even the last time I went, I never got snacks. I never got snacks or a drink, I don't think. I rarely would get drinks in movie theaters, I'll tell you, because I hated having to go pee. I didn't want to go pee. Not gonna lie, Gunsmoke is really mid. Really? Oh, welcome in, Mahase. Welcome in. See, it's nostalgia for me. Because I'll tell you, Mahase, and welcome in, I hope you're having a good day. Gunsmoke was one of those games that I remember when I was probably like 3 or 4, encountering an arcade machine of it. And at age 3 or 4, seeing the arcade version, it was, wow, this is so cool. So then, a few years later, you get to play it still super tiny on an NES. As a port, and it's not as good, but it was still fun for me. What's the overview? 6.8. That's probably close to right. So this is one I've got to rate more on my nostalgia. Not an A tier one at all, not even close, but I do put it B tier. For me, I put it B tier just because nostalgia. You know how that works. Sometimes those nostalgia goggles. We got one more G in the tank, chat. Gyrus. And this is an interesting one. This is one of those cases where this is what should have happened with Galaga. Gyrus was originally an early 80s arcade game. Okay? And in arcades, I'm going to pull up an arcade screenshot. In the arcades, it was sort of just a rotation. It was Galaga with a bit of a 3D perspective. It was Galaga with this sort of pseudo 3D perspective. It was called Gyrus because it was like a gyroscope. You went around in a circle, okay? Enemies coming at you that way. But it's Space Invaders Galaga with that. Okay, fine. What did the NES do? The NES version added cutscenes. It upped the music. It added, you can't see them here, but special weapons. It revamped the enemies so they looked really neat. It added boss battles. This is what I wanted from things on NES like Galaga. This is what I wanted. Okay, put the original version on there too, but I wanted something that screamed, hey, this is the NES. We're raising the bar a bit. Konami raised the bar with Gyrus. Gyrus on NES is just a really solid game. I wish the score on here reflected the NES. In fact, let's look at the critics. I want to see the critics. I want to see if the NES one's on here. What are the NES ratings? Ultimate Nintendo really, they gave it 50. I disagree. Questicle 75. How to Win. Okay. Classic Games Net. Good port. Improves. Well, good Gyrus flaws, namely a repetition. It's below most any. Really? Okay. Whatever. It is cheap too. By the way, chat, if you're gonna collect for NES, I can tell you Gyrus is a cheapie. Gyrus is one of those games you could get really cheap. I am going to put Gyrus again a solid B. We got a lot of B's tonight. So far, B is the biggest. B is the biggest. We got 5 ST tiers here. Konami's name and logo meant quality during their heyday. Yeah, and this is one of the ones that was Ultra games. Let me explain this for anyone who doesn't know what Ultra and Konami, the difference was. The difference is no difference. So Nintendo, it's too bad Konami didn't start doing this at the time earlier, like with Goonies. So Nintendo had a limit. In order to prevent too much shovelware, Nintendo would limit how many games companies could release per year. That's the reason that Tengen started, I'm the type of guy who put Ninja Gaiden on S. So, yeah, I'm going to tell you, we haven't gotten a Ninja Gaiden yet, Mahase, but I'm going to say Ninja Gaiden's probably going to be A or B, but Ninja Gaiden 2 for me is S. Ninja Gaiden 2 is probably going to be S, because I think Ninja Gaiden 2 is the best of that series. I really like 2. So yeah. I know you put Chip and Dale. Yeah, Chip and Dale I put in A. Chip and Dale 2 is B. Because Chip and Dale 2 was just too... Chip and Dale 2 is... It's more of the same, but less. Chip and Dale's A. Not S, but A. DuckTales is S. For me. Again, these are my opinions. So it's, you know, subjective. But the Ultra Games, Konami. Let me explain this real quick, and then we'll end the stream chat, because it is past 6 hours. I've been talking a lot. I will not be making it to the end. I'm sorry for everyone who voted. We still have a lot left. We made it to H. So, Nintendo put a limit on how many games companies could release per year. And Konami's solution was they created a second company in the US. Konami decided to launch a second games company here called Ultra Games. So that allowed them to release double the games on the NES per year. They had to pay for the business. They had to pay for licensing and creating the name and everything else, but it let them put out double the games every year. They were the only company I know of that did that on the NES. Tengen, one of the reasons that Tengen became an unlicensed company is because Tengen was Atari, and Atari had a lot of games in their library that they were ready to go and wanted to release. And Nintendo told them, you know, no, we're not going to make a special deal for you. You can only release X per year. So Tengen started releasing things unlicensed. And it's funny because they got taken into court because of it. And luckily they sold everything they wanted to before they finally lost the lawsuit. Every other company that released unlicensed games, they created a chip to circumvent the NES lockout chip. Unlicensed, yeah, they were games that were not, they did not pay for the Nintendo seal of quality. And they did not pay to get past the Nintendo lockout chip. Licensed games were given access to Nintendo's game development kit, and they were given basically the NES lockout chip. Tengen released 3 games licensed. During that time, that gave them access to Nintendo's game creation software, and that gave them access to the lockout chip. So Tengen, while every other company, Camerica, Color Dreams, etc., they made a lockout chip defeaters. They made chips that would either circumvent it or fry it. Tengen quite literally just copied it. They just, while they were still doing licensed stuff with Nintendo, they just sent Nintendo a letter saying, hey, can we have a copy of the specs for the lockout chip since we're releasing these these games and we're totally doing things legit? And Nintendo said, okay, here's the specs. And Tengen copied the chip. Every other company too. They did their own game development kits. Camerica created their own game development kit, and theirs was good. Color Dreams created one, and it was terrible. Tengen just took what they just did. We'll do 3 licensed games. We'll take what we want. Then we'll release all this unlicensed stuff. Let Nintendo fight us in court, and then finally, when we get shut down, then it'll be just, oh well, we already sold them. So yeah, that's why Tengen has so many unlicensed games, and that's why the Tengen ones have a certain level of quality to them. That and a lot of the Tengen ones were even ports done by other companies, like their copy of Pac-Man. It is the yeah, and some of the games they didn't even have to develop, like like their Pac-Man that they licensed from Namco. They just used the Namco version, which was released on Famicom in Japan, and they just took that one and released it on NES here, put their name on it. Now, Ms. Pac-Man, they did have to do their own port, and their port is better than the Namco port, which is something we'll get to eventually. Yeah, Tengen was smart. Now, sadly, I know I'm yapping a bunch again, but sadly, there were a number of Tengen games that never got released. There are posters for Tengen showing coming soon. Some of the games that were planned and never got released. A game called Zybots, which I played in arcades, and it's a really cool game. And I guess there's a prototype NES ROM out there somewhere. Police Academy, I guess based on the cartoon version of Police Academy. Don't know anything about it. But the one that I want to know what the game would have been. They had announced James Bond, License to Kill. They were going to do a Timothy Dalton James Bond game on NES. And sadly, it never happened. Oh, I don't even think there's a ROM. I don't know if they ever completed it or what. But yeah, Tengen had a number of stuff announced that never got released, which is too bad. Yeah, I think that's enough. All right, so here's the list for now. Let me save this for next week. That sounds awesome. I would love to have seen it. Yeah, there are a lot of Famicom games originally port and ready to ship, but never released. Yep. Especially, yeah, the Transformers. There are a number of... The Goonies is one we mentioned earlier, which is one of those Konami titles that it's fully in English. And I've got a Famicom copy, but it's fully in English, but because of the limit of games that Konami was allowed, and they didn't have Ultra games at the time, it never got released. Yeah, so many Famicom games that could have easily been brought here because they were fully in English or they didn't have a lot of stuff that needed to be translated. It's too bad. It's too bad. Price is Right NES game never released. Was there a Price is Right one? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because I know that there were Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy and all sorts of other game show games. Mother 1, yeah, Final Fantasy 2. And that, yeah, the Final Fantasy, Mother I can understand because it was an untried property. Final Fantasy 2, I don't get it because they had released Final Fantasy and it was a hit here in the States as far as I know. So I don't know why they wouldn't have put Final Fantasy 2 and 3, the NES ones out here. Doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, speak of 80s. You know this quirky little show called Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad. Yeah, that was one of the Tsuburaya things that got retooled, wasn't it? Yep. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad with one of the Lawrence brothers. When Joey Lawrence was a thing, so then all of his brothers became things. Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Superhuman Samurai. It was low rent. I'm sorry, it was Power Rangers low rent. It was good because the Tsuburaya stuff was great. The Tsuburaya stuff in that show is great, but the American footage is, yeah, it's like Saved by the Bell combined with unlike Power Rangers, it really is like Saved by the Bell combined with a yes, it was a Deke local. Yes, it was Deke. Deke. The song is good. The song was good. It had a good song. Yep, good song. Oh man, memories. I know you can get it on DVD here, and you can get the show that the original Tsuburaya show it was based on Blu-ray here in the States. You need Gridman. Yes, Gridman. You need to check out Denko Chojin Gridman, bro. Show is so peak. Yes, that is on Blu-ray. I keep telling myself to pick it up, add it with the Ultramans. I still need to watch. I wish they'd put Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad out on Blu-ray, even if it was an upscale, or even if it was a standard def Blu-ray. That'd be nice. Even Geek Sailor Moon had good music. Yep. Oh, Madam Hannah Montana's 20th anniversary. Yes, I saw that about the 20th anniversary of Hannah Montana. I have never watched a single Hannah Montana episode in my life. Never seen it. I just know Miley Cyrus. But yes, I did see that. I did see that they somehow got Miley to come back. Because there's a paycheck at the end. Pump Up the Power. Was that in Cyber Squad? I don't remember. God, I haven't seen it in so long. I haven't seen it been so long. Oh man, so many memories. So many. Oh, that reminds me. Ultraman Towards the Future, which was one of the English Ultraman shows. It was produced in Australia and it was entirely in English. It is finally getting a Blu-ray release, at least here in the US. Alliance, unfortunately, so Mill Creek has now been bought by Alliance, and as such, their prices have gone up. But yeah, Ultraman Towards the Future has finally been cleared. I'm looking forward to that. That's the one the awful Super Nintendo one was game was based around. Let's Samurais! Mahese, I wish I had them on me right now. So I have got somewhere in storage from when I was a little Madamus. I have got 2 Superhuman Samurai Squad toy sets that are a bunch of the vehicles that connect into the giant whatever Samurai Zord thing. And they barely even move. They're like, yes, and I've still got the original boxes too. They have been used, but I've got the original boxes. And they are like non-action figures because they don't have any joints hardly that move or anything. So they are so cheap. But yeah, I remember I was a tiny Madamus and they were on clearance at a local Kmart. Blue light special, like $2 a piece. If I knew then what I know now, I would have bought them all and kept them in a storage facility. Oh God, you need to show it sometime. I will. I need to pull some of my crap out of storage and start putting them on the ham cam. What do we got about Billy Ray Cyrus? Paycheck? Are you sure you're not thinking Billy Ray Cyrus? A little of both, Daylin. A little of both. I'm sure daddy and daughter are kind of the same on that. Remember Samurai Pizza Cats? I've never seen it, Judd, but I've heard of it. Because I know there was a Blu-ray of that available a few years ago. I know Discotech had put it out on Blu-ray. I've never seen Samurai Pizza Cats, but I've heard of it. I do know what it is. I do know of it. Unfortunately, I never saw it. That seems to be the story of my life, chat. I know of these things, and I know of things. I just don't know the things that I know of. Let me download the, let's save this as a G, let's save it original size. I'm going to download this and save it real quick to Tier King. That looks like twerking. If you have the Saban Master Rider. Sadly, I don't. Stuff, congrats. You have the most forgotten retro common rider toys. Not gonna lie. Sadly, I don't. The only thing I've got that's Power Rangers related as far as toys, old stuff in storage that I know of. I have some unboxed, opened VR Troopers action figures, which are some of the Metal Heroes toys that were repackaged. And I've got a Micro Machine set of Power Rangers, which is all the... It's not all the vehicles. It's 5 of the vehicles plus all 6 of the characters. It does, because it's got the Green Ranger, but it doesn't have Dragon Zord or anything like that. But they're painted so horribly that I never put them on display, and they don't stand upright. I'm curious, what was your favorite Power Ranger? I hate to be like most people, Judd, but it was always Tommy. It was the Green Ranger. I loved... White Ranger was okay, but specifically Tommy as Green Ranger. I just think the Green Ranger and the whole story arc, I just think best of it. It's so sad about Jason David Frank and what happened with him and unaliving. Saban, localized Samurai Pizza Cats. A fun fact, entire dub of the show was all improv because localizers didn't have translated scripts for the episodes. That tracks. That tracks, no joke. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I wish I could still buy the Blu-ray set, but I'll buy that. That tracks. You got the Dragon Dinosaur Robot for Servo, right? The only ones, it doesn't have anything with them. It's just little tiny ones. It's just got the Triceratops, the Pterodactyl, the Saber-toothed Tiger, the Mastodon, and the T-Rex. just little versions. They don't, you know, connect. Bro, Tommy himself is already the GOAT, so I don't blame you. Yeah, the Tom, yeah. Seriously. Although I loved all during the first... I'll tell you, one thing that's really funny with Power Rangers, you go back and you rewatch it now, you watch about the time that they got rid of / they quit the whole deal that happened with the original Black Ranger, Yellow Ranger, and Red Ranger. And if you watch it closely, you can see where they were using whatever footage they had of them. And it kept getting worse as the episodes went on because they were dragging it out until they introduced the new Rangers to replace them. And where they started using more and more body doubles, and there would be less and less dialogue from them. It was like they just had some pre-recorded bits and pieces that they tried to Frankenstein together into those last episodes with the full original cast. It's so interesting watching it with adult eyes, stuff I never picked up on when I was a kid. And now it's like, wow, Red Ranger has one line here. And it's, well, that's why. They probably took it from an outtake. We need to get a bunch of sugar cereal boxes from Animus and complete cereal box set collections on DVDs of Blu-ray discs. You know, I got one DVD from a cereal box. It is Muppets Take Manhattan. It's full screen only. It's not even widescreen, man. Luckily, I've got another DVD that's widescrreen, but yeah. The Red Ranger is my favorite. Nice. No problem there. But I did also like the Green Ranger too. Yeah. No, I liked Austin St. John, the original Red Ranger. Second Red Ranger was okay too. Bro, one time when my U.S. uncle... Oh, back this up. Visit my family, and when he heard Jason David, I swear he was holding his old toy Morpher, and he was crying so manly. I felt so... Oh, man. Yeah. I saw him cry, and I was like, damn. Yeah, I can imagine. God, yeah, that was so unexpected, because he was working on some project, like it was called The White Dragon or something. It was some movie project thing he was producing, so no one knew he had these problems going on in the background, you know? In my opinion, Rangers in Space is the worst name of the shows. I don't know. It's generic. I'll give you that, Judd. It's generic. Then again, Turbo was pretty generic, too. I feel like after Zeo, they get... Yeah, but Space was a generic title. It is, yeah. It is what it's one of those, it is what it is. I'm not blaming my uncle to cry. No, I can feel that. There are certain people, I don't know if I'll cry, but I'll tell you right now, when, this isn't Power Rangers, but I'll tell you, when Shatner eventually goes, it's going to hit me hard. Even though he's up there in years, it's going to hit me hard when Shatner goes. Especially if he never gets a chance to do a director's cut of Star Trek V. That'll probably make it hit hard. Let me quit this real quick. I'll read chat in a moment. Oh, I should really switch back to the library. Let me go back to the library chat, and we'll finish yapping, and then we'll wrap this up. Door transition. Okay, that's better. Shut this off. Power shut down. That way you can enjoy retro series. Binge. It jumped. Binge fest and eat sugary cereal like it's 1990s Saturday mornings. And maybe 80s. Oh! All the things I want to have, I would. I'll tell you, one thing, speaking of cereal, if you ever get a chance, and if you got a few bucks, because I don't think they're expensive, Warner Brothers put out these sets of, like, the best of Saturday morning cartoons, the 1960s Volume 1 and 2, the 1970s Volumes 1 and 2, and the 1980s. The thing about these DVD sets, they have introductions by Casey Kasem before he died, telling introduction, telling you to pour up a big old bowl of cereal and blah, blah, blah. And the way they did them, it really, unfortunately, you just get like one episode of each series. But it really does feel like you're watching a Saturday morning again. The only thing that's missing is commercials. I wish it had a bunch of commercials of the period on it. It's outside of that, they're really nice. They're cheap and they're nice. Of all the things I want to have, love to have Samurai's watch or the acceptor from Gridman. I haven't seen the acceptor from Gridman, but the Samurai's watch, yeah. I'll tell you what I always loved too. And I've always been disappointed. The communicator watch with the Power Rangers. I'm so sad that of all the things we've got now with the AI and everything else, we don't really have that. We've got those Apple Watches, but the Apple Watches, unless I'm mistaken, they still tie back into the phone. So it's like you got to have the phone in addition to the watch. I want a little communicator watch. I always wanted to. We read you, Zordon. I just... Even in Star Trek, the motion picture, they had communicator watches. They did away with that in the later ones, and I liked... That's something they did away with real quick, but I loved it in Star Trek, the motion picture. It just felt like a natural evolution. I wasn't alive in the 80s, but from my limited research, there were a ton of licensed serials in the 80s based on every major kids IP. One thing I'll tell you from the 80s, and I've seen the boxes for, there were Nintendo Cereal System cereal. And it was like half of the box was Mario themed, and the other half was Zelda themed. And they put out, I guess, 2 different boxes. And one box showed Super Mario Brothers and The Legend of Zelda, and then the later boxes showed Super Mario Brothers 2 and Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. Oh yeah, the watch is so cool. Like, doing the little jingle. Yeah! Oh man, Hasbro, you need to make that thing. Man, just I'll buy the Apple one. Give me the Apple one or the Penny Gadget one. Yeah, there are so many. The truth is, Judd, yeah, there's so many communicator watches. Even going back to the 1930s or whatever. Dick Tracy, not just for the movie that came out like around 1989 or whatever. Dick Tracy had his little radio communicator watch. Calling Dick Tracy, calling Dick Tracy. That, to me, why didn't that happen? No flying cars. You don't have the self-lacing Nikes. We don't have the dust repellent paper. We don't have the communicator watches that really are workable. All we got is AI slop, man. All we got is this DLSS 5 to make everything in all my games look like AI slop. Those all must have been such a fun treat. They probably were. They probably were. I feel like you don't have that anymore. Probably because now it's like, ooh, this is sugary and we don't want kids to eat it. We don't want to promote this to children. It's just like doing away with the toys and cereal boxes. Such BS. Apple, Google watches don't have to have... Really? Phones given, you can make the 5G editions, but phone makes it easier to work with. I see. Okay. That's interesting. Interesting to know, Daylin. I bet the peak of Superhuman Samurai toy was the dinosaur dragon robot that formed himself into a Megazord. Bet I would have loved to have had something like that. I didn't have anything like that when I was a kid as far as toys. Hello all, welcome in Tony's Vinyl. We're actually just wrapping up, but welcome in, welcome in. We were just taking a nostalgia trip. We made it through the letter G of the tier list. So we needless to say, we didn't make it to the end. Oh, good night, Judd. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. We're going to do a raid out in a minute. Yeah, we were just talking about various toys and stuff and Power Rangers and whatnot. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been going for 6.5 hours. Speaking of which, ooh, did Twitter already time me out? Twitter probably timed me out. Did Twitter time me out? Let me see. Yeah, yep. Ended. Let me just go ahead and shut off that part of the feed then. Boom. Don't need to keep sending it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tony. But thank you for stopping by. We are going to do a raid, so there will be someone on. But yeah. Yeah, so many cool things. I didn't have any of the Power Ranger stuff. I'll tell you what I had that were gifted to me when I was tiny because I was into Star Trek, but they were all the Star Trek The Next Generation toys. But the problem was I was into Star Trek the original series. Even though Star Trek Deep Space Nine and everything was the thing then, I was into TOS. And so all these next-gen toys. It was cool, but, you know, and I've still got them, but they just weren't, you know, my scene. And I love the show itself, just about a cool, just about a guy want to be cool against a possessive, cringy British simp for a cheer leader girl. Oh, in Superhuman Samurai, man, it has been so long since I've watched it. I would have to watch it again. I would have to watch it again. I remember the computer stuff. I remember the samurais, and I remember the guitar. Do you know what I miss? Board games. Do you remember that? Oh, of course, I remember board games. Yeah. They still make plenty of board games. In fact, there's a board game cafe where I live, where people, I guess, can go in. And I know I talked about doing board game streams. Someday we'll do that. I'm kind of waiting until my audience gets to be where I feel it'll be stable for that. Because a lot of times it's more of an in and out. And if I was going to have audience play along with a board game, I'd have to make sure it was, I don't want to wind up, you know, no offense. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't ever want to wind up that being the night that I'm playing to an audience of 1 or 0. Because that would be like, oh God, what do I do now? We need the watch party. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, speaking of watch parties, thank you for reminding me. That's a good way to just lead into the schedule real quick. Reminder for the rest of the week, because it is birthday week. Tomorrow night, we're going to be playing Kingdom, The Far Reaches. I'm going to do the DOS version, I think, not the Windows. I haven't decided, but I'm going to double check them both. It is a point-and-click adventure, but it's got FMV. It's from the guy who did Dragon's Lair. Friday, we are going to be doing a watch-along of The Party, which is happy birthday then. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Tony. It's not until Saturday, but I appreciate that very much. We are going... how do we play Operation over the internet again? Very carefully. Friday, we'll be doing a watch-along of The Party, which is probably the greatest comedy you've never seen. And I will die on that hill, too. And then on Saturday, I'm going to be playing a lost NES game, Dream World Pogie from Camerica and Codemasters, which was meant to be on the Aladdin, and it was dusted off years later and released as part of a Kickstarter campaign. And even though I missed the Kickstarter, I found one of the cartridges at a really good price. I mean, practically at cost. So we're going to be playing that on Birthday, a rare Saturday stream. And hell, I am rewatching Superhuman Samurai and Gridman to have more context for the anime. Yes, SSS, that's Gridman. I've seen that anime around. In fact, I regret, man, Mahese reminded me of another regret. Crunchyroll had the Blu-ray set of Gridman, like, at one point for the collector's edition, I think, like, down to $20, and I passed on it, and they sold out. I've regretted that. I think you could still get the generic, but I would have liked to have had the chipboard box. Chipboard boxes are cool, chat. I need a hydration break, and then we're going to do a raid. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. And then I will properly thank everyone. Let me end the poll, and then I'll find someone to raid. Needless to say, we didn't make it to the end, but that came in first. 3 letters, 5 letters max. That one, that came in second, but that was the actual right answer. To the letter S, bless you. He won't make it past the intro. To those of you who voted on that, you were probably in sort of the right sphere. Because with the amount of time I've taken yapping after stream, I probably could have gone through another 2 letters. Oh my gosh. Let's do a raid. Who we got? How many people we got? Who we got? Let's see who's on. Who is on? I know there's probably... All the nerds are probably on. All the nerds are fit to print. That was weird. Redirect. I'm getting loopy and tired. Worry not. We love yaps. Bless you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Done. Nimusagi. I don't know Nimusagi. She's doing my voice Zoo. I'll look her up if I need to. Let's see. Kiki. We haven't rated her in a long time. Riru. I don't know who that is. Vacation Read. Catherine's on. Rosanette Amari. Maineki. Margaret Ferret. Huh? Okay, I don't know some of these people. Homer. Wait. Homer Simpson meme. No. dude. I enjoy the YAAAPs too. Thank you so much, Tony. I appreciate that. Wednesday Sphere. It's not Wednesday Adams, but today was Wednesday when the stream started. It was Wednesday when it started, not when it ended. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me see who this person is, because I've never raided them, and I like to raid people when I can who I don't know, just because I like to meet new people, unless they're above my pay grade. Above my pay grade. Not necessarily, but a little bit. I feel a little more uncomfortable with that one. Let's see. Let me check this one. Not necessarily above my pay grade. A Riru. I don't know a Riru. Did you know Gridman was the show that's saving Super Audio for sometimes so they can start in production of Ultraman Tiger? No, I did not know that. I did not know that. That's interesting. Okay. Always interested to hear things like that. You know what? Catherine Sarath, we haven't rated her in a long time, in quite a bit. Who's Maya Neki? Let me check who this is. She's playing Mugenics, and I've heard good things about Mugenics. You know what? Yeah. There we go. We're gonna raid into... I've never raided into Maya Neki. We're gonna raid into Maya Neki. How does that sound? She's playing Mugenics. Anyone want to watch some Mugenics? I hope so, because we're raiding into that. I don't think I've ever raided her before. So since I haven't raided her before, we're Wednesday for almost 20 minutes. Oh, you've still got time. Oh well, okay, lucky you. Did you? I didn't know that. Oh, I missed that. That was up there. Okay. Super Aya during the 80s, nearly bankrupt, so they need something to save them. I'll buy that, because yeah, some of their 80s stuff looked kind of lower quality, didn't it? Some of it, like Ultraman 80. It's why Ultraman Towards the Future and Ultraman and Ultimate Hero exist, and those are finally making their way to Blu-ray. I'm so happy, because that was like the first Ultraman. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Oh man, no, the original, what I saw some of the 60s Ultraman with the English dub, and it wasn't the DVD set. It was before they did the old DVD set, which was partially missing the dub. It was when they still had the full dub, before it got lost. Which I guess, I don't know if they've recovered it now or what. I hope they do. Raid message chat. We're just going to do an Ultra Deluxe, because I can't remember if I raided this person before. I'm too tired. Ultra Deluxe. Back library raid. There we go. That's the raid message chat, if you want to copy that. So that we can use that when we go in. Thank you, everyone, for watching tonight. Thank you, Mahese. Thank you, Daylin. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Tony's Vinyl. Thank you, Luciano. And thank you, Omegs. And thank you, Judd. And thank you, I know Lawnmower Girl was here. And the Shy Siren was here. And Jennifer was here. And who else? And Hiroki stopped in. Did Ear Trumpet stop in? I don't remember if Ear Trumpet stopped in. Regardless, thank you, Ear Trumpet, I guess. Anyone... I know I'm missing people. Twin Opinion was here. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Alex was here too. Neko was here. We had the big guns in stream tonight. Anyone who was watching tonight, if I missed you, thank you. If you were lurking, thank you. If you were VOD watching, thank you for watching the VOD. We are going to do a raid chat. You don't have to go home, but ... you can't stay here.